bodies once they've left, and that, you know, a team of 3, that would get me 30 points if none of them were burnt. So that was the plan going into it, not avoiding any fight, staying away from any fight, going in to the center, and then getting out as fast as possible. That was my plan initially. All right, so let's get into the traits and gear of the hunter that I used. So first of all, the traits, which is very important. They're more important than the gear, I find. So the traits is for me to get in quietly and then get out quietly, because this helps a lot, especially on 6 stars, where 6 stars use their ears. They use their ears to hunt down people, and this happens a lot, quite often. So in order to, you know, be 6-star kryptonite, you have to be quiet. If you're quiet, then you're 6-star kryptonite, basically, because you can just go in and out of wherever you want. They won't even know you're there. You know, normally when you think that you're safe and you're not making noise, then you are making noise. All right, if you're new and you're not used to it, you know you are making noise. You're just not used to it. So people know where you are, even though you're like moving around like a little worm. Yeah, you're making noise. So if you take some of these traits, they won't know because you don't make any noise. And like this is also for solos, because Lightfoot is one of the big ones. And with new addition, the new change to the solo, you can crouch without making noise, or you make little noise, hardly any. So this is something that helps a lot. So if you do get caught, you can crouch and sort of maneuver your way out of a situation if you need it. So this is a big help. Another one is Beast Face. So reduce the detection of animals like, like the dog kennels, not hellhounds or anything like that, but dog kennels and horses and stuff like that. Especially when the event was going on, you had Surefoot, which was here. I don't have anymore because the event's gone. But Surefoot, in conjunction with Beast Face, made it so you can jump on top of crows. You can even slash. I'll show footage of that right here. Meathead spawn, no one's been here. It's still locked. Look. As you can see, you can just like melee them, jump on them. It doesn't even matter. So you can go through the map a lot quicker without making any kind of noise or disturbing any kind of sound trap. So this was a big help in this. The next one, a noise one, would have to be Shadow. Shadow was also, those 3 were the best ones for the making less noise as possible, because Shadow, you can just walk through on top of that enemies, walk past them. They might notice you for a second, but then they'll stop. So there is some noise, but there is not much noise, and it won't affect you. You just keep running, and enemies won't, like zombies won't chase you, won't follow you, and stuff like that. So you can just run away, and you make little to no noise. Other traits that helped a lot, of course, Conduit. This was really helpful, especially in a solo. You grab one clue and you narrow down. It's like grabbing one clue is grabbing 2 clues. So it narrows down where you have to go. This just narrows down where I have to go and where I know where the boss is. So I just go more straight to where the boss is. So it just gives me that little advantage to knowing where the boss is faster than anyone else on the map. Of course, Silent Killer helped a lot, because I did take the bomb lance and cutting down enemies, of course the boss as well, but it's not really necessary, especially if you have Shadow. It's not necessary, because all the enemies will kind of avoid you or not attack you at all. So Silent Killer is really only good for the final boss, but it's really nice to have if you don't have Shadow. It's really nice to have just to go around the map and killing stuff as you go to where you're heading to. Dauntless, not necessary. I love getting Dauntless because I love putting out people's explosives, but if you're not gonna be in contact with anyone else, then you really don't need to take Dauntless. Serpent was nice to get the clues. that, you know, there's like a meathead on them. But if you have shadow, you really don't need serpent that much, because even if there is a meathead on it, you can just walk right up to the clue and grab it, and the meathead won't even bother you at all. So serpent is nice if you don't have shadow, of course. Necromancer is nice. You know, revive yourself. If you did get caught out and you did get shot, you did get killed, then Necro is nice to get up and walk away, especially for Death Sheet. If you have Death Sheet, it's like another safety zone. It's like a safety net in order to, you know, get up and get out, so you won't waste Death Sheet. That's what Necro is for.
You don't need Necromancer if you have a Death Sheet. Now, depending on here, if you need to buy like $1,000 guns, yeah, I guess then you need a fucking tank. Now, this is my undervolted GPU. Running at 54 degrees. So the temperature it's running is 56 degrees. With the load that's loaded onto it. I am losing my mind slowly. One arrow and a dream. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you make me twisted. Come on. I'm not far from you, girl. I don't need no cure. I'll just stay a victim if I can for sure. All the time when it all together, yeah, you turn me on. Right. Where will you go to chapel? Dude. Somebody bench the boss. For them.
I'm addicted to this.
Idu, kurac, tak sajti dom.
Is nice if you do pick up the token and leave, but it's not really necessary. And the death sheet is really nice because if you do lose your hunter, then death sheet will just go away and you keep all the traits, so you won't have to farm the traits anymore in order to do this quicker. And on, I did lose death sheet a couple times, and like I said, you are farming, you're doing PvE, so I found death sheet every, if I died twice with death sheet, and after dying with death sheet, I found death sheet again so easily because all I'm doing is farming. I'm PvEing, so I'm killing meatheads, stuff drops, death sheet will drop, or I'll find it somewhere, or Hellborn will be there and he will have it. So I found death sheet pretty often because I am PvEing. We already talked about Shadow. Shadow's really great. Witness is also amazing for finding bodies. Like I said, you can wait out fights and then go to where the fight was after the winning team has left the scene and find the bodies really quickly, because normally the winning team will leave and then extract. So you have some time to go there, find the bodies really quickly with Witness and loot them, and then you get the points from Witness. Or if you need money, I made so much money in doing this. Right now you can see how much money I have. It's kind of covered right now, but it's 375,000. And before this started, I was like at 330,000 around there. So this boosted up my money so quickly just doing this, because again, I was just PvEing the whole time. And Rampage, I think I just picked it up. It's really nice to have if you are in a fight, but you don't need it. It's just something I picked up. Berserker is really nice because, like I said, especially if you're going around killing the boss or even killing meatheads because they give you points. It was 3 whacks or 3 or 4 whacks for the meathead, and boss is really easy to kill. So this was really nice to get in to the boss lair, kill him really quickly, and then get the hell out. And
True story. There must be some kind of way out of here. explosive bullets are worth it. Yeah.
Shadow Leap was nice to get out of certain situations. So I did find myself like, I killed the boss, I got to the boss layer first, I killed the boss, and then at the very end, it did turn red. So this was a nice little way to get out. Also, this is a nice way to progress through the map. Like, you're at the very beginning of the map, you want to get to the center quickly to get to the master clue or to get to the boss quicker. This is a nice little way to get to wherever you're going quicker or getting out of a situation. So Shadow Leap is really nice. So the weapons that I picked, of course, like I said, Bomb Lance is the thing that I took with me because of I wanted to kill the boss quickly. So Bomb Lance, of course, and with Berserker helping so much. I took Steel Ball, but I never really used it. I love Steel Ball with the Bomb Lance. Bomb Lance is actually one of my favorite weapons to use in Hunt Showdown, and I usually take Steel Ball with it because I am doing pushes into compounds and killing people with it. But in this setup and what I'm doing here, I never really used it, but it was really nice to have if I did run into a fight. The thing that I did use a lot was with the wax frag charge. Was if I do hear a team sort of next to me or close to me, I can shoot the wax. What I did was I shoot the wax frag charge at them sort of in the general direction, so it would blow up near them and they would stop. My thinking behind this is, okay, so I'm going to let them think that there's a team or someone around, and they're going to stop and then be a little bit more cautious. So I just use this as sort of like, hey, someone's around, to be a little more careful, and they won't like press W the whole time. Basically, that was my thought behind using this at teams at random. So I can use it and then sort of get away or get to where I'm needing to get to before them. The Dolch, like I said, you could probably, instead of the wax frag, you can do a hand crossbow with the chaos bolts. But I took the Dolch just in case I did get into a fight. It's something to cover my ass, basically, because I have the Bomb Lance. This is close range, and this is going to be something for I can use for far range for killing hunters if I needed that Dolch.
Oh. sir.
So, if you ever around,
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
What, sir?
thank you, Snake, for the follow. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Good luck. Thank you. We've actually been killing tonight. We've been killing some people, even though we're playing duos. Well, actually, I should take that back. This dude has been killing some people.
Oh my god.
Is it? Oh, he called it.
Oh my god.
Fucking death cheat. Hell yeah, brother. But no, we've been doing good, man. And the boss. Were you in our last match? And the boss. You wiped the O trio? Yeah, we did. You weren't the Penny D guy, right? Oh, he was the solo. Okay. Yeah, we. You little sneaky snake. Yeah, I'll agree with that one. Fuck. Those farming events. No, it's understandable. 1.3 mil. What are you doing sneaking around? What are you doing sneaking around there, bud? I got like 2.5K. Bleeding battle pass. It is understandable though. Very well understandable. Gave influence the whole thing. Christ. You're a moneymaker. It's nuts, man. Fucking nutty, bro. Thank you for stopping by, though. Get some penny D's. Oh, for sure. Thank you. You're like my 101 follower, I think. Holy shit, I am fucking famous. Thank you, Steak. I really do. I don't know, man. I don't know. Later. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Šta je momci? Ta se radi.
Gdje si?
Gdje se ja vas ranije nego ono, aj rekao da ne smeta, možda će doći neko drugi kada ne upadam. Možda igrate HUD kao duos, pa ono, šta ja znam.
Pa šta ima?
Ništa, spao do 11:15, uzeo neki musli sa mlekom i tako. Koliko sati jedine nešto. Znaš da nema razlike, uzeo sam u podešanjima za grafičku i samo sam stavio ventilatore da rade onako kao što ih ja namestim, znaš, konstantno da rade i kad dođe do 60 stepeni da ladi, a u ostala podešanja stavio sam Undervolt da spusti sam voltažu na grafičku kad god taj software detektuje da treba da ono, znaš, u suštini stalno radi na manju voltažu. Ne radi na ono fabričko kako je AMD stavio, nego radi ispod. I veruješ li da razlike nema?
Nema razlike.
Ne. U igri ne. Možda ima ono, gledaš sad frame rate ide od 80 do 110, na ovo kako ja igram, na ovo podešavanje, na 1440 piksela, sa sve streamovanje, ali ono u gameplayu kako se igra, kako igra radi, nema razlike, isto je. Još da probam u Helldiversima da vidim da li tamo ima razlike, tamo, ne znam, Helldiveri su procesor dosta jebu, znaš. Mnogo više nego grafiku.
So the tools and consumables. Now this is what got me the kills. This is what got me the 6 stars doing this stuff. So I just took the knuckle duster because that emulator, I can't really kill an emulator without it blowing up in my face, so I took dusters. And then health kit, of course, I just took one. I just used it if I got hit. The traps, this is what got me the kills. This is what got me the 6 stars. So every time I kill the boss, I would trap the boss and then leave. Oops. So I would use an alert trip mine, and then I would put down a dark dynamite satchel on top of that trip mine. So if anyone ever went to grab the clue, they would just blow up. And that's exactly what I did. Sometimes I would put, you know, the 3 traps right on the boss token, but most of the times I would just put the alert trip mines with the dark dynamite satchel, and that did the trick. You know, of course, this is really expensive, this being a 200, and this, I'm not sure what the price is on this. This is 30, so this is not, it's pretty cheap, but you can just use the bear traps by themselves. That's fine, and that should work. But I just put the traps where I think people were gonna go, and most of the times, if you put it on the bounty, the people are gonna go there. They're just like, hey, who killed this boss? I'm just gonna go and grab it. And a lot of times, people don't have certain.
Under the sea, under the sea, tararara, tararara, tararara. Ja mislim da dobiješ 100 Bloodbonda kad leveluješ jednog od onih 8 Huntera na level 50. Svaki put dobiješ 50 Bloodbonda. Ne 50, 100. Ono, ubacili su da...
Šta da?
A ubacili su da možeš nekih 8 Huntera da leveluješ iz Tier 1 u Tier 2 i kada ih iz Tier 2 leveluješ u Tier 3 onda otključaš opet nove lovce.
Visiš. Da se ovo. Evo i Nenad stigao, znaš.
Allah akbar. Des. Bog je veliki. To je moj pokojni striko zna da kaže. Ali nije bio ni ono, neki ni veliki pravoslavac i ni veliki musliman, samo ono. Jednostavno kaže čovjek, Bog je veliki. To je to. Svaki kako hoćeš. To ti je bio Milano prvi komšinač, bio.
Jes, preko put.
Dok se nije odselio. A mislim da bi živio još koliko i moj ćala bar. Da je stao da živi kod nas u selu.
Još umio neko ili?
A nije, nego... Znaš kako čovjek je živio do 55. 60. kod nas u selu i onda se preselio u Vrbas. A Vrbas ti je recimo grad sa jednom 20-30 hiljada ljudi, ne znam, možda Milan zna tačno broj. Ali većina rodbine mu je bila kod nas u selu. Znaš. I ono kad su djeca otišli na svoju stranu i njegova žena ti je ono, kako ti kažem, žena od karijere. Kako to lepo da je kažem, nego tako.
Žena od sutra.
Pa ono, znaš, ona je, kako beše, prosvetni inspektor. On ne čita...
Opasna karijera.
Pa opasan karijerist. A moj striko ti je vozio autobus čitav život. I da je hteo, vratno je mogao da znaš, ostane kući i da, što se kaže, čuva decu i brine o domaćinstvu i da ne radi bog zna šta. Koliko njoj jako plati. Ko što rekao, nekad selidba u veću sredinu možda i nije dobra ideja. Ja nemam pojma s kim se družio tamo u Vrbasu i... Ne znam još kakvim je odnosima bio s komšilukom, ne znam. Ja, koliko znam, mi kao klinci nikomu nije imao grke reči za njega, znaš. Niti je moj čale nešto bio s njim u svađi, ni ovaj najstariji, ni stric za ostale, ne znam. Ali da se zbog nas odselio čisto sumnjam. Možda mu je tad to izgledalo kao pametno, ali...
Da.
Imao sam osjećaj da...
A zbog posla možda.
Možda zbog posla, možda zbog penzije, možda da bi, ne znam, tad deca mu imala bolje šanse u većoj sredini. To možda Milan zna bolje. Svašta nešto.
Ima svega.
Opet kažem, ne znam.
Isto 20 jezgara.
Ti nemaš aplikaciju za multithreading. Vepro jedan, veprasti. I tako reći. Jedina aplikacija, da ne kažem igra, koja ima multithreading ti je jebeni flight simulator. A ovdje svi na kanalu su ludi za flight simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Svi ga koristite, ja znam. Evo Nenad mi je baš pričao kako je benchmarkovao mašinu na Flight Simulator Microsoft. I ja i Kesi sam mišljali da ga kupimo isto, baš je dobar.
Flight Simulator.
Jeste, on ti koristi maksimum. Šta god imaš hardware on koristi. Ostali hardware? Ne. Ne. Možda imaš 300 jezgara. Postoji koliko mora da ima.
Video one jebavalo ove influence tako što im kad kliknu na link da kupe,
Da.
ti znaš ti Amazon i ti kao daju ti djelo. E pa sad cijeli influencer što su je promovisali,
Da.
kad je ljudi instalirali, recimo ona kaže, našli smo ti kupon, klikni i kao ga nijedan kupon ne javi. Onaj link od njih, to je versijni link, obriše i ubaci svoj link, kao da je ona promovisala.
To je onaj referential link, o tome pričaš.
Da. Afiliator.
Da, affiliate.
Gdje si ima, što radi?
Nisam ga gledao. Znaš, ako on ti ima neku naviku da se ustane, recimo ja radim noćno, odem da spava, ja se probudim u 11:15. On se probudi isto vreme kad ja.
Dobro.
I recimo nekad se samo pojede nešto, obuče se, pojede nešto i ode mislim. Ili ode za Topol ili Suboticu ili prošli put otišao, čini mi se s tobom ili Milanom, nemam pojma, za Novi Sad. Tamo ne stane. Nisi njegova stvar, Jučer sam gledao lik se sporo na One Fish. Lik odlazi odatle, skuplja trag i odlazi. Ja bacim drona u bubu, pogledam gdje su kase, nađem kasu, čuo sam da je šćocnuo. Pogledam da nema još neki token za XP. Ok. Ja pošaljem bubu na ekstrakt da vidim da nije na ekstraktu. A on, brate, postaje na ekstrakt jedno 8 zamki. A boss je dole na onom slaughterhouse-u, to ti skroz dolje.
Dobro.
A on je postavio zamke okolo kočije tamo gore iznad One Fish. Tamo gdje je kočija na onom sugu. Znači, preko pola mape daleko ja gledam. Znači, ne verujem šta liko radi. I dobro baš. Znači, to ti je kao, za koga su rekli ovdje na kanalu da igra tako. Mislim, ne sudim ja nikoma. Neko liko ovdje što igra Hunt, mislim da igra s Borisom. Da ima običaj da ode na ekstrakt, da postavi zamke i tu čeka da ljudi dođu, znaš, da ih farmaju sa zamkama. Hajde, ono što je Huge radio, to je interesantno bar. Kad postavi onaj Dark Dynamite Satchel, pa ode 250 metara van ono Dark Side. I onda uzme Springfield i stane neđe na uzvišenje neko. I onda gađe preko pol mape prema koči. Oni su već na izlazu, znaš, od brava već sekunde. I onda Huge gađe jednom, pa onda bullet drop, pa onda digne niša malo gore sa onim Springfield Marksmanom i buff pogodi onaj Dark Satchel i pobije sve tamo na izlazu. Ali to ti je bio dok je Dark Dynamite Satchel bio zabagovan. Dok je bio zabagovan i dok se ono nije čuo. A sad se čuje. Sad pravi buku. Pre kad ga postaviš, ako nije protivnik pored tebe, njima se zvuk zabaguje. I onda oni ne čuju šta se dešava. I šta je deli u Helldiverima da uzmemo 15 pojena.
Daily, weekly, month.
Jeste, sve to. Sve to.
Yearly, kaže.
Ako vi tako kažete, to je godišnji zadatak. Toga nema. Toga nema.
Serpent, or there's sometimes actually there were sometimes where people had serpent, they took one and it's like, hey, there's no one around, and then they send their teammate in and they to grab the other one and they just run into the explosion. That is just hilarious, and that's basically how I got my 6 star, by being a rat. So now you guys know. All right, so
I am an alpha male. I wake up in Dubai, then breakfast in Argentina. I sign multi-million-dollar contracts before noon. Thousands of women are dying to meet me. I'm constantly on the move because the world doesn't stop. Earth, and you can be just like me. Home. I can sell you the ultimate secret they don't want you to know. Join us. Join the Alpha Club and start a revolution.
Bro, the trick is simple. Buy low, sell high. That's it. No rocket science. Did you see what happened with Bitcoin?
Extract
Man,
3
if I had
times.
the cash back then and bought it at 12K.
We destroyed the
I'd
Illuminate
load it
once.
right now.
Now,
that's life.
We will do
Life,
it again.
sure, but who's gonna live it for me, huh? Our parents keep going on about school and how important it
Da si
is,
to
but
poslao.
what are we actually gonna get out of it?
You're not wrong.
Exactly, it's all BS.
Yeah, you've got a point.
Why should I slog away at some dead-end job when there are dudes out there making millions playing video games?
And what are we supposed to do?
I don't know. Maybe we start something online. You and me. Honestly, everyone else we know is kind of boring.
Yeah, except I'm not photogenic.
And that's a point.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'll get some girls. You'll just pretend. Or actually, you won't even have to
Da,
pretend.
gradavac, i
It'll
šta?
work. It'll be funny.
And you?
So,
What are you gonna do?
Count the money, of course.
They thought I'd chill, but I'm maxing out. While they're settling down, I'm reaching the clouds. My ambitions are big, but my guns are bigger. Cause today I woke up as a...
Hey, what are you guys up to?
Hey, we're pretending we don't have any prospects.
Jump complete. Hellpods primed.
Back in my days, you could count the number of students on one hand. Now I see those are too many of you. But don't worry. Those who make it to the last semester will say, there were 100 of us in the first
Liberty,
year.
prosperity.
Now there's only 20
Helldiver,
left.
reporting for
Good luck,
I
and
will
may the
keep Super
science
Earth
be with
safe.
you.
Helldiver, reporting for duty.
Congratulations, let's hope it was worth it. Hey Junior, are you busy?
A little.
If it's just a little, get me some coffee. Hey Junior, are you busy?
Yes.
I don't see it. Get me some coffee.
Opet si nešto posao.
Hey Junior, are you
Bio
busy?
neki update za ovo.
No.
Ne velik.
No? Then get back
Za
to
Zomboid?
work. Oh,
Pa...
and before that, get me some coffee.
Znaš kakav ti bio update? Bio ti je najverovatnije, pošto ti to unstable, to ste vjerojatno
Or fix
fiksali.
neki.
Pa da, hoće da ga gurnu na stable taj branch, to je to.
I think it's broken.
What do you want?
7.
I sredili su ono da ti vizija više onako...
Thanks.
You're new
Da
here.
pola vidiš, pola da ne
Yeah,
vidiš.
and
kao.
you?
Me
Pola
too.
vidiš dosta više.
Hey Junior, where's that coffee?
Where is mine?
A, to znam. Pokazivali su bili ranije, gleda se ja, taj render kako izgleda.
Mnogo bolje je nego što je bilo po meni.
I manje zauzima kako se zove, pomozi mi reći, rest.
I stabilnije radi, dosta stabilnije radi igre.
Pa zbog načina na koji su, zbog tih čankova po kojima su podeli kako se igra učitava,
I
znaš.
already unpacked the remaining boxes. Weird, it seemed like my wardrobe would have more space.
I still need to go downstairs for a couple of things.
All right, sweetheart. I'll whip something up. I wanted to make Cantonese, but this is what I ended up with. Try to hang them evenly. You must avoid creasing.
Go now and shoot you all. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Sending down sentry. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Sending down equipment package.
Jebao. Pa koja je to druga?
For prosperity!
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Hellbomb, request approved, on its way now.
Hellbound more! Clear the area!
Liberty dispensed.
Jebie.
Sending down sentry.
You don't know how to need something. Why don't take me, little girl, on a magic carpet ride?
We need to talk. We need to talk. Slow down. Don't hang it at the back. We don't have enough baubles, and it won't be visible there anyway.
Do you have the evidence?
Deploying equipment package.
You know me, boss.
Why did he shoot him?
Because he thought he was pulling out his gun.
What gun? He was holding the envelope.
I think in the previous scene, he put evidence in his right pocket, not left.
Can you rewind?
It's on TV.
Right, but how did he know?
How should I know? Oh look, he had a gun.
Whoa, he's good.
I train 6 times a week to have the body I've always dreamed of. When I was younger, I made a lot of mistakes at the beginning of my journey, but now I know the secret. Buy my training plan, and it will help you reach the peak of your muscularity, so you too can live the life you deserve.
Joining the fray.
Mission map updated. Liberty dispensed.
Dropping a pin.
Shit. Глупа боба. Molim.
Tagging map.
Je li ko koristi ono pešadijsko ozilo u 1900?
Beskorisno.
Pa naravno na devetki i
Nije
desetki je
beskorisno,
beskorisno. Šta si mislio će da radi? Ima... To ti je prevozno sredstvo, nije tank. Niti njima bila namera ti daju tank.
Prevozno sredstvo mi je i...
Noge, znam. Noge, prevozno sredstvo.
Nije uopšte beskorisno, odlična stvar.
Beskorisno.
A gdje je beskorisno?
A on igra s ovim nenormalnim tipovima, znaš. Ono gdje imaš 100.000 neprijatelja. Ili ako igraš misije s ovima, kako se zove, robotima. Svaki robot je najgori, razumiješ, puca na tebe sa mašinkom. Onom oseskom.
Bug outpost!
Daš igračima auto, oni hoće tank.
Yes.
Nikad srećni, nikad zadovoljni.
Dropping a pin.
Nikad,
Oli tank da ubaci u igru, a? Da igram Battlefield, pa ti buba. I robot. Nešto moraš i ti da uradiš, razumeš? Kao igrač. Meni je drago što kažeš ti beskorisno, znači da ga neće nerfovati. Čim postane super korisno, znači ide nerf čekić.
Deploying SOS beacon.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Če oni sudar, ne vjerujem. Sam pored. I zasputi su.
Skoro.
Kako beše? Ja se kladim kad se prvi put pojavila konjice, ljudi su rekli pa to je beskorisno, ja imam luk i strel, mogu da se krijem u šumu i da ga roknem dok on pokušava s konjem nešto da uradi. Ali ne služi konjice za to. Oh my god.
Beat him.
Brš. Vucas.
Tagging map.
等。 啊。
嗯，
怎么多一个人呢？ 哦，你是加别人的是吗？ 啊？ 你刚是加了别人？ 我不知道啊。对，没事，问题不大。3级的话跟着一边打。应该。但是我人物都不见了。你已经现在在上位就位了。哦，这要怎么样？
Injury? What injury?
我的房间是开了自由，所以这样了吗？对，是的。然后还有一个是你是加了别人的房，就是他那个有些，他那个底上有个数字什么1-4/1/4的那个，就是别人的房间。 那我还真不知道。
What the fuck was that?
Sorry, guys.
Reinforcing.
Man died. Please don't shoot my car, thank you. Our car.
Here.
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down supplies. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin. South, 100 meters.
Yeah.
Vehicle.
Yo.
Schaut.
Yes, I'm Uber.
Okay.
A koliko si poslao i poruka, šta je ovo?
Bug tunnel breach.
Ej.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters.
New to the game?
Yep.
Ah.
I first played this game yesterday.
Okay. Cool. So we have to basically defend the flag here.
Okay.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Plasma rifle does that.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
So.
Oh, sorry. God.
friendly fire is a thing here.
Ah, okay.
Пробуй готовить.
Reloading.
Что рано.
Tagging location.
Что рано.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry. Reporting to the patrol.
You might want to lie down.
Okay.
The extraction shuttle awaits your
The machine gun shoots everything.
Calling down supplies. Northwest, 100 meters. Backpack inbound. Reloading. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Oh, where we go now?
Bug holes. Like extermination of bug holes.
Tagging map. East. 100 meters.
Like that one.
Say hello to democracy!
So if you do the main objective, even if you lose all the lives, it counts as a win.
Oh.
Log outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
So we actually won. This is like a extra XP.
Okay. Ah.
So either shoot a grenade.
Okay, I can walk.
Yeah, like that.
Oh.
Ah! Calling. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some!
Oh, I think you might have dropped some samples.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, you hear like a beeping sound of a beacon. It's right next to us. Yep.
Affirmative. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Also... Ah! Wait.
Okay, can't off? Okay.
Wait, maybe.
Oh.
This is actually the first time I managed to flip it
Have
over.
a taste of democracy.
On difficulties like 1 to 4, you can collect premium to you actually want to get to the premium values, so you can maybe try to unlock the either cool cosmetics or war guns, which basically gives you different weapons beside cosmetics.
Marking location.
So this
Oh,
thing,
so like this.
so this will actually put the SOS signal, so I can have people help me open this. So thank you.
Oh!
Tunnel free.
Okay, I guess so.
So whatever you pick up immediately the whole team got also.
Ah.
Ah.
Calling down a fire.
我被炮塔打死了。
Thank you.
Yeah, also the samples are added to like whole team after the end of the match.
A zašto si tako tartirani? Jebem.
Support weapon.
You might want to try that. It has like a medium penetration, it's good for like 90% of the stuff.
Tagging map, southwest, 300 meters.
If you have like a support weapon, like a machine gun I just gave you, you can shoot through the window of a buggy.
Okay.
Not like that, sorry. The car has like three modes, like auto gas, first and the second gear. The first gear is like slower, safer, and the second is what, like, you know, when you're on a flat terrain.
Okay, the battery. So it's auto. Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, it's easy to flip. That's what I'm trying to say. It's easy to flip the car and just like kill yourself.
路上还有什么？哦。
Tunnel breach.
还有吗？
Okay, that's fine.
If you have a hand grenade.
Calling in reinforcements. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Sample.
Ah.
Got a sample.
Support weapon.
Also you can shoot with that, you know, to the bug hole to close it.
Okay.
Dropping a pin. West. 50
小
meters.
段，这种模式3星的条件是什么呀？
把蓝色的任务做完，然后把那个主任务做完，它就可以。然后3个人全部撤，所有玩家全部撤离。
哦，OK。
I found the radar like before you got in, and it basically showed me these little diamonds on a minimap.
Okay.
Yeah, but this one is empty.
Oh.
Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
Bag's empty.
If you are using mouse and keyboard, you default press button 5 if you have a ammo backpack to give yourself ammo.
Ah, okay. But I guess it's just a storage, right? Like the
No.
item.
No, that like a casket usually has either like a money or a weapon, but this one is empty.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's random. I think this one has a PDA that says, sorry, I took everything I needed stuff.
Ah.
Tunnel breach.
A važi, doj, kurac, ubagovani, jebem ti ja mater.
Okay, if you have a grenade launcher, try shooting with it through the window.
Oh. Ah.
Oh well. Wait a minute.
Reinforcing! Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Hell diver reporting to the front!
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Yeah, lie down. If you see if the stuff gets you set on fire, just dive like this.
I'm bleeding out!
Or not.
Reinforcing!
Yeah, I upgraded flame damage, so I think it burned faster than it should be.
Reporting to the front. Tagging location. Marking location.
Yeah, also this is like a premium gun.
Premium gun?
Yeah, that's a taser with like unlimited ammo.
Whoa.
Yeah. It does like a medium damage, but it has unlimited like stun potential.
You don't have to worry
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Get some! Get some! Reloading!
Okay.
Thank you. Tagging location.
But you can easily friendly fire with it, so careful.
Okay.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
Yeah, there is one POI south.
你怎么伸出去的？
右键。
哦。
I mean, after we pick up the last POI, I'll give you like a car to drive and see see if you can get a skill.
Okay. Thanks.
So yeah, this is like also you got like a PDA, I think.
Oh.
And it says blah blah blah. You to increase, yeah. Oh, that's it.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Okay, you drive. You drive.
Okay. Oh no!
See, it's easy. You can change gear, shift it to the first gear to get like slower.
West, 50 meters.
Okay.
And in lower gear you shouldn't be able to flip that easy. So you want to go to the like a blue beacon in the sky, if you see it.
Oh, okay. I just think we should get back. Whoa! Whoa!
Well,
Whoa!
try to flip it.
Oops.
A neno 7000 šotova imaš, jebo sam ti mamu.
Well, it's fine. you get one car every 8 minutes, so
No.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We got new one. Wait, let me see. No, 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 don't. I think it put it.
Northwest.
Yeah, it's here.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. I don't want to drive with you.
Okay, mister, you drive.
Okay, let me see. The blue?
Yeah, try first gear, not the second one.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're kind of going off the map. We're gonna die if you keep going there.
Oh, the age of the map.
Yeah. It also shows you on the radar because I pin it.
Koliko imaš ti putova odjednom, jebo se ti mamu ja.
Oh!
I think I killed you through the roof.
A evo, vas mate.
Reloading!
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome.
Somehow.
Sorry.
I will now catch out the wind shooting.
Yeah, sorry, I think I headshotted you with the machine gun.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Like this planet isn't really ideal for a buggy, but you can drive.
Oh, you mean... Let me see.
Yeah, the exit is in front of us. Just keep driving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, toward the blue beam of light.
Ah.
Well, this is like a new buggy, but somehow we got it dirty immediately.
Yeah.
Man, have you done this before?
Yeah, the training.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Calling in extraction.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Throwing supply beacon.
Requesting tac pack!
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Say hello to democracy! Bug tunnel free!
What happened?
Maybe.
但这种一半加入的，他们会拿到一样的经验。
Somebody wanna shoot
一样的经验。
哦。
Support weapon.
Weapon sounds great.
Yeah, try shooting them with the...
Cancel that. Support weapon.
Okay, watch out. Oh, sorry.
No, that's like a team kill weapon. There is couple of like airstrikes that you don't want to use this close.
Okay.
They wipe the whole team and bugs.
10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated.
Yeah, there is like a fair warning. Don't try not to get squished by the plane.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Wait, where is Mr. Green? Mr. Green, get inside.
Oh
my god.
Oh! Oh, I just got in.
Yeah, the fucking machine gun turret did it.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Sorry guys.
Thanks, guy.
Oh, level is too high. Thank you.
Machine gun friendly fire is too strong, sorry.
Yeah. I guess
Thank
the
you.
machine's damage is so hard to the player, I guess.
You don't have that many health, that's the problem. Kaže, Diablo 4 je free za igranje. Hoće da testira kompjuter.
Always good to have another hero.
I'm gonna do 1 or 2 more missions. You're welcome to stay if you wish.
Okay.
See you next time.
Sure.
Okay.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Were entirely unavoidable.
Ma da, kako ne, va?
Okay, I will.
Kako ne je?
Hello. Looking for her.
Aj, imate so pomoći sa
Okay.
Thanks,
Thanks,
bro.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has left squadron. Hellpod launch initiated.
Is Diablo 4 panicking? Well, let's see. Are they or not? It only went up by 2,000 people. I think the reality is that the whole cope about how a game costing money is the reason why it succeeds is completely not true. If people want to play a good game, they'll spend the money for it. PoE is $30 just for early access. The game's not even out yet, and it got over 500,000 players. The amount of money that a game costs is, I do not actually believe it's a barrier to entry. Baldur's Gate 3 was $60, so that over 1 million players. I think almost, right? Same with Elden Ring.
Hey, what's good, ladies and gentlemen? Akron here. Welcome back to each and every one of you. Now, I was actually while on my way to my off weekend, where I'm not going to work, and, you know, sort of tired from the week. I've made a lot of videos this week, about averaging, I think, 5 or 6 videos a day.
That's a lot.
But then this little nugget of just excitement came across my desk. and I knew I absolutely had to talk about this. Now, Path of Exile 2 launched sort of like 2 weeks ago, I think, 2 weeks ago now. To early access, and you know, this is a game that's actually...
It is a crazy level of retention, by the way. Like, to look at this level of retention, this is disgusting.
Clear the area!
Like, if you look at a bunch of other games, like, if you look at any other, like, new release game, you almost never see this. Almost always game's good, yes. This tells a bigger story than even the number itself.
Objective completed.
It's like Marvel Rivals. Well, let me see how Marvel Rivals is doing. Let me look at it. Yeah, basically about the same. Marvel Rivals a little bit less, but about that, yes. Crazy lack of fall off.
Actually supposed to be free to play, but it launched to $30 for the early access, going all the way up to like $100 pack and even $500 pack for people that really want to support it. And I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone that Path of Exile 2 has been absolutely knocking it out of the park. It is what everyone sort of hoped Diablo 4 would become and what Diablo 4 would have been. Remember, Blizzard promised a lot with Diablo 4, with Diablo 3 being such a big step back from what people were hoping.
Yeah, I was hoping that Diablo 4 would be the perfect convergence of Path of Exile and Lost Ark. That's what I wanted.
Diablo 3 was going to be following the absolute blinding success of Diablo 2. Diablo 4 was supposed to be Blizzard's promising return to form, right? This was the game that's going to take them back. They're back in the ARPG market, and they're coming in bigger and better than ever. And Blizzard had every opportunity to come back bigger and better than ever. You know, they had Path of Exile 1 to look to. They have Lost Ark to look to. There were so many ARPGs on the market that were trying new things and trying to be different things for different people. So Diablo 4 really had no excuse to not be good. And then the game launched, and most people were sort of going, wait, but this is the base that you have? And really...
Are you fucking serious? Like, is this really, like, you really doing this? Like, yeah, no. It's like you just look, like, if you compare the boss fight that you do, you know, like in Diablo 4 at the beginning of the campaign where you fight against the big guy that shoots the fire and there's, like, the pentagram thing. If you compare that to the snake fight, or, like, let's say even the guy that you fight, like, right before it, it's just not even the same universe. There's no boss in Diablo 4 that's as good as even the first boss at the end of Act 1 in PoE. Or PoE 2.
I said from the beginning, Diablo 4
it's not even close.
Feels like a Diablo game made by a bunch of people that never actually played Diablo. It feels like an ARPG that was made by a bunch of developers that's never actually played ARPGs.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of developers that were told by some marketing department, hey,
this
you know
is
what really
what
works at the moment?
players
ARPGs.
like,
Make an ARPG. And they set out to do it. And then I got confirmation of this with the first big patch that was meant to fix a lot of the problems in the game. And even before the patch came out, so when Blizzard was still doing their blue posts about what they think they're going to be fixing in the game, a lot of the content creators and people that are far more knowledgeable than me on ARPGs were talking about this going, wait, but what are you doing? Like, these changes are absolutely not going to fix anything. And then the patch goes live. It breaks all of the things that the actual ARPG players warned about. Blizzard then releases another patch, and a lot of people sort of, as if with amnesia, praises Blizzard, especially the media, for being very responsive and absolutely listening to the player base.
I always try to be positive when good things happen, because I feel like if you're not, then good things stop happening. However, he's right. He's absolutely right. It should have never happened. And also, like, I feel like with Diablo 4, a lot of people just expected it to be, I don't know, like a little bit more than what it was, a little bit more depth. And, like, I think the best example of the developers not really understanding the community is the fact that they made people redo Renown. How could you possibly do that? How could you, like, the fact that they waited until Season 2 to get rid of that is just so insulting for an average player. It's such an obvious thing nobody wants to do. Redoing Renown is what made me quit? Yeah, exactly.
Iza kojih mogu da se
I mean,
krijemo od
quick on the
bossa, onda
trigger.
nemoj kroz
Well,
zid da me
actually,
biješ.
if they were quick on the trigger, they would not have released the patch in that state in the first place. And then the second patch comes around, and Blizzard does exactly the same thing. And again, they have to fix the patch afterwards. That was all the confirmation that I needed. That Diablo 4, the developers behind that game really didn't know how to make a good ARPG. And then to put like the cherry on top, was Path of Exile. When Path of Exile first launched and I got my hands on it, I knew within like the first 2 hours, this is an ARPG made by people that understand what an ARPG is. It was very different to Path of Exile 1, and that's one of the...
It's like the difference, like playing PoE 2. Like, whenever I played PoE 2 for the first time, it felt like I was playing what Diablo 4 should have been. Like, everything about it, like, this is what Diablo 4 should have been the entire time. It's the sequel. Yeah, like, it's Diablo 6. I wouldn't even say it's Diablo 5.
Reasons why Grinding Gear Games have said that they're continuing development on Path of Exile 1. Like, that's not stopping. Path of Exile 2 is not meant to be a replacement of Path of Exile 1. It's meant to be a different game to Path of Exile 1. So people who love the fast-paced sort of just blow things up, Path of Exile 1 style, they can still do that. And then people that want a more methodical, more almost strategic playtime with Path of Exile 2, they'd be able to do that.
They have to play a warrior.
You look at the amount of in-game stuff that's in the game, it in early access already blows everything that Diablo 4 had on offer out of the water.
That's what's really embarrassing. The early access version of their end game is more extensive than Diablo 4's end game, and Diablo 4's been out for over a year. And it's been developed with like a, you know, several magnitudes more of a budget.
Of course, the first big DLC for Diablo 4 comes around, and it finally puts the game at a place that most people agree this is the level that it should have been on at launch.
Yeah.
You know, so it took them almost a year to finally get the game to a
like season 4,
playable
5,
state where
like that,
it's actually a decent ARPG. Now, even there, first patch almost immediately broke a bunch of things. Second patch didn't do much better. And it's just been an incredibly rough.
I think a really big problem with Diablo 4, it's kind of like what I was saying before about how, like, when one part is bad, everything is bad. I think that the story for Diablo 4 is legitimate garbage. I think it just totally sucks. It's predictable, it's slow, it's boring, it's like there's no grit to it at all. Like, if you go and you watch the Diablo 2 cinematics and then you compare it to the Diablo 4 cinematics, it's like going from watching Fight Club to watching a Pixar movie. It's just like, or watching Teletubbies. It's pathetic. I can't even believe it. Like, yeah, chapter 1 is the only good part. Yeah, maybe at the very beginning it was kind of cool. But, like, that's it. Power of Friendship, yeah. And like, then you have, like, the gameplay, too. Like, you just can't see what's happening in Diablo 4. Like, it's just a soup of effects. That's it.
Rocky road for Diablo 4. Now, sadly, we don't really have numbers for Diablo 4. Because even if I go on Steam charts, for example, this really doesn't tell the full story. Because Diablo 4, it's not really on Steam. Remember, it first launched...
I would assume that 90% of people are playing it on Battle.net.
30 minutes remaining.
On Battle.net. Yeah. And from Battle.net, like it was very later ported to Steam. Now, there is an argument to be made here that the whole reason, so the reasoning from Blizzard to launch this on Steam was because it wasn't actually selling as well on Battle.net as they had.
I disagree with that. I think the reason why they launched it on Steam is to future-proof themselves from accusations of a monopoly by the FCC. That's the reason why, and I think that's why they moved Overwatch and Diablo 4 over as a result of the lawsuit that Microsoft had. I think that's the real reason. And it has nothing to do with player count numbers or sales at all. It's totally unrelated.
hope.
Why not
So
both?
that could
Great point.
absolutely, definitely still
Yeah,
be
great
true.
point.
But even
that
with
was
that,
the actual
these are not
driving
really
force.
numbers. Like, we can't
Two
take
birds,
these
one
numbers
stone. Good
at
point.
face
Yeah.
value. And that's what makes this story, I think, a lot more prominent and a lot more pertinent. Diablo 4 is free until January, and it lets you play as its most busted class. This is the Spiritborn, of course. And Blizzard is inviting everyone to just come on a rampage. Now, it is important to note that this isn't the first time that Blizzard has done this with Diablo 4. They have been desperately trying to get players to actually try this game out. In fact, I think Diablo 4 has been free more than any other game I have ever seen, dude. Like, this game goes through free cycles.
I didn't even know that.
Pretty much every few months, where they're going for like a week free on this side, a week free on that side. And this latest one actually coincides with a massive 40% discount, as well as a 35% discount if you buy the whole package. That includes, of course, the brand new DLC for the game. The thing is,
So it's minus 35% already? Wow. It's free on Game Pass too? They really need that money back? Yeah. I mean, like, it's not discounted enough. I mean, I kind of agree with you, to be honest. It's on Game Pass. I played it for 45 minutes. Yeah, it's about how long it... Yeah, it's about right. Sure. Soon they'll try to pay you to play it. Your laugh? Like, guys, that's not a joke. It's gonna happen. Ironically, people pay for skins in PoE 2 way more than Blizzard gets from selling their DLC. It's hard to say.
it's not so much that it is on this free-to-play cycle they're trying to get people's interest. I have no problem with games trying to do some promotions here and there. The reason this particular is a very weird and awkward time is it's right around Christmas.
Yeah.
This is the time where most people are most excited to spend money. Not in
That's
January.
a really
The
good
fact
point.
that you can
That is a crazy fucking good point. That they are making the game free during Christmas. Wow.
play this game right up until January. In January, people don't have money to be spending on games. So the fact that Blizzard is giving it away for free now, during a time where most games will actually recoup a lot of their costs, that is significant. Remember, they have the actual physical live stats in the office. So they can see the numbers, and they can probably see when Path of Exile came out, they can see, whoa, that's a lot of players that we just lost there. And of course, when we look at Path of Exile, that is 350,000 people playing right now. And I would like for you to just take a look. That is almost at the peak. Right, so this game is going for
and also PoE has its own launcher as well. Like, I don't play Path of Exile. Like, how many of you guys, if you're playing PoE 2, are you playing on Steam or are you playing on the launcher? I bet we're probably gonna have like 50-50. Okay, actually no, pretty much a lot of people. Wow, we got a lot more people on Steam now. Pretty much the whole chat's on Steam. Yeah, I'm on the launcher. What the I feel like a fucking caveman here. What is this?
From strength to strength, and it's been like this for a while, by the way. Like you can see here, these numbers are stable as hell. They are very, very rarely actually dipping. And you know a game is a good game when on its first weekend it hits 539, then 578. Then it goes through a bit of a slump, not really that bad. But the next weekend...
That's not a slump. That's the way every single video game goes. The weekend, like, on its release, it will go up, then it will go down, then it will go back up on the weekend. Like, every single video game has a surge in players in Saturday and Sunday, pretty much. Super common.
To almost previous highs, right? You know that that is a good game. The game has been able to survive 2 weekends. So people are clearly putting in the work. People are loving this game. You compare it to this clearly, but that's not the whole picture. This is the picture. This is what you should be focusing on. Diablo 4 is in trouble. Blizzard knows that Diablo 4 is in trouble. Diablo 4 was really Blizzard's sort of last Hail Mary. This was the one that was meant to put Diablo back on the map. It was meant to...
Their last chance, bro. It's so fucking funny that, like, I feel like I've spent 10 years watching YouTube videos talking about how the latest Blizzard product is Blizzard's last chance. Like, Warlords of Draenor was their last chance. Legion was their last chance. Overwatch was their last. It's so fucking funny for me to see this.
To save
this one
the
for
Diablo
real, though.
franchise.
Yeah, this
because
time for
Diablo 3 did not do a good job of really carrying the Diablo franchise.
It's a piece of shit.
And a lot of players were getting ready to ditch the efforts.
Yeah.
I think Diablo 4 is going to be another one of those disasters. That's not to say that no one will play it. There are absolutely people who are a little bit more on the casual side who will probably not have a problem playing something
If
like
you're only going to invest 30 to 50 hours into a season, I think that you can maybe get more out of Diablo 4 than PoE 2. But I just think that, like, personally, the quality of gameplay in Path of Exile 2 is just so far and above better than Diablo 4. I don't know if I'm ever going to play Diablo 4 again. Maybe if they make an expansion, I'll play the expansion again. But, like, actually sitting down to get excited for and to play a new season of Diablo 4, I really don't think... I don't know if I'll ever play it again. Yeah, maybe sponsored, right? I could play the season for a couple hours. I mean, I don't really... It's not like I hate the game. It's just that... No, it's just not really my thing. Yeah, I'll play both. That's fine. This is just, like, for me...
Diablo 4 over something like Path of Exile, but even there, Path of Exile 2 is a lot more accessible for newbies and people who are just not that proficient at ARPGs.
I really agree with him there. I think PoE 2, the reason why it's retaining and it's keeping so many people is because of how many new players are able to play it and get into it. That's actually true. Like, I really feel like it is very new player accessible.
Path of Exile 1 ever was. It does a much better job of explaining a lot of things. The game is a little bit more slow paced, so it's a lot easier to learn. All I can see is that Blizzard is in trouble, and you know a company is in trouble when the games media writes an absolute glazer. You know, you go through this article. I'm not even going to read this article to you guys because I don't want to give Blizzard the free advertisement. But boys, this entire, like, the first...
Jesus.
I would say the...
Jesus, bro. Like, you check out Diablo 4's World of Sanctuary over the festive period. It's a world where inside every treasure chest, side quest, and underpowered boss that you can pop open like a piñata, there's a pile of shiny gold weapons and armor ready to spill at your feet. Where's the hashtag ad? In Sanctuary, it's Christmas every day? Bro, this is... Who wrote this? Rod Ferguson? What is this? Oh my god.
I don't believe it.
First,
dude, I've seen commercials for Raid Shadow Legends that glaze the game less than this.
Almost of this article is just them sort of writing a massive ad campaign for what you can expect. So
who does
just
this?
Listen to this. If this cornucopia of shiny things and the dopamine hit of a massive loot drop sounds appealing to you, then good news. Because now until January...
Every time that I hear the word dopamine hit, I think of it as like this is a depressed millennial that thinks that a sword is going to make his life better and it's going to make him stop losing his hair. Stop it. You're so fucking pathetic. Just please stop it.
3, you can play Diablo 4 for free on PC via Battle.net and on PlayStation, Xbox.
This
but
is
we
an
don't talk
ad,
about those
bro.
there.
It is an
This
ad.
is literally just an ad.
Yes.
They got PC Gamer to write them an ad.
Why are they glazing this so hard? And also keep in mind, IGN rated the Diablo 4 expansion below Path of Exile 2.
Sending down fortification.
That is how disgusting, first and foremost, the gaming media is. But that is how much trouble Blizzard is in. They know that they are in trouble. They know that things are not looking up. Things are not going well.
Yes,
I think Blizzard as a whole is struggling. There's a lot of troubling signs within World of Warcraft. A lot of the player base is at a point with World of Warcraft where they just sort of clocked out. They're just sort of checked out. And now you have
The reason why I stopped playing WoW is because I think that the game lost the grit that it used to have. Like, when Illidan grabbed Gul'dan's head and incinerated him and then crushed his skull, and then he said, "Follow me into the abyss," and we went to fight Sargeras, I feel like we kind of peaked there. And then we go from that to, like, Jaina and our mom crying, and then there's Anduin crying, and then Sylvanas is, like, sad, and then Tyranda's mad, and then she's crying because of Malfurion. It's pathetic. It's just fucking pathetic, man. Yeah, Thrall's impatient. Yeah, I don't want to see this. That's not the vibe that I wanted. It's not like the type of content that I wanted. It's weird. And also, like, the game itself, like, every season to me feels the same. You do the exact same thing. You do Mythic Plus dungeons, you do the current raid, and then you get gear and you wait for vault upgrades, and then you do other activities on the side. I feel like I've been playing the exact same thing for, like, I don't know how long. Years. Since Legion. And I'm just, I don't know. That's enough, right? That's every MMO? Well, I'm not playing every MMO. That's no, it's not Classic WoW. Classic WoW was a good experience, and you did more things. Did you even do the raid this tier? No. I don't even give a shit. I don't care because they made the game weird.
Attacking map.
And I don't know, like, it's just weird. Like, I don't know what to say. Dude just hates WoW now. I don't really hate WoW. I mean, I just think it's weird now. Yeah, like, it's just fucking weird.
Diablo 4, Overwatch 2 has been a nightmare and a disaster pretty much since the beginning, and now you have Marvel Rivals that is absolutely raking Overwatch's crap. I mean, just take a look at this, right? Overwatch 2, it has 30,000 players at the moment. Marvel Rivals, 290,000 players at the moment. So quite clearly, you know, things are not looking well over at Blizzard. Things are not looking up. It's not looking as if things are getting better. If this article is anything to go by, in the same way that we're celebrating Ubisoft, and I made a video about it yesterday, Ubisoft is about to go bankrupt. I think we might very quickly start to see major layoffs at Blizzard Entertainment as Microsoft most likely starts to look at a potential cutback on Diablo 4 staff, the team that runs it, and maybe a whole slew of others. Fundamentally, the IPs are worth a lot, but teams don't seem to be able to make them work. Have you played Diablo 4? Do you like it?
I think the problem is that they're not creative enough, and they don't have people that work on the Diablo team that have the intuition to understand what makes a good game. I think that's the real fundamental problem. Like, if you look at, for example, you listen to Jonathan or, you know, Chris Wilson or any of the other guys on the PoE 2 team, and, like, listen to any of them talk about the game, it's like a night and day difference. It's the same as, like, if you listen to, like, Kevin Jordan, who was one of the original designers of, like, Classic WoW. If you listen to him talk about the game, and then you listen to the new developers talk about the game, it's not even this, it's a totally different, like, it's shocking how big the difference is. It's actually just shocking. And I'm trying to think, like, another example. If you look at the way that, like, what's his name? Miyazaki, right? Who does, like, Dark Souls and, like, Elden Ring and everything? Or like Yoshi P, right? If you listen to them, or like Sven Vic, yeah, from, like, Larian, the way that they talk about the game and explain it, it's just a level of awareness that I think a lot of developers now simply do not have. They just don't have it.
And how do you feel about Path of Exile 2? Let me know in the comment section down below. As always, hit the like if you like, dislike if you didn't. And I'll still see all of you. I shall see all of you in the next one. Peace.
Yeah, this is a good video. I mean, like, I think it's crazy the fact that they're putting it on sale during, they're making it free during Christmas. That is nuts, man. Like, wow.
Sending down equipment package.
No, szef. 6 udnie.
may proceed to extraction when ready.
Hello.
Marking location, north.
I'm on it.
Tagging location.
I'm on it.
They usually need like another man to do that.
Tagging location.
That's a premium valued and
Marking location.
everybody gets it, so you know.
Thank you. We've got equipment.
You can, if you go ADS, you can shoot through the window, yeah, like that. But you can also go to the back. You can use the machine gun if you want. Yeah, just exit and go back like that.
Thank you.
But I already killed like most of the bugs.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
You can shoot them if you want. Go to ADS and just shoot. Oh, you're bugged probably. Wait. Wait, let me try. Works fine.
Thank you. Affirmative.
You got it. Yeah, shoot the whole thing, because when you reload, you throw away the ammo that's not spent. So you got like a whole ammo box with bullets, and if you reload before emptying it, you're throwing ammo.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining. Extraction is available.
You can call the exfil.
Dropping
Extraction shuttle inbound.
We've got equipment. Calling down a sentry. Calling down fortifications. Throw in supply beacon. Say hello to democracy. Calling down a vehicle.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, watch for the gears. Shift it to like a first gear if you want to go slower.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd machine.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
That's called democracy!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Get some! Max empty!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Sorry for not seeing much of an action. I already completed everything.
Pelican 1,
Thanks.
prepare. Extraction complete. Pelican 1, begin ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history. Thank you.
Good job. Let me find something more action-packed.
Victory in the name of freedom.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Help is on the way.
Squadron deploying Helldiver.
Oh.
Calling in extraction.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Support weapon inbound. Calling down supplies. Requesting tech pack. Calling down a sentry. Requesting vehicle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a brand new car.
Tagging location. Vehicle. Southeast. Affirmative. see me through. I've got you.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Calling in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Thank you. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Yep, go like that.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Yep.
Democracy prevails once more.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in the name of freedom.
The Illuminate have returned, but their autocratic intentions remain shrouded in mystery. But a single triumph.
Mission coordinates locked. Mission preparation aborted. Engaging orbital thrusters. Hellpods primed.
Thank you again. Take care. At, lagano 15 medalja. Plus 4. A vidim hotfix 400 kilobajta. Jest. Ja kažem. Ideš negdje za praznik?
Da? Zato što se pasa kontakt.
only 3% of players can master in this game. Yay!
Pitam se... Da nema neki dropa.
Ci dozvoli svecu. Samo mi jedno kašikić. Ja, nisam ništa.
Mhm.
This is a very common thing nowadays.
Evo, ovo je nešto za tebe. Ženska predaje, šta je ovo, neural networking, to ti je ono, jebi ga, kompjuterska nauka. I onda batali to i ode OnlyFans da radi.
It's called a PhD dropout to OnlyFans model.
I've dropped out of my PhD. I've cried so much over this decision to quit my
Hello.
PhD. You know,
Hello.
because it's
Što
a
se radi?
stressful decision.
Yeah.
Not that I'm particularly sad about it. I'll get into all of that in a bit
evo malo
later,
tenko,
but
evo
moving
pali
on
tu,
to doing
šta ću?
OnlyFans and content creation
Pa da, rekao sam
full-time,
ti ja, ako igraš
it's not just a
non
career
stop, daj
choice,
500
it
za 2 imati
feels
izgoriš.
kind of like a gamble on
Trenutno
the
je
direction of
kampanja
my
malo
entire
kratka,
life.
znaš, pošto nema
Some
sve.
days I wonder if I'm
Ma
making the
dosadna
right
igra,
choice.
evo,
You know, when I
generalno
open
smoriš se
LinkedIn
brzo.
and I see the pages
Kako se ne
of
smoriš
all
kad
of
si
the
igrao
people
nešto
who
što
are
imaš
my age,
samo
who already have 2 years
jedan
into
deo
their
igre
careers
imaš.
and are climbing
Ti
the
si igrao
ladder with
stotine
A
some
sati.
nisu je
level
trebali
titles.
ni davati
It
dok ne
stirs
reše sve
something
što
in me.
imaju i u
I
kurac. To
start
se
to
tako
feel
radi,
a
ne?
twinge of jealousy,
Ili ti možda
imagining
nisi
what
trebao
it would
uzimati.
be like in their place. I've spent the last couple of years
A.
in grad school, whereas
Hans
many of my
Shodan ti je,
colleagues from
samo malo, Hans Shodan ti je bio u Early Accessu i ja i Milan smo ga igrali kad je bila verzija 0.4, 0.5, ne znam ja. Znaš? Da. Znaš na što je ličio glavni meni?
Pa dobro, kao mobilna varijanta meni je ono.
Da, Veterli ti je imao isti onaj medium, Veterli ti imao medium ammo i Dolce ili ti Mauser ti imao isto medium ammo. I mogao si da uzmeš Veterli i Mauser i da igraš samo sa Mauserom, ono, znaš, imaš 35-40 metaka imaš. Samo rokaš. Ba. Svoj čitav server s to komuniciju. Osim mnogo municije za Mauser i mogo si da i nađeš iz obične crvene kutije. To je bilo vrlo balansirano. Nije. Zapravo nije. Pa.
Mauser.
Pa Mauser C96.
Ili ti Dolce.
Ili ti Mauser C96. Krajte kao nemačka firma, ne mogu da verujem da nisu imali muda da traže, da plate licencu, razumeš?
Ma šta će plaća, brate, stajiš to i doviđenja,
Čekaj, samo malo,
može?
kako ti se zove, pa da, ali kako ti se zovu tenkovi u World of Tanks? Svaki tank se zove kako treba, ali da?
Da.
Nijedan nema neko retardirano ime.
Pa jasno, šta ti ko može, stajiš što hoćeš, brate, to je igra sama, a ne da plaćaš bilo kome šta. Šta ćeš kome plaćaš, šta ti ko može, jel, realno. Brate, staviš redovna imena koje idu, jel? Pa jel nije?
Jeste, ali vidi su prepadnuti, ono, ili ih je prpa da će da plate.
Paranoja ih radi.
Paranojice. Što bi rekao jedan tip odavde.
Aj.
Pa paranoja. Doviđenja lepa moja. Pa. Ha. Nema i toga, a? Wow!
Šta si igra, Snake?
Path of Exile. Kad ubiješ onoga bossa, dobiješ onaj...
Šta li ovaj čovjek piše? 13 blocked message.
Da, nemam pojma šta piše, ali šta god da piše, kao ljubavne poruke da su. Ne znam, šta piše, kome piše. Gdje sam ja stao? Šta? Temple of Kopek. Molten Vault. Apex of Field. Treba mi onih orbova.
Nis.
Exalted orbova negdje da nabavim. Vidjet ćemo.
From undergrad, got jobs directly afterwards. So I guess
why?
When we first came to this place, death.
I'll say it's AI. Like she got a bunch of videos. Why y'all say it's AI? This is like the new thing that like dumb people do. Is that every single time that they see something that feels or seems robotic, they start spamming AI.
Always have those advanced degrees with me, but I can't say that I don't like the idea of wearing a polished suit and walking into an office where I have people working with me and working on a project, or even the alternative route of becoming a professor and having students work for me, where I have my own lab and I teach my own course, and the thought of sitting with my team to come up with solutions to a certain problem, or even find something new, learn something new, and then applying that knowledge. And writing papers gives a sense of fulfillment, you know? There's some sort of camaraderie in those environments and a structure that I think I'd enjoy. And of course, not to mention the outfits. I mean, come on. I have so many professional outfits that have never...
Well, now you can use the professional outfits. It's not the same way, but you can still use the professional outfits.
Seen the light of day, just because I have nowhere to wear them.
Like the roleplay content's super popular.
And of course I keep buying them. And part of me wonders if I'll miss the chance to experience that life and that lifestyle. But then I start to think about some of the trade-offs. Those same people whose lifestyles I thought I envied are tied to someone else's vision and someone else's taste. They'll spend their lives working for a company, doing things that they don't necessarily enjoy, and of course without the recognition that they deserve.
I don't think you're gonna get a lot of recognition for doing OnlyFans. I mean, like, people hate OnlyFans. I feel like that's something that's gonna happen, like, it really doesn't... The thing is that if you live your life... You'll never be happy. So it doesn't really matter, like, what the reason is or anything like that. It reduces you. Yeah, exactly. Future marriage, too. Nah, there's plenty of guys that are gonna date girls because OnlyFans. Because a lot of the girls do OnlyFans. So, that's really what it comes down to. Now, if you're an attractive girl, you're gonna be able to find a guy that's gonna marry you. Like, that's just it. And so, like, and rich, you have a bunch of money. Like, it's just not what happened. I think that's like a cope that people that think that it's unfair that girls like her can make a lot of money doing OnlyFans. It's like a cope that they have where it's like, It's kind of like what I always said about how people like the reason why like hell and like sinning exists is so people that do the right thing can cope about people that do the wrong thing and get ahead in life. That like, oh well, they're gonna go to hell, they're gonna be set on fire forever, and so it's like it makes them feel better about the current situation. And so like, but the reality is that's probably not happening. And the same thing with this. They might marry you, but not what you're looking for in a man. There's plenty of guys that are totally normal that would date a girl that has OnlyFans. Like it's extremely common. Like as soon as you step outside the internet, there's a lot of guys who probably don't really give a fuck about it. And it's not going to be everybody, right? It's not going to be every guy. Sure, there are people that have a problem with it too. But to act like you can't get a boyfriend after this, no. If you're an attractive female, you can get a guy to date you. Like, what are we talking about here? It's not even a question. I can't yet.
Work might bring someone else fame and wealth, while they stay in the background, expendable. They'll constantly worry about getting laid off, planning their lives around their salaries, budgeting to pay bills, and likely renting a place to live or being tied down to a 30-year mortgage. Vacations are rationed and squeezed into limited paid time off days. My path, on the other hand, is different. It's clear in ways that feel both liberating and, to be honest, a little terrifying. I'm no longer bound by the expectations of an academic institution or the constraints of a corporate office.
I feel like that's also like, but you're still going to be bound by the constraints of a bunch of like horny like 45-year-old men, right? And so, like, is that really better than a bunch of educated 45-year-old men? I mean, I don't know. It really depends on what you want to do. Yeah. I mean, that's the way I see it, right? It depends.
Comfortably wake up each day and decide what I want to learn, diving into topics that genuinely interest me and not just those deemed important by a funding agency or a company's bottom line. And when it comes to research,
eternal life.
I'm no longer bound by the pressure to publish for the sake of tenure or grant applications.
Well, you're still publishing, right? It's just on a different website, but yeah.
Can write papers independently, not because I need to meet a quota, but because I genuinely want to contribute to something. Everything that I create will reflect my own ideas, my own creativity, and my own ambitions. And of course, the best part is that everything I build will be entirely my own. I'm not contributing to someone else's legacy or bottom line. I'm building my own brand and my own future. And all of
There's no future in doing anything. Any girl that does it, like, that falls off a cliff after just biology.
Face me!
There's no future. Like, you can transition to, like, and there are girls that do it beyond that, right? But, like, it just goes down by, like, probably 20% every single year after that. So girls are hotter at 35 than 20. I mean, sure, right? And that's always, hey, there's always going to be exceptions. But, like, we're not talking about exceptions. Like, this is, what do we think about exceptions for? I'm talking about, like, on an average.
Ma dai, promijenit gumena tako, nešto uradit pametno.
Oh, that's right. Because it's not real.
Odradite servise, šta se treba. Taman.
I understand people like
Mesto što daješ za te.
Let's be real, right? But you look at the numbers, you see what it is. I'm just saying this is what the numbers are. You don't like the numbers, that's fine.
The effort that I put directly benefits me. The rewards are mine to enjoy. For example, although my OnlyFans has been a side project while I pursued my PhD, I've been able to make over $1 million. With that, I helped my family pay off their mortgage. I bought myself.
Yeah, OnlyFans makes a lot of money for like a handful of girls. Like, no, it's true. They make a lot of money. Now, obviously, like, a lot of girls don't make that much money, and like the majority of them don't. It's not like if you are you know, like if you're an attractive female, like you're just instantly going to be a millionaire. But the reality is that a lot of them do make a lot of money. Of course they do. Yeah, sure. Attractive, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Car, and thankfully I avoided taking out any student
He's also
loans.
insanely attractive. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Is like the girls that can do this. It's the same as like the probability of you being in the NBA if you're over 7 feet tall is like 10% or something like that, right? Like I don't know, it's some like crazy number. So like if you have a genetic extremity, then there are going to be like extra opportunities that exist. But that's not really a normal thing that you can expect.
Now I have an investment portfolio and I'm planning on buying my own house soon.
Yeah, there's
So,
tons of girls that the OnlyFans make tons of money though. It does happen.
all of these achievements are just reminders of the tangible rewards of carving my own path and the freedom that comes with it. But even with this freedom, I am genuinely terrified. I fear not having that external competition, no one to measure myself against, and that it will make...
What do you mean? Measure yourself against other girls. Guys do that all the time. Like, yeah, go stream on Twitch and get measured against every other person on the website. Easy, problem solved.
Me complacent. Will I push myself enough without the pressure to outperform others? And of course, there's also the opposite case, that my drive for more will take over. What if I never feel satisfied, always chasing that next milestone, the next goal? Will I lose sight of myself and values in that relentless pursuit?
I think that's something that, like, if you do that, that's totally on you. Right, like if you're the kind of person that like getting to certain benchmarks makes you happy, if that happens to you more than twice, the reality is that you're probably just looking for something to fill a hole in your own life. You know, like, and it's like really, there's no benchmark that's really gonna make you happy. Thanks for 5 subs, man. Thank you.
I want to enjoy the life I'm building and feel the rewards of my labor, not just keep pushing forward endlessly. Then there's also the fear of settling. What if I get stuck in a place that feels just right, but not great? What if I accept less than I know I'm capable of? And what if, in trying to avoid that, I push myself into something that I'm not entirely comfortable with, forcing myself to fit in a mold that doesn't feel natural? It's overwhelming, but when I look at the bigger picture, I know I'm better off than most people my age, or even those that are far older than me. That's part of why
making $1 million and she's like in her 20s or 30s. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good.
I chose to leave academia. Just for some reference, a professor in the US earns around $100,000 on average. But the job isn't what most people imagine it to be, or at least it's not what I thought it would be. Instead of spending their time diving into research,
There's like a deflation of the attractive girls that work at like GameStop or Target or something like that, because now they're all doing OnlyFans. Have y'all noticed that? It's O-deflation. It's not O-flation. It's the opposite.
Or contributing to new ideas in the field. Most of the energy is spent writing grant proposals and fighting for funding, which, based on my first-hand experience working with several professors, these funds often go to those at more prestigious universities, regardless of whether they're more qualified. Additionally, their students often do the majority of the hands-on work, and the professor acts more as an administrator. It's a life filled with constraints and obligations, not the idealized pursuit of knowledge I once dreamed of. So what about working in the industry? Well, the reality is that it's no better. Big tech, for all its allure of innovation and opportunity, is a world where the individual contributions are mostly invisible. The work you pour your heart into is rarely attributed to you. Instead, it
The promised land is bountiful, a blissful place overflowing with potential. My brethren surround me. We are one, experiencing the entire...
adds the pockets of the executives who sit at the top, taking the credit and the glory for your work. Employees are treated as interchangeable, expendable. Every job
I think that, like, really, I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, everybody's expendable, everybody's interchangeable. That's just the way it is. But like, if you're unhappy about the way that, like, you know, you get treated as an employee, I think you're going to be really unhappy about the way that you get treated as an OnlyFans model. That's the way I see it, right? Because, like, a lot of the people treat those girls like meat. That's it. And like, I feel like, you know, you're kind of running yourself into a problem.
With that silent anxiety of layoffs, the knowledge that your position is only as secure as the next quarterly earnings report. It's a precarious, thankless existence, one that I think would stifle my creativity and autonomy. I know that I'm choosing something harder, but in the end, more fulfilling. This journey isn't easy, but it's entirely mine. I wasn't born into a wealthy family or handed opportunities on a silver platter. Every step forward I take, every
I think being an attractive female is definitely an opportunity that people are given, and it's not really something that you earn. It's just it's just RNG, right?
Milestone I reach will be the result of my own vision. That thought on its own is intimidating, but
Obviously
it's also incredibly empowering. It's a reminder that I have the freedom to carve out a life of my own on my own terms. A freedom that so many people will never experience because they're just too afraid to break the norms that are set by society.
That's not
and
the reason.
Perhaps most
That's not the reason. The reason why other people don't do that is because they're not, people wouldn't pay money to see them naked. It's actually really simple, right? And so, like, if you can't look at why somebody would, like, most people can't do OnlyFans because they're not attractive. Like, that's just the way it is. And so, like, it's really a survivorship bias that you see with this, because a lot of the girls that do it are, like, in the top 5 to 1% of appearance. Like, they are. I mean, I've been to Walmart. You been to Walmart? I've been to Target. You been to Target? I've been to Home Depot. Have you been to Home Depot? Let's be honest here. And so, anyway, it's extremely rare. Like, cause I like, there's always been. Well, let me finish it.
Importantly, I need to learn to be kinder to myself. I have the tendency to be overly critical, always pushing myself to do more, to be better. But I'm realizing that this growth doesn't always come from harshness. It also comes from compassion. And I know that if I want to thrive in this new chapter, I need to give myself permission to rest, to make mistakes, and to learn from them without the guilt or self-punishment. This life I'm building is like a masterpiece in progress. Every choice I make, every challenge I face, and every success I achieve will be a reflection of me. There's no blueprint, no guarantees, but that's what makes it exciting. It's mine to create, and I know deep down that it'll be worth it.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. It's probably a better idea for a girl to do OnlyFans than to get a normal job, because it just makes so much money if you're, like, top attractiveness. I think that's definitely true. Because, like, if you make, let's say, $2 million in the time you do OnlyFans, like, you're making that, a lot of that money you're going to be able to invest into, like, residual funds that pay you out on a regular basis, and you're going to be able to live the rest of your life and never have to work, right? And so you can work after that. Maybe it would fuck up your employment, maybe not, but there's always going to be ways that people can find to make money. And so it's definitely the right decision to make. People might not want to hear that, But that's it. She already has accounts on 18 plus sites. Yeah, it's a good decision, obviously, right? And there's the video right there. Some people are, but she wants professional work. Yeah, but she didn't like the professional space, and so like that's really not what it is. Now, a lot of people were unhappy about this, and it's got 900 comments on my subreddit, so I wonder why. It's give people the idea that women have it way too easy. No, women don't have it easy. See, like, I remember this whenever I was in school. So, like, I've always been able to remember things really, really, really well. And I remember in school, like, I would have friends that would study for tests, and they would forget it.
Jesi
And I would
prešao u
never
akt
study, and I would
1
get a 100 on the test. Every
Three.
single time this would happen. They would work their ass
I
off,
dalje.
I would
Nemam
do
ja
nothing.
vremena.
I would win,
Već sam
they
vam
would
objasnio.
lose.
Tebe vreme
Why
ide,
is
da.
that? Fucking orange.
Pa dobro,
That's the
fokusiraj
reason
se
why.
dok ti je slobodno
But at
vreme
the
na
same
Path of
time,
Exile
my
samo.
fucking brain's fault, right? Like, I'm not perfect.
Pa kad bude
But there
malo
are some things that I
za
have
praznike
that
malo
are
vremena.
very advantageous. So, life
Ma
is
i
not
izašao i
fair.
projekat
So
Zombie,
if
onaj
people
novi
get mad, like anybody
update.
who's complaining that life isn't fair,
Ubacili su da možda
A
hapsiš.
to ono što si s Kumarom igra. A, sad
Ne, ne, možeš da pripitomiš domaće životinje. Baciš opciju da se svaka zgrada
kad igra kamini klip.
Pošteno.
And probably more than that, billions.
Pa jel
So
nije,
we're
jesi,
not going
no.
to hear about this
Grafika
bullshit.
je nije
right?
jača
People
strana,
love
to
to
je
cry
istina.
and shit, but that's the reality. And
A
so
ne znam kako bi
anyway,
mogo na ekranu inače da
this is
prikažeš
the way I
kod
see it.
od recimo
And,
1000
top
zombija.
1% are athletes. Yeah, exactly, right? And so you're going to have the top 1%.
Pa za Java igru mislim da je okej.
Već. Pakao od igre, pakao.
Pa evo ti bolji primjer. Remnant 2 onaj što sam ja igrao s Kecanom. Ti ima jako dobro ga. Mislim pokreće ga Unreal 5 engine. Ja ne znam ima li koji engine trenutno izgleda bolje. Možda kraj engine.
Koja je igra?
Remnant 2.
Okej, igra, što znam.
Grafički. Ali opet ne vidim da nešto previše ljudi ga igra. Generalno. Igra ga određen broj ljudi koji igraju slične igre, ali niko preko toga. Bez obzira kako izgleda grafički. Nije grafička uvijek ključni faktor. Minecraft je ne bio nikad popularan, da je grafika najbitnija. Brš. Vuca se.
Treba da bude da ovi odu, a da se oni ne vrate.
Za koga proces?
Pa, protiv Vučića, protiv ceokupne Nikola Nikolića.
Dobro, ja sam mislio nešto pametno. Aj, dobro,
that are always the top performers.
Pusti politiku u vojsci i policiji. Ljudima koji mogu nešto promeniti.
That's always the way it is.
Ako predobiješ vojsku u policiju, možeš da promeniš politiku. Drugačije ne možeš.
Well, here's the problem with like being an attractive like girl, right? Is that it doesn't last. So
ako misliš da napraviš svoju paramilitarnu organizaciju, to neće.
I'm unfortunately old enough now
to zove terorizam.
Girls that ignored me in high school are like basically fucking not as attractive as they used to be, right? I'm gonna try and be politically correct. And so, you know, I've seen this happen. I've seen it fucking happen. And how many of you guys, and there's 22-year-old, 21-year-old guys in here, and you don't have the perspective that I unfortunately do at 34. And so how many of you guys have seen the same thing happen? Have seen the same thing go through, and you realize that now, wow, wait a minute, life isn't as easy as I thought it was for them. Now I have the easy life, and they have to spend the rest of their life dealing with this bullshit, right? And so that's it. Facts, yeah. And I understand, like, these are like, this is a politically incorrect topic. It's a politically incorrect thing to say, but like, there's a reason why people have like all these phrases like the wall and shit like that. It's because women's attractiveness in terms of a general perception goes down as they age. That's why Oscar winners for women are a lot lower. That's why if you look at all of the top streamers, like 99% of them are under 30, and the ones over 30 are probably VTubers. That's just the fucking facts. And you can say, oh, well, cougars and milfs, they're really hot. Well, if they're so fucking hot, then why does nobody watch them? Yeah, I'm sure there's a handful of them on OnlyFans, but you look at the top performers, none of them are like that, and they're all these very attractive 20 to 30-year-old women. That's just the truth, because that's what guys like to see. Why is that? I don't know. When you die, ask God, because that's who decided that. I didn't decide that. Was you, sorry. I didn't decide that. I didn't make that happen. That's fucking biology, and so that's it. And so, well, yeah, no, it's somebody got to say it. And that's it. And facts, I'm an older streamer and you're not wrong. Yeah, and I'm just like, the thing is that I feel like it's almost like you're not supposed to say this. But everybody knows that this is the truth. Everybody fucking knows. And that's it. People in their 20s or 30s are the ones consuming it more? Yeah, exactly. And let's see here. There's look at this person. I'm not gonna look at this fake about fake anything like this. Like, I'm so sick of hearing, like, every time people say it's fake, watching 2 seconds of the video, one person says it, 5 other people start spamming it. I hate those retards, man. I don't want to hear a single fucking message about that. It's so annoying. Anyway, let's move on. So I'll read the rest of these. Just a second. I think I picked the wrong one. And yeah, it's so annoying. What is this? In a free society, the quickest and easiest path to riches for beautiful women will always be to utilize their looks. Well, that's always how it's been. Like, you think it was any different 1,000 years ago? Fuck no. Like, there's some hot girl that's like in some village and her dad's a peasant, and then some guy who's like, I don't know, a warlord, or like, you know, he's the duke there. He just picks her up and then she's living at the castle. That's the way it's been going. It's been like this ever since we've had the ability to perceive it being like anything. It's always fucking been like this. It's never been different, and it never will be. Yeah, the more progressive a society becomes, the more true it becomes. Yeah, sugar babies, adult content. What do you mean progressive? This has always been the case. Attractive women have always had it easy. What do you mean? Yeah, it's simple. Oldest profession for a reason, tried and true. Yeah, there you go. It's plain sad. She could have achieved something meaningful, and now she'll just be another pair of tits on the internet. Most people don't need to achieve something meaningful if it comes at the expense of their own well-being in their own life. Jacob, thanks for 20 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And so, like, this is always what I like to see, is that people say it's plain sad. It's not. Who's it sad to?
Oh.
In my opinion, I think that a lot of the hate from OnlyFans, it comes from 2 places. Guys that are jealous and girls that are too ugly to do it. Now, I know some people might get mad. They might say that's not true. Why don't you read the, whenever you see these comments of people talking shit and complaining about it, read that, look at who it is. Look at who it is. I mean, really, I mean, like, what? I mean, that's just it. We gotta face the truth. We gotta come to Jesus, right? I mean, we gotta look at what's really going on here. That's it. It's an unfulfilling life. There are millions of people that work in the corporate America that feel like it's unfulfilling. Being unfulfilling, OnlyFans does not have a monopoly on being unfulfilling. People hate their fucking job all over the world, but at least on OnlyFans you get a bunch of money for it. That's it. Unfulfilling life, yeah, exactly, right? And follow the incentives. Yeah, people are gonna follow the incentives. That's very wealthy. How OnlyFans works, it's highly not likely. She already said she made $1 million, man. Like, what do you mean? And this is it. Lots of money, no guarantees. Big, yeah, exactly, right. And Black Mirror episode, yeah, I guess so. Typical female logic of choosing the easy way out of the least resistance. She was born smart with a cute face, so let's not put any effort into life and choose to sell your body for $9 a month so you don't have to work. Sad. Yeah, I mean, again, it's always easy to say that. Most people are going to choose the easiest way out with the least resistance. And the reason why is that the people that didn't do that, they got removed from the gene pool millions of years ago. Like if you look at a river, like if you look at anything, like it's a basic law of physics that things will perceive the easiest, or not even perceive, they're not even sentient. Physically, things will go down the path of least resistance. That whether it is like gravity, whether it's water, whether it's air, whether it's a person. So let's not go and act like this is some kind of like crazy weird thing that women do. Guys do the same thing. Yeah, exactly. A lot of dangerous stalkers get into OnlyFans. I'd be worried personally. Yeah.
Ja znam ko nije u štrajku. Ja sam u štrajku isto. Evo, štrajkujem. Štrajkujem narednih par sati.
Jesi javio Milanu za...
Jes, moje ljubavi.
Znaš je bio poda da cijela država štrajk 7 dana? Da sve stane.
A šta misliš da nađeš posao pa da odeš u štrajk?
Pa ja...
A, počeo si kao Milan, znaš. Samo ti kažem, možda se vrediš kako hoćeš. Ja ću, da treba ovako, treba onako, ja ću ovako, ja ću onako. Prvo nađi posao, pa ga radi, pa onda idi u štrajk. Jel može? Ne, jel može? Neću da svađam s tobom. Jel može? Isto tako i Milanu. Nađi posao, radi godinu, dve i onda daj otkaz ili onda idi na bolovanje. Tako.
Jutros, kaže on, ja te gore sam radio, svi su rekli da sam brzi dobar radio. Ja čekaj Milan da predefinirao. Koji si radio, rekli da sam brzi dobar radio. I onda 2 sata ti više nisi mogu da izvrniš na krisu da ti dao ti dobar.
I'd sooner take your head. I need more time.
Izvolim. Ne čujem, moram ovo da smanjim, ali ne mogu da smanjim, zato što sam trenutno bijem se s nekim bossom. Ja se stvarno izvinjam. Samo malo čekajmo.
I need more time. That was one fight I won't tell tales of. This looks like exactly what I need.
God, na sve ti jebe.
S.W.Frost. Welcome to my channel.
Može sad pitanje.
Kažem, znam da te boli kurac, da si mu blokirao poruku.
Ne čitam i ne odgovaram na njegove pitanje.
Prosto pamet tvoj i njegov kako.
Ne znam, samo znam da je blokirano i vidim da piše o nečemu, nije mi jasno čemu se radi.
Odjebo ili...
Ma ne interesuje me stvarno, apsolutno me ne interesuje. Da nekome titram jaja, nek radi što će.
Jajca, pa to!
Da mu dižem levo pa desno jaje, pa da si sam. Mako, nek se nosi. Mi treba u životu nekome da ego boostam.
How goes it? She sounded, well, filthy. I don't know how those treasure hunters made it in there, but I sure feel for them. We have a deal. Stay wary.
Welcome. Take care.
Don't. Oh, our local temple. About time that one. Watch your step.
Koliko je 0,3% od 920?
0,3%.
Da.
Ili 33%.
0,3. To ti je 920. 1% je 9. Jel tako? 0,3 je 3. 3 helta po sekundi. Nije baš impresivno.
Nije 3 helta.
Ja mislim da je 3.
Nije.
Koliko je?
923 podijeljeno sa koliko? 0,3.
0,3 helta po... 0,3%.
0,3.
To mu dođe. 3 helta.
1,
Nije ni 3. Nije dobra proporcija.
2,7. 2,78 tako nešto.
Ne vredi para.
Ali zavisi na koliko helta?
Na koliko helta?
Iskakalo mi na ovo na Instagramu neki pogled
na 10 helta.
Za taj pekao.
Ne treba mi bil.
Ne, nego iskakali ono, gledam sine čemu pravi baš.
Da. Bije ubiva.
Kako je sad ovo on letjelo čak tamo? Kako mi ne vjera? Pazi, gdje će mi baci volke? Pazi, gdje će da ga baci? Neko će ga baci na neke planine.
Yeah. Why aren't you suffering like us type of people? Exactly, man. An argument against free will? I don't think it's an argument against free will because a person still chooses to do it and some people choose not to, right? So, I mean, it's not like every single person does it, but to act like it's some kind of a problem, I think that's ridiculous. So, yeah, water doesn't have free will. I agree with you, but people do. What is this here? Don't objectify women, women objectify self. See, this is the type of comment, this is an incel stupid comment. The problem is that a woman has no problem objectifying herself. The problem is when it's done against and without her consent, like taking upskirt photos in a train, or like trying to leak a girl's, like revenge porn nudes. Like, this is a total fucking incel take. The reality is that women want to have autonomy over objectifying themselves because they view it as their body and their choice, which I happen to agree with. So yeah, so yes, obviously women, it's not that women don't like being objectified. Women don't like being objectified against their consent. That's totally different. So yeah, it's bad no receiving education, religious restrictions for use OnlyFans, previously create content, hiding your face, here's your exposure, stop photoshopping photos for husbands, search ChatGPT, generate social machine learning, create a legend about leaving. Maybe, who knows? Let's see here, from PhD to STD, woman moment. It's not a woman moment. Like, it's the same, like any guy, like, I mean, think about it like for me. So I was in business school. I had pretty much like perfect grades almost. But like I had really good grades. I was gonna go to law school. I had the GPA for it. I had everything ready. But you know what I decided to do? I decided to drop out and play World of Warcraft. That's right. So how can I go and criticize and talk down to somebody like this when I put myself in the exact same position? That's the way I see it, because it works. Because it's the path of least resistance, and that's just the way it is. And at the end of the day, no one's going, like, somebody's respect is a currency that is worth nothing.
Napravio sam čizmu sam, znaš.
There's no value in
Znaš sam čizme koje imaju 180 defensa, dodao sam jednu osobinu, Dario Regal Lord, dobio 20% movement speeda, i eto ti.
So I look at it,
Da,
and I see
imam
the
ja
world, and I
takje, samo
decide
što
I'm
mi
going to do
fali
what I think is best for me, and
strength.
the way it is for other people, that's their fucking problem.
Pa šta znam, 47 strengtha nije mnogo, ja da sam strelac i mogu bi bar 47, 50.
100 strengtha meni treba, oko 100 strengtha.
Za koliko defense?
It's not. There's a million people, billion people in the world. Like, I used to think that too. I played Wrath of the Lich King,
Nisi to dobro,
and like everybody said that,
u
like,
suštini treba da nađeš opremu koja ne traži jake statistike previše, znaš. Meni pancir daje 320 armora, a traži 68 snage.
Nemam rariti opremu da bi mi izbacalo nešto tako i jebi. Izbacam sve socijalno.
Nalazim ja one kako se zovu ili dismantle, one regal shardove i onda uzmem i samo napredim predmet.
I was in it for the love of the game, man. Like, that was just my life. So yeah, because it was a game. Yeah. Well, a game is the same thing. You're still dealing with psychology. That's it. Nobody wants to waste their time in a game. They don't want to waste their time in real life.
Yeah.
Being respected is important for IRL networking. Not everyone can move to another part of the world, same way you can occupy different space on the internet. There's always ways that people do that. I hear about scumbags all the time that make money all kinds of ways. I got plenty of friends that make money all kinds of ways. If you think that reputation, this is, again, it's more code from people that are trying to, here's the reality. People that are sociopaths, that are willing to do whatever it takes to succeed, even if it comes at the expense of other people, will on average be more successful. And they will beat you out because they're willing to do things that you're not willing to do. That's the reality. And so that's really what it is. They will beat you. And so, well, what I'm saying is, so if you want to be a good person, You have to be a good person because you want to be a good person. There will never be some sort of light at the end of the tunnel where somebody tells you, they give you an award at the end of the day and they say you're a good boy and you didn't do anything wrong, right? Unless you're a health CEO. Well, that guy was a fucking, I mean, yeah, that guy apparently got a DUI, so fuck him. That's the way it goes. Straight up, yeah, predators eat prey, exactly. All the top CEOs are narcissists. I don't know about all of them, right? It's impossible to say. But that's it. And so moral grandstanding gets you nowhere? Well, it gets you likes on Twitter. That's not true. It gets you a lot of likes on Twitter from other people that are moral grandstanders from their basement. That's it. And so, and I'll have pride of myself. Well, pride is a deadly sin. Keep that in mind. Pull me up, I can explain why incels hate OnlyFans? What do you mean? Like, what do you think this is a fucking mystery? You think nobody knows why incels don't like OnlyFans? Like,
Why would it be? Why is it? Oh, why don't they like OnlyFans? What could the reason be?
I wonder why. That's it. OnlyFans is a high-risk reward game. Overwhelming amount of reward comes first, but I suspect risk will happen for the rest of their lives. Most of the totality might be wrong. This is what I said. This is what I think, and this would be the last point I want to make. And is that a lot of guys on the internet want to create a self-fulfilling prophecy of consequences for OnlyFans because they view the fact that girls can do it as unfair. And so what they do is they try to push this and focus on it and say, oh, well, you're going to have to live like your kids are going to get bullied for this. Well, you know why? Because you're bullying them. You're the one doing it. So the reality is that a lot of these girls are probably going to retire. They're going to marry some guy. Maybe he's, you know, like a guy that was a fan of them. Maybe they meet him through some other way. Who the fuck knows? They meet some guy, and then before you know it, they have a kid. And you know what? If you, like, here's the thing. Every OnlyFans girl probably one day will be 50 years old with saggy ass titties, wrinkles, looking old as fuck, and 60 years old. And the reality is that if she has kids, those kids are going to think that she is the most important and special person in their life. It doesn't matter. Mom was a hoe. That's fine. That's fine. She's my mom and I love her anyway. And that's the reality. And they're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fucking fine. A bad take? I'm telling you. If people don't think it's a bad take, they want it to be a bad take. That's the reality. They want it to be. Because they think it's unfair. The world is unfair. That's it. What Noob is saying, bad take? Yep, that's right. You'll get bullied in school, your take is shit. No, they won't. If they get bullied in school, the people bullying get expelled. Like, what do you think happens if, like, you're a kid and you start posting porn of, like, some kid's mom? No, they don't. Yeah, they do. Absolutely. Absolutely they do. I had friends that had to happen. Yeah, that's it. Asman, thanks, yeah. Only if this becomes the norm. Yeah, I'm just telling you, right? And also, they should. They should get expelled. And that's not the reality. It's definitely a bad take. There's a lot of stories about what you're saying being bullshit. I think you're being delusional here. There's a lot of stories about it. How can there be a lot of stories about it if we're talking about, like, OnlyFans has only started happening in the last, like, 5 years, right? Like, I mean, before that, so how can somebody have... We don't have a use case for this. We don't know what it's going to be. Remember the kid that's on a wrestling team that shows pictures of his sister? They got kicked out? Yeah. See, Cody remembers this. We went to the same high school. Look at this. The kid that's on a wrestling team, they show pictures of his sister. They got kicked out immediately. Yeah, you get immediately kicked out. Like, it's not even a question. So, yeah, that's it. But your mom, yeah, saying your mom's a hoe, like, wow, that's new. No, it's not. What about the teachers that get fired for having OnlyFans? I don't think that you should be having a job that interacts with minors and be selling porn. That's just really the way it is. I think it's no. There's got to be a line. There's my line. No. I shouldn't sell porn.
Don't drink
it's that simple.
Water. Be wary.
Dobro.
3 Best Actor Oscars across 3 different decades, a handful of the most iconic performances ever seen on screen, and the honor of knighthood. Daniel Day-Lewis is one of a kind. When discussing the greatest actors of all time, 2 names often come up: Marlon Brando and Daniel Day-Lewis. Brando was a pioneer of method acting, a form of acting in which one understands and truly embodies the character. But Brando walked so Day-Lewis could run, because Daniel Day-Lewis truly transforms into his characters with an unmatched level of intensity both on and off screen. We're talking about only using 1 foot while on set, spending a few days in a jail cell, and even dedicating a year to learning how to make dresses for a role. There's a list of extraordinary things he has done to prepare or immerse himself in a character that I had to triple check to make sure I was reading it right. This is by far the most interesting video we've made about a person, a prestigious and private actor so selective that he has only starred in 6 films this century. So in this video, we're diving into all of the best moments of Daniel Day-Lewis's career, both on and off screen, that really prove he's one of the best. Daniel Day-Lewis was born in London in 1957 to an Irish father and a Jewish mother. After relocating at a young age, he was bullied at school for sounding different, so he embarked on his first performance, attempting to fit in by mastering the local accent. Once settled, he became a troublesome child, so his film debut at age 14 as a child vandal in Sunday Bloody Sunday was quite fitting. He discovered his passion for acting while attending a boarding school, alongside his interest in fishing and woodworking. He continued to pursue these passions, even doing well in a youth theater in London. However, in 1975, when it came time to choose a career, he initially opted for woodworking, applying for a 5-year cabinet-making apprenticeship, which he did not get due to a lack of experience. So he settled on becoming one of the greatest actors of all time and attended the Bristol Old Vic Theatre School for 3 years. He began the 1980s actively involved in the theater scene, landing leading roles in Another Country and Romeo and Juliet. During this time, he also made appearances in some TV films and shows, and had his first major film appearance with a minor role in 1982's Gandhi. His first actual supporting role came in 1984 as The Bounty, where he portrayed the sailing master John Fryer.
You protest, do you? I am master of the boat. And I say I'm commander by law!
And while his performance was well received, he remained relatively unknown and overshadowed by the 2 leads, Anthony Hopkins and Mel Gibson. However, he didn't have to wait long for recognition, because the following year his film career really took off. My Beautiful Laundrette and A Room with a View were his next 2 films. In the former, he played a lower-class gay ex-punk, while in the latter, he portrayed a snobby, pretentious, wealthy man from the early 20th century. Day-Lewis killed both roles, receiving praise from critics and stood out in both critically acclaimed films. But what's most interesting is that although My Beautiful Laundrette was released in 1985 and A Room with a View in 1986, both premiered in New York City on the same day. US audiences and critics were stunned by the versatility of this relatively unknown actor.
I couldn't leave him. I somehow think that you feel more at home with me in a room. I'm never in a real house.
And while there are no anecdotes about his method acting for these 2 roles, given his consistency throughout his career, it's pretty safe to assume he remained in character off-set. He appeared in a few lesser-known films and made more TV appearances before taking on the lead role in 1987's The Unbearable Lightness of Being. Here he portrayed a Czech surgeon and even learned Czech for the role, despite the film being shot in English.
When I watched you dancing with another man, I thought to myself...
This dedication to truly embodying the character paid off, because the film received critical acclaim, with Day-Lewis's portrayal praised for its raw intensity and emotional depth. By this time, Day-Lewis made quite the name for himself, being grouped with the most promising young British actors such as Gary Oldman, Tim Roth, and Colin Firth. However, he was about to set himself apart from them in 1989 with his next film, My Left Foot. In this film, he played Christy Brown, an Irish-born man with cerebral palsy who became a writer and artist despite only being able to control his left foot.
Ja sam ga gledam, ti ga nisi.
Ne, ti rekao da sačekam nešto da nabuštaš i onda si umeđu vremenu i isparite.
Šta si busto? Šta si busto? Lažeš Milovane, žuti su ti zubi.
Daniel Day-Lewis took method acting to the extreme for this role, to the point of frustrating crew members. He remained in character off-set, confined to a wheelchair and only performing tasks that Brown could do, except using his right foot instead, which they filmed through a mirror to correct. Crew members sometimes had to feed him and lift him over on-set obstacles such as wires. While this dedication was lauded by critics, crew members weren't always happy with him. He even suffered physical injuries from his method acting, damaging 2 ribs from being hunched over for weeks. Prior to filming, he forged friendships with disabled individuals in Dublin to better understand their experience and, by extension, Brown's daily life. His efforts paid off. The film was a critical and commercial success, with Day-Lewis's commitment to the role recognized with his first Best Actor Oscar win. That same year, he returned to the theater and starred as the titular character in Hamlet at the National Theatre in London. But during the scene where Hamlet sees his father's ghost, Day-Lewis broke down on the stage. Some say it was due to exhaustion or a feeling of talking with his deceased father, but Day-Lewis himself said, "I had to leave the stage because I was an empty vessel. I had nothing in me, nothing to say, nothing to give." This theme of respecting the craft so much that he refrains from performing when he feels he has nothing to offer would recur throughout his career, hence the many breaks and retirements. But this performance of Hamlet was his last appearance ever on stage. The publicity surrounding this meltdown contributed to Day-Lewis becoming much more private. He moved to Ireland in the mid-90s to live a quiet life away from the media. However,
Ajde ručaš, samo polako idi klizavaj, drž se za ovo.
Evo, polako, samo ti, sad.
Here are the mushrooms you seek. This is certainly unexpected.
Interesantno.
Not everyone can simply move to another country to gain some privacy. Fortunately, today's sponsor can help you with your privacy. On top of doing YouTube, I also work a full-time job in a position where people and companies want to sell you all sorts of stuff. My information was on a bunch of personal information brokerage sites like ZoomInfo, for example. This included my parents' home phone number from when I used to live there. I constantly got spam and sales calls from companies trying to sell me their products or services. My parents even got phone calls from these companies if they couldn't get a hold of me directly. It's a real nuisance because the spam callers and salespeople don't really stop after you say no or ignore them. They just keep calling over and over. And it's unsettling to think about how easily accessible our personal information is online. That's why I've started using Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura helps me take control of my personal information by alerting me when it's being sold on the dark web or by data brokers. They even automatically remove my information from these data broker websites, giving me peace of mind. In light of recent breaches like the AT&T one where over 73 million customer records were released on the dark web, having a service like Aura is more important than ever. They provide all-around protection, from monitoring for identity theft to providing a VPN for secure browsing, all in one place. I value my privacy and I value yours. You can go to aura.com/filmstack to start your 2-week free trial, also linked below in the description. Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe so you can focus on what matters most. Okay, now back to the video. The 90s marked the busiest decade of Daniel Day-Lewis's career, with him taking on 5 lead roles. It really shows you how selective he is when you compare him to someone like John Travolta, who appeared in 18 films during that same decade. Each of those 5 roles pushed him to learn new skills to better understand the characters, and he always stayed in character even when the cameras weren't rolling. In 1992, he starred in Michael Mann's The Last of the Mohicans, where he portrayed a white man adopted by the Mohican tribe during the 18th century French and Indian War.
My death is a great honor to the Huron. Take me! Tell him.
For this role, he got fit, learned to make canoes, trained in hand-to-hand combat and shooting under the guidance of a US Army colonel, and even carried a heavy flintlock on him at all times while filming. But that's not all. He spent a month living in the wild in the region his character could have come from, honing his survival skills. Despite the challenges, the film was a huge hit, with his performance hailed as the heart and soul of the film, nothing short of iconic, combining rugged intensity with emotional depth. Up next, in 1993, he collaborated with Martin Scorsese in Age of Innocence, where he played a wealthy 19th century lawyer in New York City.
Does she love you too? There is no other woman. I mean, the person that May was thinking of was never...
True to his method, Day-Lewis spent 2 months wandering around New York City dressed in clothes matching his character's wardrobe. He also didn't speak at all to Richard E. Grant throughout filming, who played his rival, only breaking his silence on the final day to thank him for putting up with his cold behavior. Critics loved the film, praising the entire cast and Scorsese, with Day-Lewis's performance in particular for its complex subtlety and restraint.
Okay.
time when I look in the mirror, all these lines and these things getting clearer. The past is gone. It went down, lies that's gone. Isn't that the way? Everybody's got their dues in life to pay. I know everybody knows where it comes and where it goes. I know everybody's saying you got to win. Sing for the tears. You got to lose, you got to lose.
A Jesse, evo, što se radi? Malo si dremno od spava ili šta li? Šta znam?
Probao.
Ali baš i nisi uspio.
Pa ono, znaš, teško je da spati ono kad znaš da tad radiš kasnije. Ali,
to jes.
Ali ono, kao što rekao, makar sam ono odvojio oči od monitora, noge, lega u horizontali, ono, znaš. To mi je dovoljno.
Pa jes, realno.
Mislim da se dobije 100 Blood Bonda kad leveluješ jednog od onih 8 lovaca na level 50. Nisam siguran, moram da provjerim.
Jel?
Da. To ti je ono što je Kretik stavio da možeš da ključaš kao Tier 2 i Tier 3 lovce. Ima nova igra na...
Na Epic Store.
Jest.
Šta daju?
Bio je da se uzme onaj Dark and Darker, ona kao legendarna edicija. Ne, naravno Nenad je to vidio, tako? Jest. A ne znam, neka... Nije nikakav šuter, ništa, nekakva, ono... Casual igra. Jedino što je bilo interesantno, ali to sam već uzeo, jer me zanimalo, bio onaj Vampire Survivors. Znaš, to sam uzeo. To sam uzeo i za mobil, što toga tiče. To je jedina igra za Android koju sam kupio legalno. Mislim, mi bila je džabe, ali... Kupio sam je zato što sam dobio free, mislim da bi free dobiješ osnovnu verziju igre na Androidu, a platiš ekspanzije sa dodatnim misijama. A sad možda igraš Diablo 4 ekspanziju koju sam ja platio 60 evra, možda igraš džabe. Zato što neće nikud igra. Zato što su svi koji su igrali Diablo 4 sad igraju HTFX za 2. Kaže mi ovaj drugar s posla, kolega jedan, kaže serveri za Diablo 4 kad toliko su pusti da kaže sad radi igra normalno. Sad ne srcka ništa. Zamisli da ti Handshodan igra trenutno recimo 5 ljudi. I uđeš na server, sve radi, leti, savršeno, nema laga, nema seckanja, 300 frame-a, znaš. I onda provjeriš koliko je ljudi igra. Skotaš da igra možda 10 ljudi na 2 servera.
Jesu, jedan put sve klizi.
Sve klizi zato što ne umiju da ulože pare u bolje servere i jednostavno ovoliko ljudi koliko koristi, na primjer Hunt, ne može da se izbori sa njihovim glupim serverima koji ne radi kako treba. Ustavno se reci kad neko pali metak da mi igra zalaguje. Ako hoću da recimo skočim ili da recimo prebačim se preko nečega, recimo hodaš po dasci i treba sad odem sa daske i raskočim na krov. I neko opali metak i te sekunde samo, ne pored mene opali, nego na pola mape opali metak. I igra izračunava, ko zna šta izračunava i samo promašiš skok zato što je nešto u samoj igri zakočilo, ko zna šta. Koji sam level 36. Ajde, probam da navučemo ovoga lovca na 50. Sad imam 530 Bloodbonda. Mislim da sam uzeo 200-300 već do sad na ove lovce što sam levelao. Mislim. Ne sjećam se samo li ko ima. Znam da sam uzeo za 5 evra sam uzeo, mislim da je bilo 200 ili 300 Bloodbonda. Da bi uzeo one noževe za bacanje. Eto, to je jedan od skinova u zadnjih 3 godine koji su, da kažem, interesantni. Svi ostali su kurac.
Draint, drawing comparisons to Laurence Olivier. Despite not receiving an Oscar nomination like his co-star Winona Ryder, he did earn one that same year for his next role. In 1993's In the Name of the Father, Day-Lewis reunited with My Left Foot director Jim Sheridan, where he played Jerry Conlon, an Irish man wrongly implicated in an IRA bombing in London. It's based on a true story, and to understand the real Conlon, Day-Lewis put himself through a similar experience. He spent 3 days in a jail cell without water, and told crew members to dump cold water on him and verbally abuse him whenever they walk by. They also made him sleep deprived by banging on the cell walls. He also lost 50 pounds or 23 kilograms beforehand and adopted a Northern Irish accent throughout filming. The film received critical acclaim, with Day-Lewis's performance described as haunting and unforgettable, vividly depicting the emotional and psychological toll of wrongful imprisonment.
I swear to God, I know where I was at the time of the bomb.
In 1996, he reunited with Winona Ryder in The Crucible, portraying a Salem farmer amidst the 17th century Salem witch trials.
Then explain to me why you will not...
Because it is my name!
True to form, Day-Lewis fully immersed himself in the character, spending 2 months on the island filming location living as a farmer before they filmed. He lived without running water.
Kaže, Kesić nije mu baš gir dobar, ako sam ga dobro shvatio.
A, gir ili build?
Doći to on Kecman da se ovladamo bossa, sa ničim s njim jebanim. Pošto je Kecman endo sve, tamo može da se vrne.
Nisam ja, imam još jednu mapu. Ali
dobro,
da,
endo si sve aktove, ako ćemo tako.
O, da. Na kom si bossu?
A na ovom što udara, vrate. Što bljuje vatru i udara sa ovim. Uzdovanom. Neki remnant.
Gušt!
A?
Onaj guštar, ajde, daj mi invite.
Samo sad. Brzo ću stići invite na voice.
Javim se ja.
Pa i gorila...
Pogotovo ako je ono na kraju.
Pa i gorila van shotuje. Jel' tako?
to je normalna trojka, be, se ti treba, ti si prešao, kako tebi je ovo sada ona, teža trojka.
Da.
Ništa, ako se tamo samo otvori portal. Eto, sad ću onda u grad. O, pa i Tomo je tu.
Izgleda.
Čekaj, gdje su ovdje portali, bre? Aha, ovdje su, da. Ja idem na portal, oni su ovdje.
Gdje, u aktu 3?
Ma da, u aktu 3, čovječe, tamo su na sredine, išli tamo pored dvije.
Jo, jebem ti, mater. Duaj ga, bre.
Ne znam da sam zapeo, ne znam zašto su...
Lagano, sad ćemo.
Ajde.
Nema što spavano.
To.
No, koliko imate?
Pa što nećeš ništa od ovog? Uzit ću ja da ga razlupam onda.
Ali sad mi ostalo mapping da radi, da?
No nije ubio zadnje, ovo je bio ono... Znaš kada skupiš one kristale da otvoriš ono prolaz.
Soulstone kad skupljaš ono je ono dungeon, šta? Jel to?
Da, Soul Core, da.
Ono nije teško. Da, normalni u težini.
A boss mi je bio težak.
On nešto ispalio lasere.
Ne, onaj gušter sa...
Vatrni. One male sobice. Vrlo maloj sobici.
Nije toliko malo, nije toliko malo.
Vrlo mala sobica.
Pa i nije toliko, da, što kaže Kecka, nije baš toliko pravo. Ali, opet...
Jebi ga možeš 5 dodževa da uradiš ono divicu.
Ma pored, ako si sterac postoji problem veliki. Zato moraš da ili rolaš ili gađaš. Nemaš puno.
Ne možeš ni kao meleta da isto moraš jedno ili drugo.
Možeš, udariš jednom, rolaš, udariš drugi put, rolaš.
A to je to, možeš i ovdje putiš jedan put, rolaš.
Pitanje je koliko želiš DPS.
Ovo je svišno.
Neko ko će da ga dodža jebi ga ovako.
Misliš da ga
a ti ćeš samo da pritisneš levi klik, tako je.
Pa upravo si opisao problem svakog RPG-a.
Znaš, treba ti neko da ga ubije, a ti ćeš da budeš tu. Nešto desi bre. Čovječe, malo ti ima, malo te nema, ja ne znam šta je s tobom. Se zauzeo s nečim.
Šta ja mogu kecme s ovim skupljenim zelenim stvarima?
A, to, pa kristali, pa da otvoriš te prolaze. Imaš 3 prolaze da otvoriš i imaš 3 kristala da skupiš. I isto kao što si otvorio toa bossa, imaš još 2 vrata koje možda otvoriš sa tim. Jedna vrata su ti valjda boss, jedna vrata su ti loot.
I imaš Val Corruption da uradiš.
A ne, to je posle, to su onim velikim korovima, ovo je onaj prvi deo.
Kada aktiviraš 2 kora, imaš sobu da možeš da unaprediš predmet jednom ili gemu.
Ne, to sledeću sobu.
Dobro, ali u istom je nivou. Jel' tako?
U istom delu jeste, ali sam u drugi dungeon, kada prođe vrat. Čujem glasove.
To dobro ili loše?
Ono je. A Z3 je Z3. A, to je nešto novi map. Ne znam koliko prvi put nisam morao, ali te mi prospala muzika.
Misliš igra sa muzikom do dasiš?
Ma da, navrat nisam ništa čuo.
Ti znaš da sam ja jedan među vjerojatno retkima koji isključi muziku u skoro svakoj Souls igri.
Ne, ja ne koristim igru ovako iz igre, nego ovako pustim neku playlistu i to. Ponekad oslušam...
Kako da uđem Kecmane u ovaj supply room?
Otvoriš ga.
Ne tam mi da ga otvoriš.
Zašto ne bi da ga otvoriš? Kako ti ne da? Kažem svi može... Pa jesi ga otključio?
Pa možda ga nisam otključio.
Pa smo sad pričali o tome da trebaš da nađeš ove sol kristale i onda s njima da otvaraš te sobe.
Pa koliko mi treba ti
Dva.
kristala?
Za 2 generatora.
Na cijeloj mapi, nije još generator stigu, ono samo pre generatora. Kad treba one mali da skupiš, znaš ono 3 male? I tu ti se nalazi taj
Znači ti small soul core, jel to?
Da, i sad trebaš da nađeš...
Dođeš do medium.
Ali obično tu negdje pored vrata treba da ti bude... Mislim da na ovoj mapi treba da se žrtvuje na srcu. I ako se dobro sjećam, to su još dva koje bi mi fasovalo žestoko. Ne, ovako.
Kako imaš ti sad ukupno 7?
Koji ti 4?
Kako ovi imaju više? Šta to?
Pa vršiš onaj zadatak, ja sliču kako. Jesi ga završio na većoj težini, nisi, tako da imaš ono. Ja neću to da želim, to se ključeve trebaš da nađeš se to i trebaš da ga prećeš. I onda rekao nekada, sačekat ću da malo jačem da bude, ne znam, to će da ti bude 60 plus težina ili 70. Treba ti su ovaj ključ sa 3+, znaš kaj se ću? 3+ treba da ti bude ključ. Imaš ono gore ti piše level, dole ti piše valjda ono broj soba. Tako da nećeš moći da završiš sa 5, nego ti treba 15, to jest 3 one table da završiš ili više. U dvojici, a u trojici otprilike isto, nećeš ići samo onih 5 rundi, nego ćeš da radiš 15 rundi.
Hvala.
Tako da ono, najbolje to da se završi, jebi ga tamo, da nafarmuješ 1, 2, 3 ključa i jebi ga da postaneš sposoban da se nosiš. Jer znači, ajde to prvi mogu da vidim da završiš nekako. Ali oni drugi za sandwich, oni su
bude za to vidi, tu se vidi da fali ti 4., 5., 6. akt koji ima svoj gear i svoju, razumeš, opremu.
Ne, mnogo su jaki, brate, u ovom drugom, zato što oni bonusi, oni nisu normalni, brate, oni multiplayeri, brate, za šta dobiješ, protiv čega možeš da ideš.
Light.
Znači, bukvalno, trebaš da imaš build koji će da ti počisti ceo jebeni ekran, ono, u roku od odmah. U protivnom, ne znam, ono, ja ne znam kako tvoje li je bilo iskustvo, ali ja sam morao se
negativno. Ja sam birao da nije pod od tamnice, ono, kao Floor iz lava varijantu sam birao.
To ti koji nije jasno, brate, na koji način si mogu da igraš, znači gdje da staneš, znači, znam da ja sam uradio kiting žestoko.
Hoćeš da ti pošaljem da vidiš kako sam tako?
Ne, gledao sam uradio sa bossa sa onim, kako si njega radio, koliko ti je trebalo, ti ono 10 minuta?
30 minuta.
30?
Ono je trebalo 30 minuta, mogu da ti onaj... uradim fast forward tu toga. Mislim, mogo sam na pošteno, jel da?
Pa jesi pošteno, brate, dao si 30 minuta, nemoj se bavati, šta je tu nepošteno?
Mislim, zarad čega bi ja to pošteno radio?
Pa ne, kažem, zbog čega je to nepošteno, ti si se tukao na svoj način.
Jesam, žrtvo sam svoje vreme da bi osigurao da mi, znači, 99% bilo šanse da se to završi. 1% je bilo nemoguće to je bilo moguće izgubiti.
Ja sam bossa relativno lako, uspio sam, tada mi je build radio mnogo bolje.
Hoću da citiram onoga Roberta Downey Jr. What do you mean? What do you mean? We people. You people.
What do you people? To je film koji je ono, retko dobar, ali ne znaš, ako ne uspije svima da bude dobar na prvo gledanje. Ja kad sam ga pogledao prvi put bio mi ono, Posle toga sam mu dao šansu, pogledao sam ga da li još jedan put, dva puta, brate, mislim da bi svaki put bio bolji, ono.
Pa zato što ne legne svaka šala.
Znaš, kao prvim delom u humor mnogo dosadno i lenja, znaš, ali posle toga malo skapira, znate, šta je bilo sve tu, znaš, ono kao ulogu. Prvi put kad sam gledao nisam ni provalio tom Cruise, znaš.
Mislim da je tražio takvu ulogu sam, znaš. Nešto da može bukvalno da, kao ti objasnim, da ne bude on, da ne igra sebe. Znači to kakav god da razumeš što kako kažu ono da je zona sekta u koju je on.
Pa jest.
Oni, kakav god da je lik, razumeš, kažu ono pun sebe, razumeš mali ovo ono, pun kompleksa. Ne, zapravo kažu da ne znam koliki procenat tih kao stantova on radi sam. Jer ga to radi, to mu je izazov lično. Da. Zna da upravlja helikopterom, avionom.
Čuo sam da mu dosta likova gine, brate, na njegovim filmovima.
A bit će da je to možda jedan od razloga. Da su stantovi toliko opasni da na kraju krajeva mu je jeftinije da sam radi stvari.
Ne samo to, nego ono da ih primoravaju na te neke stvari, ono. U filmovima Tom Cruise da dosta ovih kaskadera, brate, i dekat učesnika gine.
U firmama gdje sam ja radio, gdje ti kao kaže, ne znam, poslođa da, ne znam, gurneš ruku, nogu u mašinu, recimo.
Sudira malo, kaže.
Znaš, ima toga svuda. Ti možda kažeš da nećeš, naravno. Kao što su mi, rekao sam, likovi rekli na gradilištu da uzmem i da kao uvatim onu rotacijonu testaru, jel, onaj cirkular, i da otkinem command block. Ja sam rekao, taj disk je preveliki i nema zaštite za ruke, ako ja sam jedan da radim. Pa kako to je lako, ako ja to i ne znam da radim.
Desi Makić, Makić, čujete ovo što je Nešo, ovo je baš super što je rekao, baš je ono, pokaži mi Nešo.
Pet efekt, da?
Da.
Sad ćemo da provjerimo.
Koga?
Da li se dobijaju Blood Bondi ako leveluješ lovca iz Tera 1 u Ter 2?
Igra se Hunt?
Ne, provjeramo. Kao što rekao. Imao sam 6 onih tokena za event i gledao sam da kupim što više mogu onih za XP, onih papira. Op. Fali još malo XP-a. Još jedan meč i imam ga.
Pa ovo Clay izbacio novu igru, jel?
Ko?
Clay, kako se zove ovi što smo pravili... O bože, treba na brzinu reći. Ono, Oxygen, kako se zove?
Not included.
Oxygen Cool, da.
To je ono drugo, ona najpoznatija njihova igra, kako se zove.
To ti je Don't Starve.
Da, bravo, Don't Starve Together.
Jest.
Oxygen Not Included, kako je to fantastično ime, čovječe.
Si igrao? Dobra?
Nisam vidio sam je ovako, ali nemam pojma, ono. Nikad nisi imao da kažeš neko vreme da je uklopim. Ali sam radoznao se, ovako mi deluje interesantno.
Pa...
Molim? Sojino mlijeko. Prospi to.
Kaže Nenad, onaj džip uopšte nije koristan. U onome Helldivers.
Zavisi za šta hoćeš od njega,
znaš. On igra osmice desetke sa ovim likovima, znaš.
Teško ga je voziti.
A naravno da nije koristan kad sve te ubije.
Pa što misliš da je teško vozi? Pa nije.
Ne, ubaciš ga u prvu brzinu.
Na gumu.
I da se ne vrneš.
Nema toliko ravnog prostora da bi mogao da voziš.
Pa to je urbana sredina, pa malo ispade ono.
Ne, nego se niste vozili sa mnom.
Baš ima prostora.
Ne znam, evo, par partija video igro. Nema tu prostora, non stop levo, gdje sam moraš ići.
To je bukvalno čistina, peščara je.
Pa nije problem po peščari ga voziti, ali kad si ono urbanom delu.
A dobro, s robotima da.
Malina sam za Hunt Showdown.
To je vrlo dobro pitanje.
Ima ovo stačno sa Ilijom.
Nemojte mene da računate.
Aha.
Ja sam loš timski igrač.
Bolje i loš timski igrač nego nikakav.
Bolje dobar duos nego loš 30.
A nemoj zajebavati.
Danas sam gledao jedan duos nekih Amerikanaca, počistili su 30. Lagano. Ono, iz meča u meč ljudi ne mogu da izgube. Gledaju ih 2-3 meča. Igraju kao duos protiv 30.
A su neki zabirni pucači ili šta?
Ne, mi je dobra taktika. Drže se zajedno i pokriva jedan drugog. Jednostavno. Niko se na dva previše, nema onih...
Je to bio nekim slučajem onaj Vombuzov sidekick?
Ne. Ti svi što su zagriženi, ti hardcore igrači, oni više ne igraju.
Pa nema, niko ti više tu ne igra od tih.
Igra Rahta, kome će da dignu spomenik. Unutar lobija.
Kad uđeš u Crytek?
Nešto pričaju kao da je okej ili po ono, on uopšte ne se...
I viče da je sok od jabuke. Ono, flaša od pola litra, viče 2 litre.
Znate, taj istinu ne mogu da kažem.
Gdje vi to gledate?
Genijalno je. Najtaš, brate, zeleni, viče on, evo, ovo je, šta je ovo, sok od jabuke. Koliko, litra i po? Ne, 2 litra.
2 litre.
Pola litre, jebote, život. Pa to je hit, jebote. Ana majka, ko nas svijekleo nije dan gubio.
Ja ti kažem, brate, on istinu ne može da kaže, brate, ono... I da mu živo zaviš od toga. Ako se približi.
Nađeh opet dead shit, po drugi put zaredom. Ne im ja. Klela se klela. Koliko si stigao Makiću sa Battle Passom?
Ovdje u Huntu?
Da.
Ne znam, mislim da sam 15 ili 16 ili 17, ne znam, odnosno 17.
A zašto ne radiš?
Sad idemo gledam da i ove balone udaram sve.
Skonto sam minimum 25 ovih pojena možda uzmeš u svakom kompoundu, znaš? Na balone, na zombije i na hide ili one armored. Probao sam meč bez ovoga blade lancera. Svaka druga strela mi padne ispod zida, zombi padne na nju, ne mogu da je podignem i tako. Vidim je, ne mogu da je dignem spod. Što se zabaguje. Jedno sam malo si čorao posle, otišao.
Jebote život!
Sve se igra.
A jebote, igram Hunt, ne mogu da verujem, čovjek totalno van igre, jebote, život. 1.57 ima čovječe. Pa naravno da diže svoje sada. Balvane jedan. On ima i nekromanstvo, on ima sve živo. Boli njega kurva. Ovo se druga knjiga. Pazi.
Inver M. Welcome to my channel. Best viewers on stream.com remove the space GNEF so. Metamorphoska. Welcome to my channel.
Jebote, život. A nije, brate, kad vidim ovaj automatski samostrel sere mi se, jebote, sad ću gasti.
Nije toliko dobro uopšte. Ne znam zašto misliš da je...
Samo drži pritiska, puca, brate mili, ne može da promaši, evo vidi, sve nas je pobio.
Ali, Makiću, isto bi ti ja napravio sa dvocekom da igram tako agresivno.
A ne bi, brat, ovo može sa 20 metara gađa, jebote.
Da, ali bilo šta ti je zaklon, ne probija ništa. Znaš, ima 0 penetracije. Razumeš? Ako viriš iza kavera, koji ti je do visine struka, viriš glavom i gađaš ga s puškom, on te gađa samostalno, on tada ti pogodi glavu. Ništa drugo ne može da ti nanese štetu. Razumeš? Nije uopšte toliko dobar taj samostal, ja sam ga probao. Ima velike probleme. Više je balansiran taj samostal nego onaj, kako se zove, ispaljivač diskova. Shredder. Sjajni. Vrlo balansiran, da. Vrlo balansiran oružje.
A bio je sarkastičan video, samo to.
Ako niste shvatili po mojim oborama. Ti si imu na sarkazam, jel?
Nisi Srbin onda nešto?
Ne. Not Srbin enough.
To. vadiš.
Možda misliš da mu nije mjesto u igri, ali je daleko od OP oružja. Možda, je li imao ekskluzivne strele? A onda ne vidim problem. Da ima ekskluzivne strele, to je već ono malo diskutabilno. Šta ja gađem, hoćeš i dati iz bume. Oni samo komad crvene haljine.
I ovi skinovi klovnovi, ovo je bruka i sramota za Hunter, ovo je stvarno... Sam ja mislio, može li gore od onih bundeva jebote? Može! Evo može!
Imaš i gusare.
Ali ovo nije Call of Duty igra.
Toga nema ni u Call of Duty.
Popišam se na onog Winfielda, kako se zove.
Znaš li kako su pre izgledali finiše? Da mu zabodeš nož u srce, nož u glavu i to. Da mu kreneš u glavu onako, na stranu, polome se nešto. A sad kako izgleda finiše? Pojavi se jednoj...
Vidio sam. Vidio sam. I isprdi se na tebe.
Šta radi, jebno, ovo je strašno. Ne, ali ja ne razumijem, okej, hoćete pederski igrat, napravite igru za pedere, ja nemam ništa s tim, ja je neću igrati, neko će možda igrati. Nemojte mešati i bacivati jebote živo. Napravite, brate, pederlog, igrajte tamo, uzimajte ponija, igrajte, trčite s ponijem, gudite se tamo u igrici, ovo, a brate, ostavite nas da igramo, brate, normalno jebote.
To si pravu stvar rekao, oni ne pravi igru radi tebe koji si već kupio igru.
Ne, okej, napravi drugu igru onda, pa prodaj.
A, to je skupo.
A, skupo je.
Ženama nije mjesto u gaming industriji, ženci ne pojedina.
To je onaj stari meme, Ubisoft, jel?
Kako sam ja mizogen i on.
Pa i jesi mizogen.
Da, jesam mizogen sam, ali ne radi se o tome.
Kao što meni nije mjesto
Kaže, jesam mizogen, but...
Nije, brate, nego zbog ne znam koliko 0,5% populacije, oni ustraše sve. I filmove, i serije, i igre, i sve živo. Brate, zabole me dupe više sad.
Znaš šta je fazon? Ti ljudi zbog kojih se to kao radi, oni nisu gameri uopšte. Da znaš?
Upravo. Ali o tome se radi. To nije imao, znači ono kao netaknut ovaj izvor.
Pa možeš ti da radiš šta hoćeš, oni ga neće dovatiti ni lopatom, zašto ih ne zanima to.
To si upravo.
Zato oni radi, stvari ne bili zainteresovali i navukli.
Plot twist neće.
Strašno koliko ubagovan, strašno. Pustio bi pobedio, ne bi ubagovano govno. A?
Šta je u pitanju?
Ma jo.
Igrat ću ja, Nenad, ja samo 2-3 partije, ako neki mi da uzmem.
Ako će da igra Makić s tobom, hoću ja da gledam te kako nalaziš super samplove. Kažem, ja se trudim.
Koliko se sećam, ti ne igraš devetke i to.
Ne, samo ako će da nađe super samplove. Jedini razlog da igram bilo šta veće od šestice, ako ćeš da nađeš super sample. Ako nećeš da ih nađeš, mogu da te nalupam svaki sljedeći put. Ne interesuje me da ti probaš. Ne, moraš to da uradiš. Ne, tvoja jedina misija će biti da nađeš super samplove. Kad to uradiš, mission complete. Da znaš? Prošli put smo mi uradili sve objektive, tvoj bio bi jedini zadatak da nađeš super samplove. Nisi to uradio. Ja, ti i Makić. I Peđa, ja mislim da je tako bilo. Pre 4-5 dana. Rekao sam ti, Nenade, molim te, nađeš super sample. Ti si rekao, probać. A, čekaj. Ne, nisi. Ne, nisi. Ne, Rer. Ne, nismo. Ne. Ne.
Samo kažu šta je čuo, brate, što je to kjezičko.
Tako. Ne, nismo naši. Postoji video zapis. Imaš video zapis 7 dana unazad. Vrati, nađi.
Najbolje Kesić je kriv i dužan.
Jeste, Kesić je kriv.
Only one guy, man. Only one.
Nevjerojatno baš.
Only one guy.
Jesi ću branio bi te još, ali izgleda da jebaću ja.
Ja da vidimo svi bakti nad nama.
Pa to.
Ne, kao što se rekao, čuli ste me. Nenad, jedini posao će biti da nađe super sample. Ostalo možda prepusti meni, sve objektive. Ne, probat ćemo da nađemo. Ne, to me ne interesuje, to ću da skupim na jedinici, a ne interesuje me. Slušaj me, na level 1 difficulty možda nađeš zelene samplove, na level 1 difficulty ne možeš da nađeš super samplove, razumeš li? Vrlo sam jednostavan čovjek. A ne interesuje to mene. To mene ne interesuje. I dalje ti treba 20 super. Ja nemam problema sa zelenim samplima. Razumeš? Ne treba ti 1000 komada. Ne treba. Treba ti 200 po upgrade. Treba ti 200 po upgrade. Ne možeš da poneseš 200.000 komada, čovječe. Ne, Kecmane, koliki je limit za obične samplove?
Vidi ovako, za nas obične je
250.
250
Jeste, za Nenada?
Za Nenada je Nenada druga mjesta, ja sam siguran da on ima neki mod.
Nenad ima mod za 1000.
Ja sam siguran da on ima neki mod.
Nenade, 100 puta sam skupio po 250, druže moj. Znaš? Šta god ti, na kraju sve skupim i treba mi super sample. Zbog takvih likova kao što si ja dobijam, znači padam u vatru. Ma opustite se sve kao sređeno, igramo, opuštamo se. Da, opuštam se, dok ne krene da se izlazi s mape, nema super sample.
Realno, na osmiću ne možeš ni kola voziti, da se ne laži.
Možeš, ima jedan dobar, zavisi šta igraš. Ako igraš protiv robota, čisto sumnjam.
Ja sumnjam da kola mogu na robota.
Protiv robota nećeš preći 50 metara.
To, ja ne znam, brati, i one rakete i
svaki robot, najgori AI, onaj mali robotić, svaki robot ispucava laser. A oni što imaju jetpack, oni su malo jači od default robota, oni imaju kao machine gun neki laserski. Oni raznose.
Ne, eksplodirati taj su jetpack, imaju tu kao...
Ma bre, ima bre, auto, paljbu, si vidio to.
Pa meni je retardirano što su im to dali, znaš, kao dođe lik, unese ti se u lice, ti ga ubije, to ne eksplodira i eto, kao, znaš, to je kao igra, kao zabavno. I trebalo mi više od godinu dana da se, pošto su ljudi žalili na to, da oni kao malo nerfuju taj dotič.
Ne treba te ubije, možda da ti nanese štetu, da ti iskrvari.
Ne, ubijete, nisi mogu da preživiš. Mogu da preživiš. I sad ti kao dio ono 30% health-a, kao malo su smanjili da ne možete one-shotati.
Ne, kaznite toliko da možeš da uzmeš
ali ako nisi pun... A sada, znaš, kao ono malo, jebi ga, preživit ćeš ako si pun. Ako nisi pun, brate, ubić to opet.
Ne mogu da shvatim ljudi isto koji igraju bilo šta veće od levela 6 na Scout Armor. Gdje te bilo šta, ono, double tapuje. Da ne kažem one shotuje. Ne sudim ljudima, nego jednostavno ne mogu da shvatim odbog.
Uzmeš realno onda heavy armor i...
Ne, pretežak si. Medium ili može scout, ali imaš onaj scout koji ima kao reinforce. Pa ima Kevlar ploče, on ti ima 150 armora. Ne, 100 armora ima. Nema 50, nego 100 armora.
Da, ako imaš onaj padded,
to ti ja nosim.
Ali onda uzmeš evo te medium i ideš sa 100 na 150, mislim.
A da, ali ipak bi to malo mobilnosti. Nije pointer da budem tanky, nego da budem malo brži, a da me ne one-shotuju, znaš. Čut. Meni oliko ovih tokena. Vjerojatno da me neko opljačka. Kad te koknu sad, u ovom eventu, ako imaš ovih tokena viška, samo ti ih ponesu. Si da ljuti, ja? Mutirao si.
A
može da se ljuti kako hoće.
Ne, no...
Rekao sam.
Desetku bi da igra.
Može da se igra desetka, ali moraš onda da mi nađeš super sample. Znači, inače ne vredi. Da kuće u zdravi igra.
Ovo je najlakši boss.
A jebali ga super sample ako se zbog toga igra.
Ne, to sam mu ja rekao. Jedini razlog zašto bi igrao na toliko visoko nivo težine, da mi nađeš 4 do 5 tih super samplova, jer...
Što bi igrali na 10, bro?
Zato što možeš samo od levela 6 do levela 10 imaš super samplove.
Dobro, može šestica, 7.
Ja uvijek igram šesticu, zato što mi je to linija najmanjeg otpora, nije previše teško. Igraj ti šta hoće, ne, igraš desetku. Ili šesticu. Šesticu ili desetku, samo ti kažem.
Kako ti znaš šta ja igram?
Ne interesuje me šta ti igraš. Ili šesticu, desetku igraš.
Kako smo sinoć igrali, Makiću?
Ja s tobom igram. Zato što si rekao da moraš naći super sample.
Igrali smo dosta teške partije su bile.
Naravno da jesu. Nikad nisu laki.
Evo je neko stigao. Zdravo, Vladane.
Što vičeš? Vado? Pošaljimo lek.
Čim ti dođeš, Vlado, odmah se sviriče.
Nešaj konačno flipnuo. Jesi mi?
Nema šta da se ljuti, ja sam rekao.
Nešo,
da li
si konačno flipnuo? Evo mi, brate, tako je. Znamo se.
Ti nemaš vremena i ti moraš za 2 meča skupiš 200 zelenih samplova. Šta ću ti ja, što ti nemaš vremena? Ni ja nemam vremena, imam posao. Jebi ga, nemam vremena. Šta da radim? Nemam vremena.
Nema već.
Pa da. Pušteno.
Je, hitim.
Nema se vremena, ima se vremena. Ne treba ovo.
Take the bounty, man.
Evo ti kakav je ovo bljutavi sneg, znači nikad se otopi više u piku materiju.
Okej, dosta dobro. Dosta dobro.
Ima živi ljudi.
Ima živahnih ljudi.
Znači nikad gori sneg nisam vidio, ovo kod testo neko, kod da se poslo neko na puti, evo.
Pa, ili nek padne kiša, ili nek zamrzne sneg. A ova bljuzgavica nema pojente.
Ovo najgore ne može da hode, propadaju ti noge kroz ono, sad se napati, znači jebote.
Dig the sample. Pick the sample, man.
Toma u Zaprešiću ništa ne ide.
Jup.
Makić, ti igraš na nečijem nalogu Helldivers ili...
Na moj nalog, ali to je onaj family share igrica.
Podeli igru s drunom.
Ne vidim te online kad to igraš.
A zato što mi je na drugom nalogu za Steama. Imam evropski nalog. Tog evropskog naloga sam dok je moglo prebacivo sebi pare u rublje sam slao.
Ako hoćeš može ti prebacimo nalog na Evropu.
Pa neću što.
Neće nikada se vrati one cene na Rusiju.
Hoće! Ja verujem u to.
Ne, neće. Ne.
Neće,
neće, ja sam čekao 2 godine.
Rekao ja, čekaj tu. Hitler kaput.
Čekaj ću.
Hoće. Pa to se ovaj put boli na pravoj strani.
Šta je ba?
Gdje si, Tomica?
A gdje bori se?
Under electricity.
Okay, Tomislav je stigo, jebote, živo.
Off camera, he reportedly refusing to regain a shower throughout the shoot. Though praised for his raw and powerful portrayal, the film struggled at the box office, garnering mixed reviews from critics. And then he closed out the decade with another collaboration with director Jeff Sheridan, starring in 1997's The Boxer, playing a former IRA member who spent 14 years in prison and has moved life.
Tomo, zvaću te da me bustaš malo.
For this role, he spent at least 18 months training with professional boxers in Ireland and was coached by Barry McGuigan. He apparently became so good at boxing that McGuigan said Day-Lewis could have held his own against some of the top boxers at the time. The Boxer received pretty good reviews, earning Day-Lewis a nomination. The film was actually more of a drama than a traditional sports film, but like each of his films before, the training was about getting into character. They didn't film him surviving months in the wilderness For him, it's always been about understanding the character. But I think it's also certain cases like learning to box or making canoes, it's clear that he's very passionate about exploring and learning new skills. And his dedication to his roles kind of gave him a long list of unique hobbies and talents. After The Boxer, he announced his semi-retirement from acting, and it makes more sense now. He returned to woodworking and even apprenticed as a shoemaker in Florence under Stefano Zanni, racing a hit.
No man, zero.
That is until Scorsese persuaded him to come out of retirement and do the next film. It's kind of crazy how he's still 4 of his most iconic roles to cover, yet he's only been in 6 films in The Boxer. In 2002's Gangs of New York, Daniel Day-Lewis starred alongside Leonardo DiCaprio as William Cutting, also known as the Butcher, a leader of a 19th century gang. The real Bill the Butcher was a skilled knife user, so it only made sense that Day-Lewis was an apprentice at a butcher shop and even hired circus performers to teach him how to use daggers. To simulate Bill's fake eye, he covered his eyeballs with slide glass and learned to tap on his
Ja sam vidio samo Tomi da dam, Tomu koji grad ima sad
his method acting was a little too far at times. He caught pneumonia during filming and refused to wear warmer clothing or seek treatment because that didn't match the time period they were
Pa
film.
prvi, drugi,
Luckily,
treći,
he was
brate,
eventually
mislim.
convinced to get treatment. And like with all of his
Pa
films, he stayed in
dođi
character.
tamo.
If you've watched the film, you know Bill the Butcher is a little too intense to be around for too long. Apparently, he went out to eat with Scorsese.
Nema veze, Omer Ković ćeš
filming one,
moći, ako se
remaining
dobro
in
sjećam,
character
znači
to
oni
the
ti
point where
baš
the waitress
za
was
taj
a
build lighting je
But the
značan
individual
mnogo.
nothing short of mesmerizing.
I to ćeš
One
sad
of
da
the
staviš i više nećeš skidati. Dok ne nađeš možda neku bolju verziju tih istih, a to ti je nikak.
But the standout of the film is by far Day-Lewis and his terrifying performance described as bringing
Ja sam ih
both
dobio
energy and magnetic charisma.
od zadnjih bossa teža varijanta, tako da ja mislim da danas bolje morat ćeš da pređeš igru, ono, i da ga nađeš na pamet.
Film when he's so soft-spoken and articulate.
Just so that Martin knows that he's got a core group of people around him he can count on.
Je isto, kako je opiranje, šta se radi? Ja to nikad nisam
He
gledao.
then starred in 2005's The Ballad of Jack and Rose, written and directed by his wife Rebecca Miller. Day-Lewis played a farmer living on an isolated island with his daughter. His character craves contact with other people and believes he and his daughter need a woman around. So to get into character and really understand this feeling of isolation, Day-Lewis lived separately from his wife and spent as much time away from her as he could. The film didn't do too well, garnering mixed reviews, but no one had a problem with Day-Lewis's performance. But in 2007, he cranked his method acting up to 11 again, with undoubtedly the most iconic performance of his career as Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood. He portrayed the greedy oil prospector in such an unhinged and frightening way that you see zero remnants of Day-Lewis in the character.
Say it loud! I've abandoned my child! I've abandoned my child!
Director Paul Thomas Anderson wrote the script with Daniel Day-Lewis in mind after learning he was a fan of Punch Drunk Love, an earlier film of Anderson's. When Day-Lewis saw the script, it was like a match made in heaven, and he easily accepted the role, which is quite an accomplishment considering how selective he has been at this point in his career. To prepare, he listened to many recordings from the late 19th to early 20th century to perfect his voice. He spent a lot of time researching laborers and oil tycoons of that period, delving into letters and photographs to understand their behavior. He meticulously crafted a menacing and precise character that he portrayed on and off set, a role that he apparently spent 3 years preparing for. One of the advantages of fully embodying a character is the ability to improvise dialogue that the writer never thought of, while working seamlessly within the narrative. Day-Lewis improvised some of the speeches in the film, and Anderson loved them. He remained in character so consistently throughout the film that the one time he broke character, the clip became viral. And honestly, hats off to the kid who had to work with Daniel Plainview for all those months. The child's mother was initially terrified at the thought of her son working with Day-Lewis after watching Gangs of New York to check him out, and rightly so. But she calmed down a bit after seeing one of his more civilized roles in Innocence. There Will Be Blood ended up being a hit, with everyone in all departments delivering their best work. It garnered 8 Oscar nominations, including 2 wins, one of which was another Best Actor Oscar for Daniel Day-Lewis, making him the 8th actor to achieve this. Described as the performance of a lifetime, nothing short of masterful, and a performance that will be studied and revered for generations to come. Daniel Day-Lewis as Daniel Plainview was an all-time
Milkshake!
There are many great YouTube videos that analyze his performance so well. Make sure to check the film out because it's one of our favorites here at FilmStack. And finally, Daniel Day-Lewis rounded off the decade with a rare miss in 2009 with 9, where he portrayed an Italian filmmaker in a musical drama. Despite initially planning to take a break after There Will Be Blood, he thought that starring in this film would be a great experience. He underwent accent lessons to master the Italian accent, devoted 5 hours a day to singing and dancing lessons, and remained in character both on and off set. The film received pretty negative reviews, with critics criticizing its clunkiness and lack of catchy tunes. Although much praise was directed towards Marion Cotillard, Day-Lewis still received some, even getting a Golden Globe nomination. Some critics were disappointed that the film tarnished Day-Lewis's near-perfect film career, but at least we got to see his singing on film, and he was quite good. Daniel Day-Lewis made history with his next role in 2012's Lincoln. Directed by Steven Spielberg, Day-Lewis portrays the titular character, Abraham Lincoln, and it follows the final months of his life.
On its way to ratification by the states, wrap the whole slavery thing up forever and I as soon as I'm able now.
It was actually challenging to persuade Day-Lewis to accept the role because he doubted he could portray such an iconic historical figure. However, once Spielberg convinced him with a bit of help from DiCaprio, Day-Lewis dove in without hesitation. He approached the role with the utmost respect, spending a year preparing by reading over 100 books about Lincoln to really understand every part of it. Once he developed the character and became Lincoln, he didn't switch off at all over the 3 months of filming. This included having everyone, including Spielberg, address him as Mr. President, speaking in Lincoln's voice the entire time and adopting the same mannerisms. He delved so deeply into studying and portraying Lincoln that he famously said, "I never ever felt that depth of love for another human being that I have never met. I wish he had stayed with me forever." The film was a hit on all fronts, with his performance at the center of attention. He delivered such a powerful performance that received unanimous praise, with everyone agreeing that it didn't seem like Day-Lewis was acting, but that he was Lincoln. Because the film focused on such an important historical figure, it attracted many historians. And you'd think they'd nitpick a lot of it, but Day-Lewis portrayed Lincoln in a way so close to how they imagined he'd be, from the voice to the awkward mannerisms, even down to his walk. For his efforts, he won his 3rd Best Actor Oscar, the only actor to ever do so. But soon after winning, he announced he was taking a break from acting for a bit. When he won his 2nd Oscar for There Will Be Blood, he knelt in front of Helen Mirren, who jokingly knighted him, and he said,
That's the closest I'll ever come to getting a knighthood, so thank you.
Well, in 2014, he was actually knighted by Prince William for his services to drama. Now, onto his final film, 2017's Phantom Thread, reuniting with Paul Thomas Anderson. Here he played Reynolds Woodcock, a renowned British dressmaker in the 1950s.
What happened to make you behave like this? Is it because you think I don't need you?
So what did Day-Lewis do to prepare? He spent a year learning how to make dresses, working for the New York City Ballet's head of the costume department. And by the end of his training, he was able to recreate a Balenciaga dress. Learning these skills, along with his deep research into 1940s and 50s fashion shows and designers, gave him a much deeper understanding of his character. With all this research, he also collaborated with Anderson on the script, to the point where Anderson said Day-Lewis could have some kind of co-writing credit. As always, he remained in character throughout filming, and everyone on set referred to him as Reynolds. The film was a hit with critics, with praise going to everyone, especially Day-Lewis's performance. His portrayal was said to have captured the character's obsession.
How can I view?
Je to maksimum, koliko stiznam.
To nije maksimum, sad sam iznao toliko.
I like it.
Kako sam rekao da je neki pojas, da, pojas imam ti dom. Ako nemaš pojas, to ti ono.
Ma imam neki, ali ne tak dobar. Jer one pojese koje imam ne mogu još koristiti. U principu ja sad moram gledat samo kužiš da nešto što mi daje energy shield, tako je to ovaj build.
Da, u suštini.
Pa nisi do sad skupljao gear sa tim?
Jesam, ali mi je preveliki mi je, ne mogu koristiti sad.
Šta ti
A
preveliki?
tu je čovjek ima problem sad što mu je prevelik.
22,5,
Niko nema problem s tim.
A ima, bi se ti začudio prijatelj.
Dobro, ja mu nisam supruga. Ima koliko mu treba.
A to definitivno.
Jedan od njih dvoje ima.
Ne, krenuo sam sa čarobnjakom, znači pa onda...
Iz Oza.
Da.
Za sad sam premali level za ove stvari koje imam spremljeno, koje sam spremljeno. Da sam koristio, sad sam premali level.
Steel yourself!
Dobro, neću biti stalno premali, sad sam 12.
Ma da, to sam ja skupio te neke početne stvari, sad sam odlučio doći da raščistim. Imam previše stvari za koje ne znam ni šta čini, ni koji čini ono.
A da, neke stvari ja čuvam sad koliko će mi trebat.
Ja sam kao skupio te neke potencijalne stvari, rekao, ali brate, ne mogu da dođem, brate, sa materijalom, ono, razumiješ da bi ja sad tu kao pokušao da pravim nešto dobro.
Jel ti, Ketko, ne krećeš novim karakterom iz početka ili...
Ne, ja hoću sad da se materam, ono. Hoću vidim šta je to i kako to ide. To ti je to od mene.
Ne, ja baš hoću vidjeti koliko mogu dignuti ovoga.
I šta sad ovo mapiranje?
Sve zavisi koliko si mator da dižeš.
A gledaj, buš vidio, kreni malo, buš vidio, nije to sad loše.
Preskočimo Hunta.
Ne znam gdje Belada da ima.
Pa evo tu nam je Snake.
Nemojte mene da idem na posao uskoro. Ne želim da se stresiram pred posao.
A jes.
Ne treba mi. Hunt je stresna stvar. No misli sad... Da misli sad da me otprati do posla. Da se ne izgubim.
Mogu bi to odbaciti.
Ne treba mi me odbaciti. Ne tražim brod.
Jesi završio ono mapu gdje trebaš pališ 2 generatora?
Sad sam one medium generatore ono rešavam, znaš.
To.
Što
Kako se zove ta mapa?
Mahinarium.
Pa znam neki makinarium, sad ne znam da li je to ili nešto drugo.
Makinarium.
Kecmane, probaj ovaj.
Jeste igrali Makinarium?
Žikvani.
Probaj napraviti
to mi je nešto poznato. Ti si mali robot, jel da?
Da, fenomenalno. Da i key build.
Ručno, kao da je crtana grafika.
Tako je.
Svaka pozdina kao da je slikovnica.
Došao sam na drugi kat, ali na drugom katu. Nisam više imao ovoga.
Hoću, brate, moram da ojačam prvo.
Nisam imao ovog, ma ja sam 70. level tamo, ali nisam više imao ovoga, kako se zove, šrada, kako se zove, ne znam.
Čega? Šard?
Onoga, brate, šarda, nisam.
Kažu da možeš trgovinom da nabaviš to.
Ako dobiš pravi ovaj, ali nisam uspio dobiti pravi ovaj. Ono što mi je nudio, to mi je samo više zjebavalo što mi je pomagalo.
A s mapiranjem Kecmane dobijaš koliko ascendencija?
Nemam pojma, pa ne dobiješ.
Ma dobivaš ti dalje...
Ne, ja mislim da valjda imaš 8 komada i to ti to.
U osnovnoj igri...
Ali tamo imaš onaj Atlas, tamo ću Atlas postoji.
Da, tamo ću nešto drugo dobijati, da.
Ja sam već dobio 4 Atlas poda tamo, ja sam završio sam više nekakvih 12 mapa. Samo što si bliže tornju, to su normalno jači ovi. Ali danas sam gledao nekakvog lika na YouTube-u koji ti objašnjavao Kecmane, znači da ti u ovoj igri apsolutno štit ne znači ništa, nego da se moraš od početka odmah bazirati na energy, na jedno ne znam, nisam ništa pozorno šta je pričao, da u principu jedno da energy shield.
Da.
Nekakve statistike pokazivo pizde materne. A u biti skužio sam da mi ne znači ništa, ali imam 1500 ove...
Armora?
1600-700 armora imam i kad dođe prva mapa blizu tornja, pojeli me s jednim udarcem.
Treba Kecmane retrieve the large soul core near Alva. To mi je zadatak.
The large soul core near Alva.
To.
A to ti je u startnoj zoni. Na početku zone, tamo gdje se ona ženska pojavi. Jesi vidio onu žensku da je iskučila iz portala?
Da.
E pa tamo odeš kod nje i tu imaš jednog... No vidiš.
Aha, sad ću.
And vulnerability with haunting authenticity. It's a character with many layers, and he showed each layer with such precision. A very different performance than Bill the Butcher and Daniel Plainview. It was much more delicate. For this role, he received yet another Oscar nomination, and it would be his last nomination ever because before the film was released, he announced he was officially retiring from acting. He said he loves acting, but that it's time to explore the world in a different way now. Adding, I dread to use the overused word artist, but there's something of the responsibility of the artist that hung over me. I need to believe in the value of what I'm doing, and if an audience believes it, that should be good enough for me, but lately it isn't. But can you really blame him for retiring? His approach to acting must be very physically and mentally demanding. He becomes a new character for a few years, learning every single thing about the character. It probably affected his wife as well. I can't imagine having to live with Bill the Butcher for a few years. But I think it really comes down to passion. He was always passionate about so many things. It seemed like when he took on a role, he was less passionate with the actual process of acting than the preparation for the role. He never cared for the actor's life. He's very private and doesn't appear in many interviews. When he came back from retirement to star in Gangs of New York, he didn't have any regrets about not acting for so long, and that
I didn't feel the time passing. I was very happily doing other things.
it took a lot of convincing to come out of retirement last time, but it happened, so who knows if he'll come out of retirement again. For all we know, he could already be years deep into preparing for his next role. All we know is that every actor can breathe a sigh of relief because they won't have to compete with Day-Lewis for an Oscar again. So is Daniel Day-Lewis one of the best actors? I think the definitive answer is yes. He's a generational talent and has the performances and awards to back it up. Some people roll their eyes when they hear the words method acting. There's the famous Dustin Hoffman story where he didn't sleep for 72 hours to be as tired as his character in Marathon Man, to which Laurence Olivier just asked, why don't you try acting? And then there are all those weird Jared Leto and Joker stories, like sending rats to people. But Daniel Day-Lewis was doing something much more. He was really becoming the character to the point where you couldn't even tell he was acting. His versatility and devotion to his roles should always have his name being dropped when discussing the greats. So there you have it, Sir Daniel Day-Lewis's incredible career. Do you think he's one of the greatest actors of all time? Share your thoughts below. If you enjoyed the video, drop a like and subscribe, and check out our Patreon for some cool perks. But until next time, have a good one.
A mami, njihov, brate, izdržljiviji su ovdje, čini mi se.
South Park has a long history of Christmas specials. Matt and Trey getting into the Christmas spirit has created some of their most iconic moments and characters.
Wait, Carrick? Is that you?
Yeah. You want me to prove it with my squeaky chair? Kidding. It's Steve, by the way,
and I'm a real person.
Wait, so you are a real person? You're not an AI?
Just a narrator. Nothing more, nothing less. They got me on Fiverr for a monotone voiceover for that Easy-ish channel. Then they asked me to do Sarah. I mean, I've honestly never really been big into South Park, and I think I mentioned that when they first asked me. I mean, I know the characters and some of the more popular episodes, but nothing really beyond like a real surface level knowledge of it. Once the videos you made came out, things went pretty wild over there. They wanted me to do a face reveal and kind of own the channel, but I definitely wasn't gonna do that. I mean, this whole time, like, I kind of kept myself from watching and reading the comments on Sarek because at the end of the day, it wasn't my channel. In my eyes, I was just a contractor. I would essentially do everything with a cold read, never pre-read it, and if they needed me to correct anything, I would. But 9 times out of 10, there were no corrections from what they told me. I would be losing a lot of money by needlessly trying to get a perfect take over and over and over. So my approach was really just read it through. If they want me to change anything, I'll do it.
Oh, damn. My bad, dude. I always just assumed you were an AI. Like, seriously, I'm really sorry about that.
You know, I really appreciate the apology, but seriously, I want your community to know that you absolutely apologize within the first interaction between us. Obviously after verifying who I was. But the whole situation was just really weird. I mean, I'm responding to a video for a channel I work for that I don't really have a say in. And for the viewers, I actually did reach out to Blooms after the first episode via his Discord server. And then I left the server, and I didn't know Discord would block messages if you weren't mutuals or friends, so we just never got in touch. Then with the second video, I joined and I stayed in the server, still in there.
Yeah, I actually responded to the first message that he sent me, but my message wouldn't go through, and I didn't really understand why, so I just assumed that he deleted his account or something, and I assumed that he was someone trying to troll me and not actually the real narrator, and so I just forgot about it. But then after the second video when he messaged me, I actually was able to respond to him, and he gave me proof of everything I asked, so that's how we got here.
But the second video was pretty much the end of it all. While talking to Blooms, the Severick Discord was completely deleted. All the owners changed their names, their profile pictures, and everything. And they told me everything was being abandoned.
Šta da napraviš sebi? Da mi pomogneš da ja napravim sebi stream. Stream? Ne vredi više ovako. Da, da napravim sebi stream.
A misliš da streamuješ, da te krene?
Tako je.
Da, pa zna, čuo sam za izraz ono streamer zlak.
Streamer zlak, vrat. Pa ja ne znam, ja to ne verujem u to.
Da.
Ja sam ti dokaz toga.
Ne, sreda, pa džeči, kakav utorak ti danas je.
Znao sam
pali tebe.
The Google Drive was all deleted. The Monday.com I got revoked access to. And then they also told me that I should talk to Blooms to clear up my name. And then they apologized for how it all went down.
Aktivirao sam, ti, Kecmane, aktivirao sam onaj ston altar, ono. Znaš o čemu se radi?
This really isn't going to be that big of a deal. Okay, awesome. Thanks for stopping by. I'm really glad we got to clear all that up.
Yeah, absolutely. This cameo is going to be another brief video. Joking aside, everything Blooms. You've been nothing but kind to me, same as your community, and I think I've read about every comment in the last video like 2 or 3 times. All that being said, my socials should be posted somewhere at this point, so if anyone wants to get in touch with me, feel free, and I'll probably also keep creeping in the Discord too. Bye guys.
Huh, nice guy. So Steven is actually a super talented voice actor. If you need one for anything, I highly recommend you check out his services. I can't thank him enough for being so cool and helping me put all of this to rest so we can finally move past all of this. So let's go to the video. South Park has a long history of Christmas specials. Matt and Trey getting into the Christmas spirit has created some of their most iconic moments and characters in the whole show, like one of the most popular side characters in the show, Mr. Hanky. Christmas in South Park is always great. For whatever reason, Matt and Trey seem to always create some of their funniest shows around the holidays. Whether they're saving Santa when his sled goes down in Baghdad, traveling through Canada to rescue Ike, or spending the holidays with Charles Manson, the boys never fail to make Christmas entertaining. I've always wondered why Matt and Trey seem to consistently make great Christmas episodes. Like, it always seems like they go the extra mile for these episodes. But after thinking about it, I realized that South Park was literally built off of Christmas. Matt and Trey's first animations were Jesus vs. Frosty and the Spirit of Christmas. And these would be the reason that they would even get picked up by Comedy Central to make South Park after it spread around Hollywood as a Christmas card on VHS tapes. So basically, South Park itself started as a Christmas special, so it's no wonder why they love making them so much. But out of their many Christmas episodes, for me there has always been one that stood out as the best. Woodland Critter Christmas. Now, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you go watch it first. Watching this episode for the first time without having it spoiled was one of my favorite moments watching South Park, and I'm going to be spoiling it from here on out. So, seriously, I highly recommend you go watch it first. But this episode just really embodies the South Park spirit. It is incredibly dark. Many would consider it incredibly offensive, arguably the most offensive episode in the entire show, and it's so absurd that it's impossible to predict where the episode is going. We're talking animal murder, Satan worshippers, the coming of the Antichrist, abortions, and AIDS. And because of all of that, this is arguably the funniest episode we've ever made. It's easily my favorite holiday special in South Park, and it was my 3rd favorite episode of the entire show back in and to this day it holds that spot strong. This is the only episode that I make sure I watch every single Christmas, and every year I love it. There is just so much to love about this episode, and the story behind how Matt and Trey made it happen makes me love it. So this video isn't going to be any kind of deep analysis or anything like that. I just really really love this episode, and I want to talk about why
Možeš
I
da
love
mu
it so
napraviš
much.
kvalitet
So, with the intro out of the
20%,
way, let's get into it.
možda mu
South
dodaš
Park's most offensive episode is a
2
Christmas
soketa
special.
To ima, to sve ima.
i 6 osobina možda ima, paketa.
No, 6.
I kad
The
sve to
episode
unaprediš,
premiered in
jedino što mu zoveš
2004
je
as the
korapteš.
14th and final episode of Season 8. Quite possibly
Možeš
the
i kao
perfect way to
Sorbo, ne
cap
bih
off what is
preporučio kao
undoubtedly my favorite season of South Park. From the opening seconds of this episode, it's
Protiv
immediately clear that
Valor,
this is not your typical South Park episode. There's a narrator, Trey Parker, who discusses the festivities taking place in South Park as everyone prepares for Christmas. It's very reminiscent of some indistinct Christmas special that you watch with your parents every year, with the sing-song cadence and the fact that every line has to rhyme at the end.
Hours or more because Christmas is to be bought.
For me specifically, I think of the original Grinch, but this narration could apply to any number of Christmas specials. The narrator discusses how a group of critters are preparing for their Christmas celebrations, mentioning how interesting their names are.
Rabbit the rabbit, Beavery the beaver, Porcupiney the porcupine, Skunky the skunk, Foxy the fox, and Deary the deer. Woodpeckery the woodpecker, Mousey the mouse, and Chickadee the chickadee.
This is such a stupid joke that just goes on so much longer than I expected it to, but for me the full commitment to doing every single creature's name is why this joke lands. The animals ask Stan for help since their Christmas tree is missing a star. Stan isn't exactly super eager to help them, but he decides to help anyways.
Aha, znači ovo ti je Steam, a čekaj, ovo ti je Steam verzija. Koji ti je verzija?
The critters are so thankful for Stan's help, they offer him a proposition, but once again, he seems pretty disinterested.
How would you like to sing and dance with us for a while?
The boy in the red football hat smiled and said,
No thanks, I'm sorry.
Later that night, he wakes up in his room to something he didn't expect.
friends are there. What a wonderful surprise. The little boy smiled with joy in his eyes.
Ništa je da, znaš kako, znači ideš, nađeš tu, znači up datu, local, soccer 2, save.
Trapped in a Christmas special that he clearly has no interest in participating in. This is actually a trope South Park used to do all the time back in the day, where the boys are forced into a plot straight out of a movie, but they're totally not interested in it whatsoever. For example, the episodes Towley and Aspen both use this trope very well. I have always loved when they use this trope, and this episode is probably their best execution of it to date.
Of course I'll build you a manger, the little boy cried, and he winked at his critter friends and leapt to their side.
So the critters are asking Stan to help them build a manger since Porcupine is pregnant, but this isn't any normal pregnancy. According to the critters, she's a virgin and her conception was immaculate, meaning she's giving birth to their Lord and Savior, but they don't have a manger, so they need Stan to build one. Now this is already a very bizarre way to set up a Christmas special, but trust me, if you think this is weird, I want you to tell me how you feel by the end of the episode. So, out of the kindness of his heart, Stan helps them build the manger, but as Stan goes to leave, a mountain lion wanders into the clearing. Stan shoos away the mountain lion, and the critters tell him how they actually give birth to their savior every year, but the mountain lion always gets through. They're all very sad, but they remember they have Stan to help them. We then cut to Stan begrudgingly climbing up the mountain while the narrator discusses the situation.
For the critters to go saved, someone had to stop that nasty old cat.
Damn it, this is ridiculous.
Said the little boy in the red poofball hat.
So Stan is able to lure out the mountain lion and gets it to jump off a cliff, killing it. But just as Stan is about to head back down, he notices something incredibly tragic.
E da, ništa, ajmo uđi u moj PC. To je moj PC, eto to. Čekaj, to belo.
Why did you kill her mommy? Why?
Da, volume C.
Birth of the Savior?
The tiny cubs all gathered together and cried. All alone in the world because their mother had died.
This is one of my favorite scenes in the episode. I love how they do everything they can to make Stan feel like a terrible person, making the cubs so adorable and even giving them the ability to speak for no apparent reason other than to ask him why he killed their mom. It's so ridiculous and over the top. I love it so much. So Stan returns to the critters, clearly feeling terrible about what he's done, but at least he can feel a little bit of relief knowing that killing the mountain lion protects these friendly woodland critters.
Hidden folder, ovi spremni, da.
Oh.
Lady Porcupine can give birth to the Antichrist.
View.
I thought you meant the son of God.
Show.
Think about it. You really think God would have sex with
Hidden folders, da. Znaš kako klikni na view, pa spusti dole na show, kad ti otvori show.
Oh, no.
Evo ti ga levo, znači vidiš da ti ovo plavo, piše ti home. E pa treća opcija od toga, znači 1, 2, 3, ti je view.
Yeah, so it turns out those woodland critters are actually Satan worshippers, and Stan just helped them in their quest to bring the Antichrist into the world. I absolutely love this twist. It's one of those things where I expected that something was up with the critters, but I didn't expect it to be this overtly evil, and the sudden realization from Stan of what he's done is just the icing on the cake. So a funny story about the behind the scenes of this episode, in the DVD commentary, Matt and Trey talk about how this was the last thing they had to make in the year, and that they did this entire season while simultaneously creating and finishing their movie Team America at the same time. So this was it. By finishing this episode, they had successfully made it through their hell year, as they called it. All they had to do was finish this episode. But when they sat down to write for it, they had absolutely no ideas. So 2 days go by and they still have absolutely nothing. Now, if you know how South Park is made, you may see why that's a problem. Every episode is started and finished in the span of 6 days. So that means that those 2 wasted days essentially cut their time to finish this episode in half. At the end of the first day, they knew it was going to be something about Christmas critters parodying those old stop-motion specials, but that was it. By the end of the second day, they had come up with the idea of evil critters, specifically the whole blood orgy thing, which would be parodying a scene from the sci-fi movie Event Horizon. But there was still no actual plot, which made no sense at all, and there was nothing to tie everything together. They were 4 days away from the episode going live on Comedy Central, and they had essentially nothing to show for it. But when they went home that night, everything would click into place for Trey, and the episode would be saved. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So we then see the critters preparing for the birth of their savior, the other creatures mourning the mountain lion, and most importantly, the narrator reminding Stan of how this is all his fault.
Now that he'd killed the noble lion queen, there was nobody to stop the apocalypse.
Uradi kopiju na njega I vrati ga tu. Ne,
Stan is trying his absolute hardest to avoid the problems he accidentally caused, but the narrator isn't so keen on letting him do that.
He thought he could hide from his problems. Not true. He knew in his heart the thing he had to do.
Eto. Sad imaš na oba mjesta. Jes, ti imaš ga na oba mjesta I to ti to.
Meanwhile, the critters discuss how they need a heathenistic, non-baptized person to be a host body for the Antichrist, and they ask Stan if he can help find them one. Of course, Stan refuses, and he attempts to take down the manger to put a stop to all of this.
But gee whiz,
Pa to sam ti ja rekao da postoji šansa da su ti oni...
The critters keep their promise and show Stan just how powerful they truly are. They also remind Stan of the fact that he killed the only thing that could possibly put a stop to the birth, which makes him really mad. That is until the narrator reminds him of something.
When he remembered there were 3 mountain lion cubs still alive on the hill.
Again, I just love how they incorporate the narrator into the story, with Stan originally arguing with it and trying to avoid following its instructions, but now that he's stuck, he actually listens to the voice for help in order to progress the story. It's super meta and it's done so well. I honestly think it might be the best part of the episode. So Stan goes to see the cubs, who constantly remind him about how he murdered their mother. Side note, I love how they got actual children to do the voices of the cubs. It makes it all the more messed up and hilarious.
We still have our baby and their baby claws. And dead
the cubs don't really know how they could help, considering they're just kids, but one of them mentions another way that they could kill the baby. An abortion.
Where can they learn that? The boy said with a frown. I know the abortion clinic just outside of town.
Stan is so over all of this at this point, and once again he tries to ignore the narrator's story, but the narrator proves that he has a bit more control over the story than we previously thought.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
O, da, sad ću tu vidjeti tu otvoreno, mislim, ako hoćeš može ga zatvoriti.
The doctor at the abortion clinic is more than happy to teach the cubs, and we get a montage of the cubs learning how to perform abortions set to an original song.
It's Christmas time, and it happens once a year. It's once a year at Christmas time.
This is one of my favorite South Park Christmas songs. I can't believe I forgot it in the video ranking every song because it's just so great. Constantly repeating how Christmas time is once a year and it's the only time of year we hear about how it comes once a year. It's just so perfect.
When we hear about how Christmas only comes once a year.
Better have a point. Really better have a point.
Meanwhile, the critters are going for a walk, and they just so happen to stumble upon exactly what they were looking for.
But does that mean you aren't baptized? No, I'm Jewish.
Ako bude sve kako treba, nećete se voditi.
The narrator mentions the new star hanging in the sky as Stan and the cubs approach, ready to give an abortion. But as they approach, Stan quickly comes to a realization. The Antichrist had already been born. they were too late. He
Bukvalno.
also has a little exchange with
Jedan
Kyle,
moj
who is
drugar.
currently tied to an altar and ready to be used
On
as the
tako
host
došao,
body.
otišao
But
bio u
just when
gronicu,
all
njemu
hope seems
bilo ono
lost,
nešto
they
se
hear a
borio
jingle
i on
coming from
krenu
the sky.
poračno
Is
narodno
that,
briše te
could it really
fajlove.
be?
Sjebaju računar, ono sjebaju sistem.
So yes, as if this episode wasn't weird enough already, we get Santa Claus riding in to help save the day. Santa's not exactly happy about the coming of the Antichrist, but he reveals to Stan that he has a little bit of knowledge on wooden critters and how to put a stop to them.
Pro evolution.
One way to stop devil worshipping critters.
So Santa very easily murders all of the wooden critters with a shotgun, and since the Antichrist has no host body, it will not be able to survive, and the day is saved. That is until Kyle suddenly has a massive change of heart and acts completely out of character by consuming the Antichrist anyways, so that the Jews can control Christmas. Now, when I watched this the first time, at this point I was very much questioning what the hell is going on. None of this made any sense at all. Santa just murdered a bunch of satanic woodland critters who are trying to bring the Antichrist to life, and Kyle decides he wants to be the Antichrist. It just makes no sense. And that was precisely the problem Matt and Trey had when writing this episode. They didn't know where to go with it. They knew none of this made sense. But as I mentioned, after the second day, Trey came to a realization of how all of this
moraš
tied
malo
together, and it
odradit
makes
save,
perfect
zato
sense.
što nisi na platformu.
That's enough. You are reading another sentence of this stupid story. I don't believe anyone interrupted you when you read your Christmas story, after.
This is such a perfect twist. Of course, this is Cartman's idea of a wholesome Christmas story. Satanic Christmas critters bringing about the Antichrist, Santa blowing their heads off with a shotgun, and Kyle allowing it to happen so the Jews could have control of Christmas. I mean, that is exactly what you would expect from a story written by Cartman. It is just so well done. This is really the moment that kind of brings the whole episode together. Everything leading up to this point makes perfect sense. I think this still would have been a great episode without this twist, but with it, it truly elevates it to one of the best in the whole show. Trey talks about how once he came up with the idea of this all being Cartman's story, he immediately wrote the entire script right then because everything just clicked. And because of this, the entire episode ended up being created in less than 4 days. Like, it was already incredible enough that they made every episode in 6 days, but doing it in 4 days is absolutely insane. And not only is it insane that they even got it done at all, but the fact that it turned out to be one of their best episodes ever is mind-blowing to me, and it makes this episode even better. So Kyle is completely over this story. To him, it's obvious it was just written for Cartman to rip on him for being Jewish, but the rest of the class is dying to know how the story ends. Kyle doesn't understand why, but everyone begs him enough, he finally relents and lets Cartman finish the story.
Oh dear, my best friend is dead. How about that?
Kyle immediately regrets his decision to concede the Antichrist, but unfortunately for him, the only way they can stop it at this point is by Santa murdering him. But Stan comes to a realization, and he finally gets into the Christmas spirit that the narrator was looking for.
Ладно, Iron Horse.
I took them to see how abortions are done.
What?
Now come, do like they showed
Ne, nešto to misli, zato što Milan Disney tegova i mi ćemo ovo
Those
da
cubs
bacamo
learned how to do abortions just for them to not give an abortion. Obviously, they were going to find a way to make sure that that happened. So the Cubs put all of their training to use to give Kyle an abortion. The Antichrist is removed, and Santa crushes it with right now. And since Stan saved the day, Santa's willing to give him one wish of whatever he wants, and he puts it to good use.
What happened? Mommy?
Opa.
And just like that, this horrible story written by Cartman ends
Ja,
on a
jesi ti
very happy
razumiješ
note,
ovo mapiranje?
and everyone lives happily ever after.
Except for Kyle, who died of
Ja
AIDS
rekao
2
da neki
weeks later.
slučaj znaš neko kome.
Teško da znam stvari o kojima nisam mogao dođe.
I think I made it pretty obvious why I love this episode so much. It's just so perfect. It is truly such a South Park episode. And I know that kind of sounds like it doesn't mean anything, but what I mean is this is just the most South Park of South Park episodes. The way that everything is set up in this episode.
A pusti svoga posla, znaju sad će nas gađa ovi, znaš.
Sad ćeš ti posla dobiti metak učel.
Reka sam ti odmah G. Ne, nemam pojma kako to. Viđi ovo, viđi ovo. Ni ne znaš da su tu, znaš. To ti je to. Ujebo.
Ja sam bio ubiđen da je Kepiću glitchio to do sada.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Hitao sam. Ovi su svi na long ammo, moramo što više desno ići. Znaš. Ovi su naši, pa izba Slayer. Samo idi što više desno, Makiću. Gore s platforme gađe, nije s krova, s platforme one, znaš. Ne, da, s one, brate, s boss Slayera. Gore ima.
Makes each reveal that much better. The way that you just expect this episode to be Stan reluctantly helping these critters the entire time, but then the twist reveal that the critters are actually the evil ones and the mountain lion was the good guy. It is just so compelling and it makes for an incredible story. And of course the reveal that Cartman wrote this entire story is just the icing on the cake. It was the perfect way to tie up all the loose ends in the story, and it really solidified this episode as being one of the best in the whole show. And that's pretty much everything I wanted to say about it. I know this wasn't any kind of deep analysis or anything. This is a lot shorter than my normal videos. I just wanted to make a short, quick video before the end of the year because I really wanted to talk about this episode, and I feel like you guys deserve some updates about the whole Carrot Gartman thing. So yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas or whatever you celebrate, and I will see you in the new year. Later.
Christmas time is once a year. Every critter holds it dear. Every animal, big or small. Christmas means so much to us all. It's once a year, it's Christmas time.
Samo jedan je ostao.
Happens once a year.
Au, brate, on je napolje, jebote život. A daj, ne sprdaj se, jebot.
Izašao si da se prošetaš malo, a?
Sparksi.
Vidi ovo, jebote, pa pogodim ga, smetar! Sa metar jebote, život ne umre, jebote, kako? Serem se u igru, jebote, život. Zadnjih 10 partija mi ovako ide, jebote. Da sam ga promašio, pa ajde.
Ajde, Makiću, sam normalno.
Ma, beši, jebote, život ne mogu da verujem.
Dobro je, Nenad, ajde, dobro je.
Nemoj da im odlačiš igrače.
Jebote.
Mani se to gometaru.
Ajde, Nenad, dobro, ajde.
Nije, brate, kad promašim, kriv sam. Pogodio sam ga u grudi. Čovjek ispred mene stoji na metar, jebote.
Trebam 10 ovih neprijatelja da ubijem. Da bi završio mapu.
Da.
Makić ispad, znaš. Evo. Jes, tako ide, Kecman.
Morat ću da googlam stvarno, mislim da se dopada pesma. Taj deo znam. Ja i moja mala nešto noću bosu.
A ja moju malo garavoj bosu. Zec voli kupus voli rosu.
Lile, južni vjetar ti to peva.
Setio se.
Pa ne moraš da googlaš uopšte.
Kupus voli rosu. To je muzika za Hunt.
Ili mi smo drvosječe, potama nam se...
Ne znam, ali znam onu brčnu se čarančiš.
Ja i moja mala ne radimo ništa, isto.
Nothing is set in stone.
Pa ne bi, kao...
Tamo tebi kad sam ugasio. Ja gađam ovoga, odbije se flare od žice i padne na tebe. Svi od to majke. A tebe. Gađam u čoveka, pogodi u žicu, padne pored levo i skotrlja se tačno na tebe. Je. Ja gledam, ne verujem.
To je normalno.
I onda sam prišao da te ugasim, ali me dovatla žica.
Šta se od ovo?
Od žica je bilo.
Pa nisam, ovoga i njegovoga se pokopio žica.
Ne, i napravljeno. Jedan pored drugog te bio.
Ili sam vek, čekaj, šta sad ovdje? Ja sam završio cijelu mapu, više nema...
Tebe sam ono malo zahvatio, ali nisam komplet. To jest...
Well, today's story's fun. A very expensive branded collab immediately brought the internet down an Arrowhead direction. It's honestly kind of crazy, and their first response to the whole situation was understandable, logical, true, but it was also Pete saying the quiet part out loud. But not really in a way that helped. Within a day, though, they changed their mind. So, the story, it is one of those, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back cycles.
Valjda trade na daljinu određenu ne
funkcioniše. Pa nisu ništa ni radili za trade.
Melee weapons, war bombs, and the weapon being in the rotating store. Now that latter thing raised people's eyebrows just a little bit. But overall, the news was good. Player numbers surged way back just before the PSN debacle. And then right after that, the kill the back because the more you looked at the details,
I šta sada ubiješ Kosta i šta hoćeš da...
Ne peer-to-peer, nego da ljudi sami postaju dedicated server.
They're pretty damn cool because they fix ads that actually earn you money. So they're called Pi, they're new, they're free, and here's how it all works. First, you grab their browser link. When you do that, it will block all adverts. For example, on this channel, we've got to browse through so many gaming news websites, and if you do the same, you know, like auto-playing videos, it's a total just full scale. And even there's a feature that visualizes how much space the application saves you.
Ja I ti zakupimo server hosting.
Earning money because you can opt in to fair ads and you'll get paid as you use the internet, and there's also instant rewards there. There's a limited number of those, and you can be paid to check them out. Then it actually gets better. So I do the majority of my shopping online. I think most people do. And when you're doing that, it's often good to have some sort of cashback installed, so you get the right promo codes and stuff. But if you use an ad blocker, well, usually that all breaks.
Šta sam sad uradio? Sam ja sad oslobodio tu mapu, onako prešao sam, ubio sam sve, nije bilo nikakvog kraja, mi trebalo doći na mapu da ubijem bossa I onda je kao cool.
You get an internet that is free and aggressive butter, you can opt in to fair, reasonable ads, and you'll be able to still get all of the cashback and shopping ads. I've never really seen a product like it, it's pretty damn new, and well, you can get started super easily by just downloading the free Chrome extension at pi.org/Bangalore-News. Many years ago, before Horizon Zero Dawn was even a thing, Guerrilla Games were actually known for Killzone, and specifically here Killzone 2. It was supposed to be the PS3 system seller. It actually had a massive controversy of its own, but that's a story for another day. What you need to know, though, is that the Killzone franchise totally fits Arrowhead's self-set need for a collaboration to be thematically consistent with their game. And in this case, it's because the Hellgast basically are, you know, big space fash vibes. So it all fits. Now, the collab does involve a free thing for everybody, and that is a new missile launcher that comes from Stratagem, but otherwise, it is all premium, or, as Arrowhead, in their very own words, said, a new tier of special premium content reserved for collaborations and other uniquely themed work. So, yeah, suffice to say, that didn't really go down well at all. Arrowhead's initial explanation also didn't help. They have since relented. That's because what is in the store right now is not going to change. The rest of the event will, and it's pretty damn clear that they have felt this one. First, though, let's examine the store and dangle a little bit of intrigue for you. Turns out, doesn't actually seem this was supposed to be a store. We'll get to that in a bit. But basically,
Joj,
it's
slušaj.
right? 6 super credit purchases that have been added to the store. And at launch, buying all of these would set you back 1,975 credits. That is about $20 worth, and of course $20 worth of credits is enough to buy 2 entire war bonds, because war bonds are $10 each. And crunching the numbers, we really see what special tier premium means. So for $20, right, you get 1 gun and a set. So basically you get 6 items in total. Now, contrast that with the latest war bond. It's got 3 pages of rewards. You get a melee weapon, a directional shield, the SR-24 set, SR-18 set, 2 stratagems, and then you get some cosmetics, stuff like emotes, skins, but also each page has 100 super credits for a total of 300 super credits. So you're actually getting those credits back. Now, to get the 6 Hellgast items, as I said, you need to spend $20. That would be on the 2,100 super credit pack, so you would have left over. Now, if you were to spend that on 2 war bonds, you would get way more items, but you'd also get 600 credits back. So it's not that these items are 20 or 30% more expensive. No, these are like multiple times more expensive than what people are used to. And of course, it's because they're not exclusively cosmetic. Now, players have broadly accepted that new armor and cosmetics and weapons via a $10 war bond is basically an okay value proposition, because you're also getting a drip feed of those credits while playing. But in this case, so the good news is the gun is not some insanely overpowered thing, so it doesn't feel ludicrously pay to win. But the Hellgast armor is actually quite desirable. That's because it gives you a 50% resistance to all damage types. Now, the base game armors can give you like a 90% resistance, but only to 1. So even just for the convenience of having like a one-size-fits-all set, like, that's pretty damn good. That's something you're going to want. But still, it is awful value. I mean, the super credit store melee weapon, right? The raised eyebrows like 2 days ago. That only costs 200. The Hellgast rifle is 615. That is just over 3 times as much, which is a hell of a lot of money. So what gives? Why has any of this happened? And how did the data mining make it all seem much worse? Why so expensive? I would say broadly 2 reasons. Future-proofing and just to earn some more money. And not for exclusively awful reasons. It's normal for a company to want some profit, and the relatively new CEO, Shams Rojani, said that this is their first collab, so they're trying to figure things out as they go along. But most importantly, he said this. Secondly, it's optional. The more of this we sell, the more Illuminate type stuff we can keep dropping for free. And he went on to be more clear. This was my way of saying the better the game does, the more stuff we can do. Which is, of course, completely sensible. We all understand that, but it's not really the player's problem, right? Why so expensive? Well, obviously, it's a collaboration. There's licensing fees and that kind of thing, right? But here, that's not really the case, or at least it shouldn't be, because Sony owns the Killzone IP. So, seemingly then, this is priced not based on cost, because they presumably are not having to give Sony loads and loads and loads of money to use Killzone, though maybe they are. It's also the expected margin that they will relinquish to their future collaborations, which we do want. I mean, Johan has talked about Trench Crusade and Warhammer 40k as pipe dream brands that they would love to collab with. And that makes me think that this is some classic price anchoring. They expect future collabs to be expensive, likely because of licensing fees, so they better make sure they're starting as they mean to go on. Okay, but there's another thing that makes this immediately seem much worse, and that is the data mining. Assets data mined from the Omens of Tyranny update by Iron Sights revealed this collab in the form of some imagery, right? Look at this bit of key art. It says Premium Warbond. Now, of course, the very astute of us may have realized that this is not a Premium Warbond, and the live version of that graphic says Premium Superstore, which is what it is. Now, many people saw this and basically thought, hang on a second, did you take what was supposed to be 1 warbond and then just turn it into 2 hyper-expensive time-limited store events? Because that absolutely is what it looked like. And even though we'd all expect the Premium Warbond would cost more than $10, I think, say, that weapon being 3 times more expensive as the melee weapon that was previously on the Superstore, like, would it have been a $30 Warbond? Really? Now, what's interesting is the CCO, Johan Pilstedt, actually responded to this thing directly. He said this: "Sorry you felt the price was steep. We were looking at all feedback. The reason we changed it from a warbond was actually because there were concerns that having a higher priced warbond would carry negative sentiment." And when you dive in, that's a fascinating statement. In other games like, say, Overwatch, your big collab bundle will cost something like $40. So maybe they were targeting a warbond that's like $30-40, the sort of thing that actually would have spooked players. Basically because the warbond is the thing that that keeps this game alive, so if people see pricing changes to that, maybe they're going to start getting properly worried. So I'd say that could be why they did it with the store. Now, the way this whole thing would work, of course, is first the 5-day store event, and then after that, there was going to be another 5-day store event with the rest of the cosmetics. People basically assume that would be roughly $40 worth overall. Now, funnily enough, there was a store change with this, where it would be on the store for 5 days instead of the usual 2, which should mean less FOMO, more time. But of course, in context, what it really felt like to people was just dangling the hyper-expensive stuff just in front of people for longer. So yeah, the gamers were not thrilled, people were not happy, and it's kind of funny because in the video we published just as this story broke, I ended that video saying that I expected they would mess up, but based on their track record, I trusted them to take on the feedback. But I said that I had no idea just how quickly that cycle would happen. Let's talk about the big walk back. First up, the existing cosmetics are staying on the store, but they're going to be up for 10 days instead of 5, so that people have got time to earn more of those credits. Then Arrowhead are actually looking to bring them back to the store, eventually permanently, in a way where there won't be FOMO, but it seems that till then, they'll just be rotating back in, which at least is good enough. Now, their update also promises they'll revisit pricing. I wonder if that's just in future events, or if they will maybe of whoever was forecasting lots of money coming from these. The entire planned second wave is being given away to everybody for free. And then also the Wasp stratagem will be available via a major order. Now, they've basically taken half of the stuff they wanted to sell, and they've given it away for free, which very much is the mother of all break glass in case of emergency situations. So the question is, has this worked? Have they actually sold lots of these sets? And what's going to happen? Make no mistake, this has made a shitload of money. So Steam's best-selling chart is actually ranked by revenue. It's not ranked by units sold, and Helldivers has stayed really high, like since the Game Awards, but it actually hit rank 2 globally when all of this was going on. So yeah, they were making a lot of money. Now, of course, the whole Warbond plus store model always risked this kind of problem happening, but I think it was never really a binary good/bad thing. It was always just ensuring that Arrowhead didn't take the piss. I think it's one of those things that is not binary, but it's rather a scale. It's based on weightings, and in this case, it was enough to tip the scales. But they were already moving in that direction. I mean, you had the melee weapon being on the Super Credit store, and then the war bonds are, you know, they're pretty brisk. It's $10, and then on top of that, people were assuming some sort of premium $20 per page of rewards, Superstore thing, then becoming normal. Absolutely fantastic. Now, the walkback has helped here, and that they've said these will rotate back in, and then that there will be some sort of permanent store, definitely is good, like the consumer-friendliness of this. But for me, there's another thing that makes a humongous difference here. They've said that they will be taking a break before doing any more collabs because they, quote, don't want to turn into a diluted IP. Obviously, I'm thinking of Call of Duty, I'm thinking of Overwatch. And in those games, you as a player actually have a worse time because other people have bought cosmetics. If you just like Call of Duty Black Ops because you enjoyed those games, you like their vibes, and you then go and you play a match, and you see various people from different places. There's Homelander, there's a Space Marine, like it was in Modern Warfare 3. It's no longer the same experience. I mean, Call of Duty actually knows that because in COD Zombies, whenever you upgrade at the Pack-a-Punch machine, by default, it turns your weapon into this disgusting, garish-looking, horrible thing. And there's actually a button to toggle those off so that your guns will still be normal guns. That's basically a tacit admission that those garish cosmetics dilute some of those spells. So in this case, though they want to stick with rounds that actually
dobra pesma, nema šta.
Is a good thing.
Nisam, ne mogu kaži da sam je čuo. Znam za ono kao... Zed, skupu su te stvari, ali...
out to the point where I can't help but notice them when I'm told out of the Helldivers experience. Well, that's bad in a way that you can't get out of. But I think the real reason why this stung is actually deeper than all of that. And it's why Giordani's statement about paying for the game and hey, we can do more free content if you buy more shit. It makes logical sense, but it feels wrong. And that's because Helldivers 2 is a $40 game in the vein of PlayStation's live service model, not a free-to-play.
Ne kaže Kera, nego Kira.
To put pressure on players to keep the game alive and keep the content coming. Now, obviously, ongoing development is an expensive thing, yeah, but to do this type of live service, you need to make sure that that never feels like your player's problem. Especially when everybody knows one of the top-selling games of the year is within just 3 months. And yes, a lot of that money will have went back to Sony, but that's always how it is, and a lot of it would have went to Arrowhead. And on this story, we actually know for a fact, or at least if we believe them for a fact, that this was not PlayStation's thing, that this wasn't Sony saying, hello, we would like the line to go up, make them expensive. No, Arrowhead actually owned this out. They said that they were in the driving seat behind these decisions, and it was, quote, on them. Which is a good thing, actually, because if this was on Sony, it would be like the PSN account linking thing, where Arrowhead just have really no say in the matter. In this case, though, well, they did fuck up. But because they fucked up, they hopefully have got a form of control and won't do it again in the future. Here's what Johan said at the end to kind of sum it all up. Thanks. I mean, we're all in it together. It's an ecosystem that needs to be sustainable. If we do stuff you like, we are able to sustain the business and make more stuff we hope you like. And then that continues until it doesn't work, at which point the story ends. Yeah, that's how the live services happen. I suppose, for me, I'm stunned that this pricing even happened in the first place. Because to me it seems so transparently just trying to blow up in your face. But given how quickly they've changed their tune and how high magnitude the 180 has been, like literally giving half the items away, I doubt they'll make this kind of mistake again. And maybe one reason they feel okay doing that is, well, they were right to be best-selling. So they did make a shitload of money. Model and says, okay, we actually didn't need to go that hard. Let's make it sustainable. Who knows, and perhaps we'll even make it 2025 without another 2 drama. But don't hold your breath. And after this, I got a hell of a video for you, because there's another video game that is currently doubling the peaks that Helldivers is experiencing. It's Marvel Rivals.
Ništa ne
čujem. Ne čujem, nema kuće oko priča.
Ja ne znam, bio isključen mikrofon ili šta je, ali nisam ga čuo ništa dosta.
Evo ih, Milane.
Možda ti bio mikrofon isključen.
A jest. Molim.
Svaka ti dala.
Vode. Čoš.
Vode iz bunara.
Exposing the pie influencer disaster before it wait, so he's aborting this, he's not killing the company, he's aborting it?
Ja bi najradije samo takoju palačinku.
Ja bi je rado možda poti neku
DPK.
Šta, onaj disk launcher?
Ne, nego ovo za palačinku.
Opet mora da priđe s tim.
Znači, Kesić, ja bi rado zamutao palačinku, kažem, ja bi je motao ako će neko da peče. Ja ću sve da možemo da
gore upadao.
Yeah, I'm not going to list every single individual creator who fell for it right now, because a much better usage of your time is to just go watch the original video itself. But the gist of it is that pretty much all of your favorite YouTubers have been vocally promoting a product called honey. And very few of them had any idea why that's probably a bad thing to do. Again, please do watch the original video. It's not really possible to fully summarize all of it with just a few sentences. If I had to try.
The app was a scam.
Hit on! Brzo rush! Hit on.
Honey bad, honey steal money, honey hurt creators without
Zaklao sam ga, verovao ili ne.
That's basically. Now, just to be fair, YouTubers very often get offered exorbitant sums of money to promote various products or services. So much so that I can't really blame them for sometimes
Not for the end user, for creators, I don't give a fuck, cry.
Makić priča, ali priča, ja ništa ga
Go back
čuo
and watch
nisam.
the original video. You only watch the clip. Watch the whole video.
Jedan je tu kod metalnih vrata, ubio sam.
Failing to see warning signs during the process of due diligence. It happens to all of us. Here, it just does. However, honey has now become a hot topic of scrutiny, largely because of how big it got before anyone caught the problem. Except in my estimation, that same problem is now attempting to be reborn, only this time potentially
Čisto
worse,
normalno, ovaj
coming from
point
one of the
server.
same founders who is now threatening to middleman the entire YouTube
Ali ništa ti taj
advertising
cirkus ne
ecosystem,
daje.
just like they
Ništa.
middleman
Bukvalno.
Kako ti ne daje, brate?
marketing
Daje
with
perkove,
honey.
kako ne, može
I
da
mean, if you're this guy,
Ma to je
right?
boleština, ljudi. Gdje ići
Well,
na
you did
to?
it
To je baš
once.
bolest.
You might as well do it again.
Nema što tamo.
Yeah,
Nema
he
što
knows how to do it. He's already done it.
Today I want to showcase why the recently viral video exposing issues with the coupon code application Honey might just be the tip of the iceberg. How their new project Pi.org,
rumeni
one
da
of the
ga
very same
ubijem.
co-founders, is attempting to demolish
Pa
the
nije niko
average
uzeo ovaj
everyday
samo
creators like me,
Oh, that's
hence why I'm
bad.
so passionate about it,
That's real bad.
by invasively inserting themselves into the pipeline and siphoning off revenue for no other reason than we should just be a middleman.
Oh,
Evo,
so
na ovo
Twitch
dođe
had
šire,
this
brate.
happen, or like, so do you remember when Twitch made that change and they said that streamers couldn't get their own ads, and then a lot of people got really mad about it?
Neće.
This was maybe
Pa imaš
like
i
a year and a
Pojenović.
half ago, somewhere around there.
Ovo mora.
This is what they were actually talking about.
Oh.
So if this ends up cannibalizing Google AdSense, I have
Nije
a
taj
feeling
tješi
that
kill.
Google is going to figure out a way to make it stop working.
Šta zeba? Pa na kill, brate, traži ti poen da vratiš health.
More so an early
Evo ga
warning
ovdje,
sign,
Milan.
and if left unchecked, these guys are going to do the very same thing again to every
Znaš
single
šta sam
industry
ja
they
ovo
possibly
zgazio, te
can.
mi skida.
Let's get into it.
Yeah,
Kad je
Znaš
Međer
ovaj
tu...
što
The service
izgoreo?
I'm talking about today, Pi,
Pa
is
povijesti
a
igrači tu kjer.
registered trademark of a company called the People's Internet Experiment.
What is this fucking... What is this, China? The People's Internet Experiment?
Pa evo ga i vamo, drugi mrtav, ali je zapaljen.
Da, svi su
A
izgoreli.
gdje
Yeah,
treći?
I feel like this is something like North Korea would this is
Pa
like,
imate
North
ovdje i
Korea is
trade.
making internet. That's what they're calling it.
Trening moš. Skine, bro, to je 7
PI.
poena. Sad možemo naprijed.
But that's also stupid. That's so stupid. What is
Pa
this?
samo,
That's-
pa samo.
Incorporated, which is itself a California-based company whose key principle is one
Oh,
Ryan
ove su
Hudson.
baš dobile
Let's call him
bombonce.
today's main character, I guess. Here's the thing. Ryan Hudson is the previous co-founder of Honey, along with a man named George Ruan,
Well,
a
it
fact
worked
that they
once.
seem to be pretty much bragging about on the Pi.org website, which is then even
Well,
further...
they're bragging
Ako
about it. They
hoćeš
sold it
imaš
for
vamo
$4
Mako
billion fucking
1895.
Bro, if I sold a company for $4 billion, I don't care if this company, I don't know, like, I can think
Pa
of
ako
bad
hoćeš
things.
možemo.
Evo ga plavi perk,
I'd be
Shadow
telling
Leap.
everybody about this. I'd be like, guys,
Pa taj mi
you
ni
know
džabe ne
that-
treba.
Yeah, okay. I'd be bragging, Nazi
Taj mi
friends,
baš
yeah.
ni džabe,
Turns
samo
out,
slođe.
after doing a pretty hefty amount of digging, refreshing pages,
Ma ne no, i na emulator
finally
odeš
served
i
the
vidiš
specific
doviđenja.
advertisement that I was looking for.
Yeah.
Again, because I remember, well, now wait a second,
Bah,
didn't that
Da je
company say
fly, pa
Honey
jedino
in the promo
Belzeker
that they just
od
showed?
Fly valja,
None
znaš,
of it was
sve
real.
ostalo.
I ended up
But
finding
it's
out
also
only because they're dumb enough to have an unlisted
Ah.
YouTube channel which is running raw videos
Dumb.
Dobar,
unlisted
da te ne
with
zombi.
with code
Popunjava
and
ti
the
slot.
names of the creators who
A šta bi
had
uzeli
Zato
isto toga?
ne dira
directly
i...
in it. And from there, I tracked down the
Samo te
actual
boss može
advertising
napasti.
program itself, which, if it now gets
Od svoga
deleted,
i-
you're just going to incriminate yourselves worse, by the way. So don't do it. But yeah, it turns out that the People's Internet Experiment Incorporated is currently running about 300 different advertisements on Google AdWords. Now, to be
Okay.
clear, as per
Seismic
the
crime.
advertisement that actually caused
Seismic
me to
crime
start looking at all this,
damages and knocks back
Pi.org
enemies.
Lagana,
truly
prva
designed
lagana.
a
If it hits an
middleman
enemy
ad
that has been
blocker from
stunned,
the same
your
founder
next
as Honey.
slam attack
This new
will
application
Je, ovaj
isn't
mene
just aimed
gađe,
at YouTube.
a ja došao i
No.
pak.
It's aimed at
Ode.
practically every
Headshot,
single creator
pa
content
nema, pa
platform
gdje
on the
ćeš,
internet.
čovječe?
I'm not just trying to appeal to YouTubers right now. If you make music on Spotify, or if you stream on Twitch, or any number of other content platforms out there online at the moment, this might very well affect you if they get a foothold in the business market. Anyway, here it is. And just to be clear, I'm playing this advertisement under the 4 pillars
When
of fair
used on a
use.
shocked enemy.
He's immediately trying, because you know they're going to try to shut this down, bro. They don't want it to happen.
What incredible and character of the use, nature of the copyrighted work, amount or substantiality of the portion used, as well as the effect of the Yeah, I know my share.
Svi ovi sa sve zvezdica, trajkađeri.
They lost.
Čim ga jednom obališ, odmah će da izvučeš špric i da se vratiš sebi Paris Hilton.
How can you be in that crowd and not know that you're an idiot?
Ko da ga nisi ubio.
Like, you've got to know somewhere deep down inside, right? You've got to have like an idea like, oh man, maybe I'm a dumbass. They've got to have, like, right? I mean, they must.
And I have a copyright skilled lawyer on my literal payroll for the purpose of shutting down desperate claims by Sky companies who just figured that was the word to say. Here it is.
This is the only ad blocker I've ever used that works on YouTube, Twitch, and Spotify. This is Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads everywhere you go online. And don't worry, it won't download a bunch of onto your computer like other ad blockers. Pi is a trusted LA-based company. It's actually founded by one of the creators. The coolest part is that if you decide you do want to see ads, Pi will literally pay you for seeing them. Like, I made money just from this Google search. Good luck finding another ad blocker that does that. Speaking of things other ad blockers don't do, I also have a visual mode to watch your ads disappear and see how much space you're saving. So, if you want this to be the last ad you ever see, get Pi for free right now.
Alright, you hear that?
Yeah, and so I don't really think that something like this could work because, like, if you're a company and especially if you're like actively, so like ad blocking is technically against the YouTube TOS. I think that if you're a company, because this is how Blizzard won a lawsuit a long time ago. So Blizzard won a lawsuit, this is like back 3,000 years ago, and I think it was in courts in Germany, but I feel like it would probably happen here as well. Taking advantage of another person's business, they can shut it down. So I don't even know why they did. I'm kind of surprised. The glider, it was for, was it glider or honor buddy? I forgot which one it was, but it was one or the other.
Proba!
Trusted LA
Proba, samo noi da uletimo krivinu i da... Ma ne zanesi.
Everywhere else you go online.
Right.
Which is, first of all, not possible.
Prva, druga, treća, puga, ma popa, druže, znači...
To claim that this company will insert
Što je bilo?
Ništa, brate, Henning stoji, a imam medijum stop.
A šta imaš na Henning?
On the surface, sounds great. You, as in you watching this right now, the video, might be salivating at the idea of getting paid for the ads that you watch on social media because those ads are mercilessly based on your content. Think about it one step further. This company, Pi.org, cannot and does not have an official partnership with all of these different platforms. They do not, and likely have a partnership with the individual creators, which means that when you use this application and watch advertisements with you are doing the exact same thing that you would otherwise be doing. Except this time, the only person getting paid is Pi. In essence, much the same thing that's happening with Honey. They seem to be stealing the revenue of everyone they possibly can, while making it seem like the end result is better for customers and viewers. But as a creator, that is point blank horrible. Before we get into the rest of it here, a lot of what I focus on is that,
and this is the issue that a lot of these people have, is that if you don't have ads on content can't really exist on the internet. Because there's no other way to monetize it. So if you're telling creators that they can't have ads and you're taking their money, at a certain point you end up killing the content. Like, for example, we wouldn't have YouTube if YouTube couldn't serve ads. So there is a tipping point in which so many people are using ad blockers that YouTube can no longer function. And if that happens, I think that's bad for everybody. Now,
da bi onda procesor uštrojio premoje, znaš.
No. But I realize that we can't have a world where everybody it worked before. Actually, no, it didn't. YouTube was losing a ton of money.
Ustrojio mu je bar 70-80 frame-ova
and
procesu.
Google was losing money on YouTube for the better part, if not a whole decade, until very recently, where Google actually started turning a profit with YouTube. Because I thought the same thing, and then I looked it up myself.
Content these days, aside from video games, is technology, sometimes politics, and media literacy. That last one is what really matters here, because in a social media-dominated online landscape, media literacy feels like it's completely falling apart. To help with that,
I don't think that's true. You know what's actually falling apart? Literacy. No media required. Just the whole thing.
It's a tool that I vetted for about 6 months before working with them, which I personally use in the production of certain videos. To help with that, we have today's video sponsor, which is Ground News. Ground News is a media aggregate service which notably cuts through bias and provides as much information as possible to readers. It works by gathering everything in one place, as well as marking key information like corporate ownership, allowing you to compare article headlines and overall content between different outlets. Right here, you can see the feed for a developing story right now about Alex Mashinsky, the crypto fraudster who just pled guilty on 2 counts with a maximum sentence.
Another one?
Ma nemam ti ja nikakve generacije.
Wow.
Ne igra.
A?
Kako ne? A dobro to.
Pa to mi je upaljeno, DLSS.
To uduplao.
Pa upali i ti to, što?
To ne valja nakon ništa.
Ne znam šta je sad ti, ali treba da radi.
Ne, mislim radi, ali to...
Kao što Nvidia ima DLSS, Nvidia
ne valja,
AT
ne radi
ima
kako treba.
FSR, kako ono zove? Šta ne radi, ne razumijem šta ne radi.
A Kesiću, za Boga, pa ne radi kako treba, mutna je slika.
Zato što je algoritam loš.
Pa loše, brate, pa probao sam, to ne valja ništa. Gore mi radi igra nego kad mi nije ništa uključeno.
Ne možeš da razlikuješ igrač.
Ne bi onda ja nikad ni uzeo ako je to tako.
Tako je, vjerojatno. Bojan ima 3070, u Hell Diversima ima 3070 Ti preko 100 frame-ova, sve na maksimum. Ne, nema razlike ovdje. Da. Ali zato ti je skuplja. Zato je skuplja Nvidia. Eto zašto.
Biju ga, moramo upada.
Dolazi ekipa okolo.
Bravo.
Pazi, čovjek je tamo levo. Reći čovjek tu ispod tebe Kesić.
Ništa, mora akcija, ljudi. Hitovan je više puta. Pa to je to, beo. Pa ne treba ti nekromancer, zašto nekromancer? Ubi me ovaj lada, brate. Znači izneverovao sam, bukvalno sam izneverovao. A možeš, crveni je boss.
Aj sad, diži ga Kesić.
Moraš bossa ubi, ima manje health. Morate bossa što prije, ljudi.
The Val in this pyramid must have been trapped here since the cataclysm. Was it corruption that kept them alive? Or the energy from their sun? That sun is an incredible achievement, no doubt. But it doesn't fit with what the Val wrote about. These
A jes.
runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's
A
not
ne, na
blood
South su
offering,
ovamo,
it's
Southwest.
someone
Ima ih i na Nortu.
Na Nord. Nema tamo, nisam čuo ništa.
Tempest Bell must be charged up by hitting enemies with your...
of foul blood. Perhaps if I...
Evo ga, čovjek je ovdje.
Jes, dobro kažeš.
Worked? Now this is truly something. The apex. It's opening. Goodness me. We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it. We were right on top of this device the entire time. Oh. What? It's some sort of gateway. Oh, how incredible!
Jedan manje, jedan manje. Pomoć! Diže ga odmah, diže ga odmah!
Trying to understand. Val priests built a gateway to their
Au.
future to escape becoming
Na penal
They
sam
just
naišao,
activated
sviđao.
themselves back there.
Bravo, 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 još
So they
jedan,
could
još
still
jedan,
be
još
active
jedan.
now. And isn't needing someone
A
with
moraš
foul
odmah
blood
dići ga.
on this end, does time pass equally?
Diže, digo ga je!
Is a day here, a day
Jebi ga, jebote.
Šta ne, ne,
Ja-
ple? Pa šta ne, ne? Pa digo ga je, ple. Ne, ne.
know not what you do. A
To
great
su troši
darkness
stvar.
comes. No matter with what
Imali smo partiju, realno, baš smo
Ne
imali.
znam, nije mi jasno što ste na dva čovjeka izleteli. Čovjek ima auto 5, šta ima? Dobro, isto.
To liči
Ja
nisu
rekao da
tako
ispratim
bolje.
njega, jer znam čijom on izlazi odmah idem za njim, ono. Ne mogu da...
This portal provides an opportunity that I had never considered. Enter the portal. Find
A,
their
pa
experts
vidio
on the
sve.
beast.
Sranje, sranje. Ono, nemamo sreće.
Pa pokušajte dok ne nađete sreću.
To. Ali lepo ti rekao, znači kao u onom aparatima. Ubacuju žetone dok ne dobiješ.
Ja sam Lokija ubio me profi farmer.
Eto ti ga, ne? Čovjek je
Obzirom
profesionalac.
da je profi, meni ne bi bilo žao.
U čemu? U farmi?
Pa to. Bolje tu ubio profi lik nego neka nubara.
Evo da ti je drago da te ubio profesionalac.
Da, ništa strašno, 8 i 26.
here to help. Don't drink the water.
A ne zebavaj, gdje ćeš, na spavanje?
Si umoran.
Ideš spavat, šta ćeš?
Glukni!
Ready, Makiću, ready, zaboravim se.
Get out of here, stalker.
Pa jes.
Are these living rock? In the flesh? Hello! My name is Alva Valai. It was I who... No, don't run away! Oh, I think we pose a threat. Let's go after them.
A što, to je baš ovako drugarska ideja. Pojiš lepo i korisno.
baš nismo Makić imali sreće ovdje, svidio ono.
Pozdravi.
Nema već, da ono, bukvalno samo si pustio klik, možda bi ga, znaš ono.
Da.
There they are. Don't touch me.
Oli ga učita danas, jebote. Misliš?
Nije.
Šta misliš, Makić, hoće nas vratit nazad, hoće? Evo, već je blokirao.
Ne znam, meni učitalo.
Ne znam, mene je blokiralo potpuno. Pa da, evo, učitava i dalje. 100% će nas vratit. Učite. A ja rekao ono, vratit će 100%.
To nekog bacio od meća.
Svet voli kupus. Ne znam, vidi. Ništa, evo ga, vratio, evo. Vratio, ne znam je li tebe, Makiću, vratio. Ovdje ćemo se s ljudima. Au. Je server roka, brate, jebe kevo. Sviđao, Makić. Au.
Jel ja? Jel imaš ti level 48 s ovim?
46. Što 48?
2, 4, 6, 7.
Za duplo stiga.
Imam water staff sa 7 statistika. 57 do 95 fizička.
Možda ga linkuješ, jer je to previše pravi.
Jesi u igri? Pa mogu, nisam znao da su u igri.
Ja ako ne pričam i ne komentarišem, znači da ne igram. Mogu samo da pričam.
Evo ti, posljednji ti link.
Šta si igra, Snake?
To preći jako igram.
A koliko imaš do finalnog bossa?
Pojma ne,
Akt trojke.
Šta si ti to stavio? Ti stavio 57 do 95, fire damage, accuracy, increase elemental.
Ja mislim da Kecman ima damage-a do tog bossa tresne i šuta.
Ovo ti je za farmanje regularnih neprijatelja, čini mi se.
Pa ne to, nego u tom aktu 3. Jer to je prvi akt 3. Ja mislim da ima Kecman damage-a da ga i šuta, ono, tresne.
Zadnjeg bossa, da, zadnjeg bossa i kod sebe sam ga, podcepao sam ga.
Znači sam siguran da je bolji, samo nema dovoljno statistika. Znaš?
Da, ali znaš ko je fora, vidi. Ovaj tvoj je, znači, quality 20 i ima se 2 soketa na njemu.
Moj fizikal.
Znači 20% i 40%.
Isto je, base damage mu je bio isto toliki, 50 do, ne znam koliko je ovaj, 50 do 80-90, tako nešto. Bez ikakvih enchantmenta.
Možete slobodno na dokove krenuti. Gore na dokove, boss.
Da, ali vidite imaš 97% increase elemental damage with attack.
Imam ja, znam, ali imam ja i bolji štab.
Dobro, ali ja te pitam ako hoćeš, ako nećeš, ja ću golema.
Nisam mogao golema da isparadijem s onim štapom. Imao sam štap 50-70 physical i imao je 60-70 elemental damage.
Koji ti je to golem?
20 cold, onaj vatrni. 20 cold damage-a, 30 lightning damage-a.
Onaj što je rukom oslonjen na onu...
Što udara onaj zid i lava ga prati. Imao sam gomilu elemental damage-a i prosječan physical i džaba, ne možda mu skinem health. Ne mogu dovoljno brzo da mi skinem health.
A htio da te pitam, hoćeš da ti dam da probaš nešto?
Pa daj,
ako bi da promeniš malo playstyle.
Šta?
Ovo je moje.
Čekic mi nudiš, tako? Ne igram čekic. Hvala ti.
Pa ne želim čekic, jer ako bi promenio playstyle...
Ne želim da igram čekic. Rekao sam želim da igram klasičnu
Ala
Warrior.
server koči, ljudi.
Mogu da igram sa...
Jel koči server, Makiću?
Da, vrat.
A?
Vraćam, vidi ovo.
A ne znam šta se dešava, ali koči nešto izgleda.
Znaš da sam veliki protivnik toga da me igra vuče za ruku dignu određeni skill. Jedini razlog zašto nikad nisam prešao Sekiro je zato što, rekao sam ti, znači igra te gura da igraš konstantno taj Dex build, katana only. Jer igra je takva, razumiješ, igra ona skriptona.
Čega te forsira igra?
Jesi igrao Sekiro?
A da, meni se isto to malo nije dopalo, baš isto razloga.
Mislim, kapiram, zato što je u smislu prati priču. Priča je takva da si
bit će više
shinobi.
to, bit će više to.
Ti si shinobi, mislim to je to. Ali ja...
A misliš?
Ne znači da mora da mi se sviđa. Mogu ti to.
I should bring this to Oswald.
Hvala kad sam ne korisam uzem.
Gdje ćeš to, brate, što kažeš?
Dobro, nego ako mu ponudim, rekao ono kao 7 statistika, bilo mi glupo samo da ga bacim, ono rekao bolje da ga dam nekome.
Da li, hvala.
Ovo?
Mogu ti linkova, čekaj.
Yes, definitivno. Pa evo pa više no ti, šta je?
Need a guy? Take care.
Evo, Kecmane, posmatraj, što kažu, feast your eyes upon this. Moment. Veraš da nisam baš impresioniran s ovim.
Da čekamo.
Aj.
Jeste, ali ne znam zbog čega ja mislim da je onaj moj više bolji, jer ti ne možeš da uradiš sva 3 elementa u isto vreme. Ja mislim da ćeš
možeš. Da, možeš.
Ja sam mislio da je to onda gubljenje statistika.
Ne gubiš ništa. Jedino imaš neprijatelje koji su imuni na elemente, ili imaš neprijatelje koji pišemo elemental resistant. Na sve elemente je otporan. Imun, ali otporan. Na sve. I onda tipa, ako bi mu normalno radio 100% elemental damage-a ili bi na neki bio ranjiviji, ovo ima 30-50% na primjer ima resistance. Znači radiš mu manje. Ali to je neki neprijatelji koji imaju imunost na to. Kao što je fizikal je vrlo jednostavan i ne boli. Enako većina skillova koje radiš piše ti njih converts 80% physical damage to XY, razumiješ? A šta ćeš da konvertuješ kad radiš 30-40 physical, razumiješ? A sad druga je stvar ako ne konvertuješ ništa, nego radiš strogo physical.
Da.
Ne zajebaj, pa kad ste igrali zajedno? Čisto, Makić, može onako, slobodno. Mazohizam. Ajmo ovamo, Makić, možemo ovamo. Čisto, Makić, možemo, slobodno.
jedan je boss, to su ljudi za nama.
Jedna je glava kume Vujića. Čisto, Makiću, čisto, pa nema. Ako imaš dinami, Makiću, baci na ovog. Dimo, će li nam bačit šta?
Ne, ali imamo ove nožove.
Čisto. Puca, Makiću. Čisto, nema više Makić sekundi, koliko ti imaš?
O, brat, sad ti izduvali.
Šta se?
Izduvali, brat, 100 metara.
Još imaš kontrol na Dark Side-om, razumeš? Sad kad imaš već kontrol na Dark Side-om, opet isti efekt.
Ljudi su na cirkusu bili, to vidimo. Jo, što je lepo kad imaš jebeni rezist pa ti jedva skidaju.
Koliko pričam rezist?
62 lighting.
To je dobar rezist. Solidno dobar.
Yes. A ne. Još. Go! Šta mora, ne zajebao. Baš ha, daj me. Aj, evo, što radi, čekaj.
Obični neprijatelj bacio neke gluposti, neki chaos zilot, gluposti. Teški idiot. I sad umjesto da me vrati nazad u selo, baci me kod portala, moram da kliknem na portal da uđem i izađem.
Molim.
Hey there.
Kod mene je 25.
Kod mene možda sad 7, ajde da kažem.
Ne možda je bati.
A?
Igraš u jakni.
A ne igram, u duksu sam.
Ja u atletu.
Pa to, u to, ko što Beka kažu, majte dugi. To. Mala. A, pa ti si blizu tu, viš da si na gateway, ti si tu blizu, evo.
Već sam ja prošao kroz gateway.
Rekao sam 15. Evo te zamolio Zagina.
Znam kako.
A nije, nego znaš ovo Zagina sam je 3-4 puta na ovim mapama. Kada Zagina sam mapi jednog ono, sjedno ključno žalbe. Ali su ti nekako hladne, to je enigmica.
Damage-uju te fino ovi Čirokani ovi.
Koga, mene?
Pa Snake, Čirokani ovi, fino čelski. Pa da, i mene su oni Snake kasapi, baš dobro.
Možemo i ovako, viš. Sve.
In the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional.
Regalor. Čitav regalor.
Ljudi su tamo.
Gdje su ljudi, Makić?
Pa eno tamo, gdje su pingovi. Čuo si vrane.
Nisam, sad sam te krenuo.
Na Scatter Lake su možemo
Pa to je levo valjda od nas, nije desno.
Levo. Čekamo ih ovdje.
A tu je i boss, bat. Pa dižu vrane, brate. Pa tu ti je boss, bat.
Evo ih, evo ih.
Gdje su?
Tu sam trčao.
Corruption beats within this heart.
Ko su istakovali toliko damage-a, pa daj.
Gdje žrtvujemo srce, ljudi?
Na zadnjoj mapi.
Odoš.
Eno ih, trče tamo.
Jel streamuješ?
Da. Sacrificial heart.
Dobro, moraš da ga nosiš bukvalno do zadnje mape. Dok ne budeš ušao u onaj Dorian sranj.
Pazilo sad, breakdance.
Da, na toj mapi si ga nosiš, sad misliš jedno dve mape da odigneš i sajt ti u inventaru.
Moramo ovo gužvat, što je samo ovo gužvat. Ovo pade na.
Što stremuješ, a?
Beka, pa što ga pusti, brate, bombu da mi baci? A, brate, mili, je.
Ne. Ja ću dižem te.
Možeš, ali ubit će me odmah. Probaj. Otišli su na njega su otišli, to je sreće. A valjda imam onaj resilience, nemam. Imam onaj resilience, pun sam odmah kad me digne. Ja manje.
Kako radi?
Pali ga odmah, na pin.
Tower.
Još ja manje.
Mortales.
Ovdje u kući jedan.
Welcome to my channel.
Nakujem ga svakim udarcima.
Dvoje, Maki, dvoje. Iza kuće!
Ušao u kuću.
Tvoje!
U kući. Pogođen.
A vidimo se, druže. A bili ste sigurni za ovo,
Sam ja prižgivao. Snake, znaš šta me spasilo? Ona injekcija, brat, uzeo sam, vratio sam sebi čank.
Viš kako se radi mišće, ko bi to uzeo? Bravo Matić.
Što Snake kaže, bravo, jes.
A jedino Makić prati, vi kao bi update, ali kao šta bi update? Mojbe mate, ništa novo nema.
I ova ima drilling, ne treba.
Oni su mislili da će vjerojatno Makića da me shotuju, Makić je perfektno.
Šipak. 140.
Kad je čupavo, vratiš sebi HP.
Ljudi!
Da.
Brš.
Vid ovo! Vidio ovaj je. Gdje ću pomoći?
Headshot.
Bravo.
Tvoje Makić, ne daj mu ga digne, ne daj mu samo ga digne. Beka, ti si odstupaš od igre, od svega odstupaš. Bravo. Diži me, brzo. Čuči iza i diži me. To.
Vamo je. Ovdje je čovjek. Evo ga ovdje. Pogođen. Ne, mene jebote život! Pa gađam se s čovjekom, gdje da se maknem? Pazi.
Gdje je on?
Tu je bio kod kuće.
Evo tu. Čovjek me hituje, ja mu headshot zavalim. Pa s ovim oružjem misli da nema, ne treba ti ništa bolje. Ništa bolje ti ne treba.
A doj.
Čini si ga cepno?
Pa gdje Steak, ovo je šteta što ti ne streamujemo. Ovo je raj za oči što se ja noćas uradi. Raj za oči. Tu je jednoga Makić završio. A tu, da, iza kuće. Iza kuće te.
What a lighting damage.
Pa iza te kuće, gdje si tamo otišao? Iza ove kuće je.
Bingo.
Gdje si tamo otišao?
Poguraj malo, sad resist.
Oba bossa su naša, realno, lagani.
Dobio jedan 22 lighting damage na prstenu, a prsten je zapravo da bude dobro.
Razumeš?
Daj mi fire attack, fire damage, daj 9%.
Ajde, od 9 od 9 imamo, ja ću otići do cirkusa, završim event, uzem ono govno.
Šta sam branim, da ga napređujem dalje ili ne?
Makiću, ne znam. Samo ga skini sa zida, ne moraš ga uzeti, to sam ja uradio. Ne treba da ga izneseš s makom, da samo da ga skineš sa zida.
Pa nije event, nego jedan task, kakav event.
Je, gotovi event. Čim to uradi, gotovi event, jesno, pravo.
A to je tač, Ja bi trebao vratiti HP, na Lamber je ovaj boss. Gdje se ono na mapi Makiću vraća?
Na kočije možeš ako ima i tamo u šator, brate. Ili ako ubijemo bossa pa ćeš vratiti.
A biju ga oni na Lamberu, čuješ da puce?
Ništa, onda ajmo na cirkus ako hoćete. Eto ga, tu je negdje. Možda je ovdje. Livestock ili Lamber.
Evo mi na drugog bossa, moramo...
Na Lamberu.
Pa oni idu odmah direktno ga biju, znaš.
Da.
A tu zašto? Tako i mi realno, ubijemo bossa i odmah idemo na drugog. Boss do bossa, zamisli to. Ali slušaj, ništa ne smijemo dići jer nemamo HP-a. Znači, ništa ne smijemo dići.
To kažeš Milano, ne?
Ma gdje neće, si lud. Čuli su oni da nema više nikakvog pucanja na mapu, nema ništa. Je li u onoj areni tamo ili u ovoj? Odvali mi kocku, znaš.
Mali ko stick dom.
Ma ne trebate, lagani smo mi ovdje. Jedino zbog HP-a što nemamo.
Koliko imate? 100?
$50 HP-a imam, otvorite mi vrata, ako me ubije, znači gotov sam.
Bez gluma.
Falling thunder.
Puca u njega. Puca u njega. Nemoj bežat.
Oh, amazing. What a find.
Beli. Evo vam ovdje municija.
Top, zatvarajte se.
Jeli... Ovo samo za pare prodaješ?
Kaki smo mi krvnici, jebote.
Ima i ovdje paket municije.
Akecmane. Ovo
Šta
samo za pare
kažeš,
prodaješ.
Snake?
Nemaš neke statue, skupljaš nekih orlova čuda.
Da, on je kao dodatak od Osvalda, da. To se skupiš i uvijek nađeš ne znam koliko ono tačno. Imaš te neki ulaze i ništa i prodaš ga kod njega. Neke vrede, ne znam, od 500 do 1000 i pol.
Kutiju ovdje ako treba, ono to bi trep.
Našao sam jedan luk, plavi, ima jako dobar base damage, sačuvat ću ga. Ima 70% increased physical.
Yes.
Da, ti idoli, to je samo za prodaju.
Stay wary.
Dok ne dođeš do zadnje mape, to srce možeš i da držiš u stešu.
Ti misliš da će mi to pomoći?
Pa imat ćeš jednoga 4 slota.
To mi je malo čudno.
Što ti čudno?
A ovo, znaš, tap, znaš.
Treba otići po njihov bounty, znaš.
I meni isto to me nervira to.
Jer oni će izaći napolje, znaš.
Nek izađu.
A znam, ali što kad smo pobili dve ekipe, što i treću ne bi...
Gotovo, idu su svoje, ne možemo mi stići.
Kapiram lore i tako to, ali...
Ja idem na cirkus.
Što sam bi bilo to vraćanje kao...
Ma gdje ćeš dole ići, skroz, prdaj se, brate. Viš i ti gdje ti je cirkus, brate.
Sad mi je prilika da ovih 9 poena iskoristim
da kupi oružje.
Uzmite vi bounty, ja kreće prema cirkusu. Ovi nas samo zavaravaju, znaš, neće oni napolje.
Ma jok, izlaze, pucaju doma.
Misliš?
Ma da.
Ma jok, pa i koliko pucaju već. Već bi izašli. Evo ga. Jes, 666, kada je iz Mitrovice, evo. Utihnuo, šta? Jes, ima ona stara dobra, kad jaganci utihnu.
Hannibal,
To je to.
Wipe-on server praktično, Matić.
Evo ga debeli ovdje.
samo noževe. Imam to.
Ja sam simple man, ja vidim, možda koristim skillove, stalo čuvam samo.
A gdje ovaj Dule što je nekad dolazio na kanal? Gdje on zbilja, zna li ko? Taj.
Da ja znam, on je student. Možda uči školu, nema vremena za ovaj zebanci.
Student, a? Kažeš. A ja upravo vidim da je ušao u igru neku. Nego ne dolazi na kanal, ne znam šta je.
Što ja znam, da se posvađa s Milanom. Milan mu je uvijek bio drag.
Milan mu je uvijek bio?
Drag. Dragi gost.
Ko je Dule?
Jel taj Snake slično priča kao Tomislav? Sličan, potpuno, može se reći maltene identičan glas da imaju onako.
Misliš akcenat?
Pa akcenat i glas i sve onako. Kao Tomislav. Onaj dečko, bre. Jes, onaj. Pa čak si i Makin seća o kome priča.
Ne znam što taj Dule.
Da, ne zajebava. Jes. Sećaš li se Budje onda?
Ne. On su pre mene. Jes. Šta ću ti reći?
Lič.
Ravno.
To mogu biti nešto žvaka, no?
Učem neki kanad za sobu.
To su ti ovi mobovi i oni te kao sineriju s tim usporavaju te.
Da, ne, oni vrtalici, znaš.
Pa znam, dešava se pa nekad to ostane.
Kanap ide za mnom kilometarno trati.
Ja sam jedan put imao 3 u sebi kanapa. Brbo, idem da žvaknem.
Pa kako sam ga ono zvao?
Dujo.
Jes, Dujo Šarac. A nije, ne zajebaj. A? Misliš? A gdje? A gdje je Slotter, Makiću? 750. A koji si ti to, Makić?
To mi je jedan od ovih nedeljnih taskova.
Which one of you is a Val blood? Why, that was me, of course.
Imate kasu ovdje.
Ne zajebaj. Dimo će li ga meni bači, znaš? 200.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have
Antidot
spilled.
Boon.
As expected.
Shadow Leap. To mi nemoj davati džabe, to mi ne treba. Witness, ni to mi nije. Ja mislim da je sljedeći Berserk, Fist Base. 250. Ja mislim da je sljedeći Berserk. Regeneration Wound. 500. Nema, nije mi dao Berserk.
Nemam ja se, trošio svih 9 ovog ovdje.
Pa nismo trebali džabe ovog dolazi.
Pa neka, ja sam uradio.
A tebi je samo zbog ovoga, samostrele si došao.
Ma da, to mi je jedan od ovih daily, odnosno nedeljni.
Weekly mount, yearly.
To ne postoji.
Ima, kaže Beka i to.
Ne. Kažem,
A ne zeb, ne sprdaj se. Evo je stiga, ko je stiga? A ti si. Evo igram. Pa nisam očekivao. Nikog nisam očekivao.
Deal yourself!
Šta kažeš ti, ne rade? A kakva partija, Makić iz mrtvih se vadimo, i sviđa ono?
I've nowhere to keep that.
Očistio si Snake taj compound potpuno. A sad treba onog Viper na Pudzija da tučeš, viš? To ti je onaj boss.
Žensku. Idem ja nešto da večeram, pa ću to završiti.
Pa ajde, probaj sad. Probaj.
Ne znam, mogu li stići.
Pa jesi proba, nisi proba da biješ.
Ne znam, mogu li stići.
Ma lagan.
88 poena smo iznali jebote.
A toliko mož, brate. Brzo se ubije. Njeni vojnici ti isto biju, to je znam. To su kao kopne, gdje bodu sa strana.
Skin Guard igra, ovo sam.
Ne zajebao je. Pazi na ta ljubiča sa bolje. Aja. Jeben je do zla kuži. Ima neke... I šta radi? Al dobro, i ti čuvaš se, ti mu praviš isto damage. Višo, pa tu je. Lagano ti njega završava. Lagano.
softens the mind.
A i Nenad se upali, brate.
You will fall before us. The Kelly's back.
Lagano, lagano. To. Troje, brate, još se sužavaju. Ovo je iz ove... A če, druže, pogledaj demića, pogledaj demića, pogledaj demića, pogledaj demića. Au,
Gledajte se.
završi ga ti izdigo.
Da nema health uopšte.
Vidim. No mu se vraća,
Mršo pečku, materinu.
Vraća mu se shield. Evo, rešio se. Lagan si ti skroz.
Uzeo sam Exalted Door. Ovo je dosta jako.
Lagan si.
O, šta rade ljudi, ja.
Sviđa ono ovak.
Slona i skuplja govna. Jebo, mat. Ovo je hit jebano.
Aj.
Ne.
Oladit će ti se večera.
Znam. Gledam checkpoint da nađem.
Ej, šta ne rade? Šta?
I need more time.
Ko ćeš i ovo preživjeti?
Ne verujem. Gledam checkpoint, razumeš da nađem, a nema ga nigde, vidiš, obišao sam kvart ovdje čita. Ovi svi što imaju plave, ove vidiš oko glave, ti si svi na jedan udarac. Kako sam baca one kanistere sa otrovom, svakog sam ono skinuo na malo. Ali džaba kad ne mogu da... Sad gdje mi je checkpoint, ako mi je checkpoint ovdje, ovo ne moram opet da uradim. Ne moram opet to da uradim, odlično.
Ne, pa najbolje da moraš opet bossa.
Svaki put. Pa nije plan da ga ubijem oko rekreativno, ali... Interesantan je fight, ono... Ko možeš dovoljno brzo da...